Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live. Somebody, let's go.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Pascal Show. I hope you guys are all doing well out there. Sorry for the tiny bit of a late start, but the trial has not started yet, so I'm very, very happy about that. People are starting to file in. I'm about to show you guys that here shortly. But I hope you guys are all doing well. I was busy doing a bunch of things this morning because, my days are kind of stuck, occupied with this trial and all that. And, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else because, as we already know, there's going to be some things, hopefully, that we're going to be seeing today. I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing Amber Hurd take the stand at some point today. That is depending on if they bring that forensic psychologist back into the mix again. Because we already know that that person was trifling, y'all. Absolutely trifling, in my personal opinion. But hey, we don't know yet. We're still waiting to find out what the story is, what their game plan is, what Team Hurd is about to do. Okay, we don't know. We do not know. So hopefully you guys are having a great day. Good morning to everyone who's watching here in America, and good afternoon and good evening to every single last one of y'all that are watching overseas. For those of y'all all over the world, hello, welcome to the Pascal Show. I appreciate all you guys coming in and watching the show with me, but it looks like she will finally be taking the stand. Finally be taking the stand today. We see the judge is starting to walk in. She's going to be coming in, and soon the jury will come in as well. So do me a favor before we start rocking and rolling. Hit that like button down below, all right? And hit that subscribe button, all right? Send those likes past 100 likes. I see a bunch of y'all starting to file in. It is time to get rocking and rolling. We got to find out what the game plan is here, because that doctor sucked. No offense, but that doctor, Dr. Hughes, was terrible. And what's interesting is how frustrated, how quickly, how easily frustrated this woman got, this doctor got, when, no offense, but Team Depp is supposed to be Team Deppin', right? They're getting paid millions and millions of dollars to be there, to say objection, to sit there and go, let me, please, can we approach the bench, so on and so forth. They're supposed to be doing that. So eventually, today, whether they use Dr. Hughes anymore or not, we are going to find out. We are going to find out if Amber Hurd is coming out the gates first, or if they're still using Dr. Hughes. I'm assuming they're going to be bringing in Dr. Hughes again, because obviously Team Depp still needs to ask her questions. And I know Jamarcus is saying not until tomorrow, but you know what? I don't agree with that. Unless they keep going back and forth, right? Unless they keep going back and forth with the doctor, that wouldn't make any sense. That would not make any sense. But we're back at it here again, and we're going to see proof positive if they're going to, if obviously Team Depp still needs to have an opportunity to respond, to cross-examine the doctor. So I'm sure that's going to happen. I'm sure it's not like they're going to just suddenly just drop her off and just say, oh, forget about this witness, unless they say they're not using any of her testimony, which I think is highly unlikely. So she'll come back up. She'll be questioned. I have a feeling we'll have a lunch break. And then Amber Hurd would be brought up, unless they are trying to find ways to not get her up on the stand, which would be wild to me. That would be the stupidest move for the defense to do. Of course, I do have my brother Eddie Herman. He'll be on around the lunchtime time to chop it up with us and talk about what we are going to be seeing in the next few hours here. So yeah, guys, strap in, get comfortable, and let's rock and roll. Juanita, thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate it, Juanita. Thank you so much for your support. Again, I do have my join button down below if you're interested in supporting. My join button. I do have my Patreon, so go check out my Patreon. I also have a Cash App. I'll say that as well. And of course, I got merch, so please go check out my merch page down below. The link is in the description box down below. And as all you guys are starting to file in, good morning and good afternoon and good evening to every single last one of y'all, because I know some of y'all were watching till about. Some of you guys were saying, "Hey, it's 3:00 in the morning right now," but I'm still here watching the show, and I appreciate you guys watching the show with me. And we're gonna go after it again today. But as we know, so far, there's no sound. They're talking about something, so we're gonna find out what the hell is going on here. All right. She said, I literally have all the merch. That's funny as hell. I appreciate it. Besides the pink hoodie. Yeah, I still got a few pink hoodies left over. I do. I still got a few. So we'll see what happens here. But this will be very, very interesting just to see the series of events here. It'll be worth it. At least I think it'll be worth it. But we'll see. One second. Oh, what the heck? Okay. Getting a little choppy here. So yeah, as I was saying, we still got to find out what their game plan is. I mean, that's the thing I'm very interested in. You know what I mean? I'm very interested to see, and I see all the super chats. I'm going to do those really, really quick. Hockey Mama 11, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Thank you again, Pascal. I hope this lady can tell the truth today and not spew so much hearsay. That's the thing. I thought it was very it was such a strange thing that approach. She was just telling these certain things where it wasn't surrounded by diagnosis. It was just surrounded by what she had, these sessions that she had with Amber. I thought that was strange. Oh, they're not done yet. Okay, we got another super chat really quick. Berenice Rivas, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're out here working. I was gonna say, don't do that to me now. Don't do that to me now, stream. But I appreciate everybody coming in, and I appreciate the super chats already. Seriously, thank you so much. Let's see what she says.
I put my microphone on. Sorry, Judy.
Microphone is on.
Are you ready for the jury? Yes. Okay.
Okay, here comes the jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Here comes the judge. I mean, obviously they're going to be bringing back the psychologist unless there's a change of plans. And then I'm assuming, but yeah, I think we're going to be the first half of the day. We're going to be seeing the psychologist.
All right. Good morning, ladies
And then Amber Hurd after
All right.
lunch.
Dr. Hughes, if you can come back to the stand for me, please.
Yep. They're bringing back Dr. Hughes. Here we go.
All right. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Cross-examination.
Here we go. Let's go.
No, good morning.
Morning. You testified yesterday that you have to give careful attention to gendered stereotypes.
That is correct.
When you're talking about intimate partner violence, you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes. And during your testimony, you in fact paid attention to gendered stereotypes, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said we were going to have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes, and then you testified at length where you referenced both men and women. You paid attention to those stereotypes during the course of your testimony, correct?
What I was saying was you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes when you're conducting these evaluations. You can't assume all the time that the male is the perpetrator and the female is the victim. You have to go into the evaluation understanding that the male also could be the victim of intimate partner violence.
In fact, you're aware that there are large-scale studies that do say that IPV towards males does exist.
Of course.
Okay. And every time you referred to the characteristic of a victim of intimate partner violence yesterday,
Bam.
you used the pronouns she or her, didn't you?
Thank you.
I was using the she and her pronouns in this case because my determination was, as I stated, that Ms. Hurd was the victim of intimate partner violence. That is why I was using the she, her pronouns.
Okay.
You, in fact, said women get into the relationship for all the right reasons. That's what you said. The woman gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. Then you say difficult for victim to extricate herself. You go on to say that she can and she should. Over and over, you use she, right?
I believe in this case I did because I was referencing this case where I found Ms. Hurd to be the victim of intimate partner violence. It doesn't mean that men don't get into the relationships for all the right reasons too. I believe they do.
Working put up in all the wrong places. Working put up. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, Queen Kimberly. Happy hump day to you too.
Of IPV, you use he or him, didn't you?
And it goes back to the same reasoning as I'm describing my understanding and my evaluation.
Thank you, girly.
In this
Marina,
matter.
for the $10
Of
super
course,
chat.
men can be perpetrators and victims of intimate partner violence. That's well established in the research, and that's well established in my clinical practice as well.
Isn't the reason that you used the pronouns that you did that you almost always testify on behalf of a woman?
That's not correct.
You don't even remember the last time you testified on behalf of a man.
Well, I don't testify on behalf of someone. I testify as to the results of my evaluation. I frequently treat and assess male victims of childhood sexual abuse who are coming into treatment for abuse by their Boy Scout leader, by their coach, by their teacher, by a trusted adult. I see them in therapy. I see them in forensic matters, in criminal cases. So I treat and evaluate men all the time.
I didn't ask you about treatment. I asked you about testimony.
Here come out the fangs.
You broke out your practice between treatment and testimony. I'm not asking you about treatment. When's the last time you testified on behalf of a man?
Ooh.
I testified recently in a deposition on behalf of a man who was traumatized because he was wrongly convicted.
At the time of your deposition,
How long ago was
6
that?
weeks ago, you couldn't remember a single time you had testified on behalf of a man.
I testified in my deposition that I testified in a case of a man who was wrongly convicted about 20 years and suffered physical and sexual violence in prison. And I detailed the traumatic effects of that happened on that gentleman.
All right, why don't we take a look?
Jamarcus, you got a point here. But I think they're going to start today after lunch, and then Thursday is going to be all Amber Hurd. It'll be half of Amber today and a whole Amber Hurd tomorrow, and then they'll have 10 days off to let that seep down into people's bones. Real talk.
Yes.
That's what I think. But thank you so much for the
Thank you.
$5 super chat, Jamarcus.
All right. Transcript of the deposition that you gave March 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to page 77.
No, she's hella mad. She's annoyed. She's mad. She's, she seems fairly temperamental. Let's just be real. But she should be coming at this like a doctor. You see what I'm saying? Diplomatic, not frustrated and
Let's
flustered.
look at,
But the reason why she's defensive is because she's getting caught. He's calling her out. She should be able to
Page
take these
70
in stride,
line
these questions in
So you
stride.
can't recall a single instance where you were hired by the attorney representing the male in an IPV matter, correct?
In an IPV matter, not in a trauma matter or a child sexual abuse matter.
Okay, so that's the distinction. You don't have any recollection of ever testifying on behalf of a male in an IPV matter.
As I stated yesterday, the very first case that I testified in was in a same-sex intimate partner violence where the man was the victim of another man. I routinely treat and assess same-sex couples where then the female can be the perpetrator of another female, and the male can be the perpetrator or a victim of his partner.
So let me get this. You testified in a case where one male is alleged to have engaged in an IPV against another male.
Correct.
All right. Okay. But that's the only one you remember. That's the only one you remember.
No, I've done this frequently. As you well know, most cases don't go to trial. I've worked on hundreds and hundreds of cases. You've limited to testimony. Many cases don't come to trial, but I've issued reports and worked on many cases of same-sex intimate partner violence where men are the victims.
But I did ask you about testimony, and I limited the question to testimony, and the only testimony that you remember is the same-sex couple, right?
There were multiple same-sex couples, I believe, that I testified
That you
in.
testified in court at trial.
I believe so, yes.
All right, but you didn't remember that in March.
I did remember that in March.
Okay. You're a professional witness, correct?
That's not correct.
No? You make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying in court, correct?
Not testifying in court. I conduct thorough, comprehensive psychological evaluations of individuals who are involved in a court case. The majority of those cases never show up in the courtroom. And half of my practice and half of my income is about my clinical work with people who are coming to me for therapy.
I didn't ask you about the other half of your income. I'm asking you whether you made hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying as an expert witness in court.
As you're phrasing that question, that's not correct. That would be the amount of income that I generate from my forensic practice. I testify perhaps maybe once or twice a year. Most of the work is done behind the scenes in evaluating individuals and issuing reports.
But you'll agree with me that a big part of that practice is providing expert witness testimony.
That's not correct.
No? That's not a big part of your practice.
If I testify twice a year, that's not a big part of my practice. All the other time is doing the work for the cases and evaluating the individuals and issuing reports.
All right. What percentage of work do you devote to forensic psychology?
As I stated yesterday, I say half and half clinical, half forensic, but I also have a substantial amount of time that I use in the professional activities and serving on professional boards.
So what portion of your practice do you provide expert witness services?
I think you're using the expert witness services synonymous with the forensic psychology part of the practice. So the forensic psychology practice what I do here today is one part of it, and it's a smaller part as opposed to all of the evaluations and individuals that I'm assessing.
Your practice is successful enough that you maintain your offices on Madison Avenue in New York, correctly?
Correct. I've had that office since 2005.
Right. And you're sufficiently successful at your forensic work that you're able to perform unpaid work at a hospital, correct?
Correct. And I also do pro bono work as well.
There. In fact, you actually instruct others on the use of expert testimony in court cases, correct?
On the use and understanding trauma and violence abuse in the courtroom, and how to, for advocates and people who could not have this level of training or experience, how to come into the courtroom and talk about very difficult issues of domestic violence. Yes.
All right. Can we pull up PX 1241? Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it looks like the front page of a PowerPoint presentation
And it's a PowerPoint presentation given by whom?
by myself and Mary Ann Dutton, who is a very well-known and respected researcher and clinician in the area of domestic violence.
And what's the topic of the PowerPoint that you're giving?
Expert witness testimony in cases involving domestic violence.
Okay. And who did you give this presentation to?
That was to the National Clearinghouse for the Defense of Battered Women. That is an organization that provides legal services to women who have assaulted or killed their partners in self-defense, and mostly people who these individuals, the women who they've seen in treatment, are through shelter-based programs or through advocates, and those are individuals who don't really know how to come into the courtroom and talk, and that's what this presentation and training was for.
I'm going to move PX 1241 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, 1241 in evidence. Do you want it published or?
Yes, let's publish it to the jury. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1242? Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this also looks like a PowerPoint presentation that I gave.
All right. And what is the name of this PowerPoint presentation?
This is called The Use of Psychological Experts in Cases of Domestic Violence. It was presented to the Kings County Bar Association, which is in Brooklyn. And what this presentation talked about was some of the things that I talked to you all about yesterday, the myths and misconceptions in intimate partner violence, when women use force, what happens if they drop protective orders, how they present in court. And that's what this presentation was to attorneys at the Bar Association.
Okay. But this is another presentation that you gave as to the use of psychological experts, and you gave it to a bar association.
Right. They were prosecutors and defense attorneys in attendance at that Bar
All right.
Association.
At your deposition, you testified that you were going to be paid $100 an hour for your time in this case.
I did not testify to that.
You did not?
That's an error in the transcript.
Oh, that's not right.
That's correct.
So, and you corrected the transcript?
We did not do an errata in the transcript at this point.
So you knew there was an error in the transcript, but you didn't fix it?
There were several errors in the transcript.
But you didn't fix any of them?
There was no time to fix them. That's correct.
All right. So you're not being paid $100 an hour. How much are you getting paid?
I'm being paid $500 an hour.
$500 an hour. And that's what, and that's the bill you sent for your deposition, right? $500 an hour.
Correct.
You submitted a number of disclosures in this case. You have not formed an opinion as to whether Mr. Depp committed intimate partner violence against Ms. Hurd, correct?
Correct. I formed the opinion that Ms. Hurd's report of the intimate partner violence is consistent with what we know in the literature about intimate partner violence.
You have a limited role here comparing individual data to group data, and then just determining whether it's consistent, right?
I wouldn't say it's a limited role, but that's generally correct.
You wouldn't use the word limited role?
A limited role in terms of how we go about a forensic evaluation,
you
not
know
a
whether-
limited role in this case.
Do you remember whether you used limited role in your deposition?
I don't. If you have it in front of me, you probably think I did, but
Yeah.
sure.
And you have no independent knowledge of the facts underlying the alleged abuse, correct?
I have the knowledge of the plethora of documents that I've reviewed in this case.
No, I'm asking you your independent firsthand knowledge. You have none of that, right?
You mean whether I was there?
Yeah, you weren't there.
Of course not.
Okay. And you're not testifying to the veracity, the truthfulness of any of the allegations.
Correct. I'm testifying to the consistency of the data points of all the different documents, including the psychological testing and the clinical evaluation that I conducted of Ms. Hurd, and how that comports with the therapy records and all the other documents and the photos and texts that I reviewed.
And you have no personal knowledge
conducted of Ms.
any
Hurd and
abuse.
how. Correct, personally, correct.
Right. And all you know is what Ms. Hurd self-reported to you and others,
That's not correct.
because you did collateral interviews?
And I reviewed medical records, and I reviewed other witness statements of what they witnessed and what they saw.
Appreciate the $10 super
And
chat,
all
Lady
of
Justice. Thank
those
you.
Statements
And
that
you're right.
you reviewed, those were statements that started with Ms. Hurd, correct?
Not
composed
necessarily.
Well, the medical
testimony
records
at all.
did, didn't they?
I
Well,
totally
the
agree.
medical records, if she's self-reporting what happened to her, sure. I mean, that's what we do when we go to a physician. We say, I have a headache. We're self-reporting our difficulties.
Everything Ms. Hurd reported directly to you was after she was sued by Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't meet Ms. Hurd until, what, September 2019?
That was the first evaluation appointment, correct.
How'd you get engaged?
Engaged?
How'd you get hired to
Oh.
do this work?
I was contacted by the legal team.
Or were you interviewed by her legal team as to whether you were going to testify here?
I was not.
You were not interviewed.
I was not.
You were contacted.
Correct.
Had you worked with that legal team before?
I had.
Yeah. So they already knew who you were, right?
Correct.
Right. And at any time that you were working with Ms. Hurd or assessing Ms. Hurd, she could have chose to fire you, correct?
I suppose her legal team could have chose to fire her. I was not her. She is not my client. The legal team is the one who hires me. I am responsible to the legal team, not Ms. Hurd.
And the legal team that hired you already knew who you were because you worked together previously.
And clearly they knew of my expertise in this area of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress, which is why they contacted me to work on this matter.
All right. Several times yesterday, you used language about assessing Ms. Hurd's relationship with Mr. Depp. Do you remember talking about that?
Sure.
You can't assess a relationship without talking to both parties, can you?
You certainly can get a lot of information from one party. Absolutely.
But
And
you're gonna-
especially when it's buttressed by other documents, including 4 years of therapy records and couples therapy records, you can get a lot of information based on those documents and that contemporaneous reports of the relationship.
Respectfully, I didn't ask whether you get a lot of information. I asked whether you can assess a relationship without talking to both parties.
I believe you can. There are certainly limitations inherent in that, but you certainly
Really?
can.
What? How
talked
do you do
To
that?
Ms. Hurd for what, approximately 30
What?
hours, right?
Correct.
That doesn't
How
make.
long you spent with
I'm
Mr.
sorry, that's
Depp?
not working for me.
I did not spend any time with Mr. Depp. It was my understanding that he did not sit for a psychological evaluation.
That's not
In
working for
fact,
me.
you never met Mr.
No.
Depp, have you?
I have not.
But you
What?
purport to be able to assess the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
But I also read Mr. Depp's transcripts of his testimony. I watched his deposition testimony. I reviewed his medical records. I reviewed his text messages. So it's not necessarily totally blind. I did have information, although I'm not making a conclusion about Mr. Depp himself.
Is the standard now not necessarily totally blind?
I'm not
That's how
sure.
you assess the relationship? If it's not necessarily totally blind, I can assess it?
No, we assess as clinical psychologists relationships all the time. That's what we're trained to do. Certainly someone who's been trained in intimate partner violence to understand and look for the dynamics that happen in that relationship. And then when we have external data that supports
Question.
what the individual is telling us, way before this legal case even came on the scene, that becomes very strong data to support that conclusion.
Let's talk about some of that data.
Sure.
All right?
In all fairness,
You chose to conduct some
did
collateral
Dr.
interviews,
Curry
Correct.
right?
get to talk
and you
with both
interviewed
both
Dr.
parties?
Bonnie
I don't
Jacobs.
remember that part. In
Correct.
all fairness, I'm just curious.
And you looked at her notes.
Correct.
Did Dr. Curry
And
get
you
to
know
talk to Amber,
Miss Jacobs,
to Johnny
Dr.
Depp
Jacobs,
at all? I'm just
doesn't
curious.
know anything about the version
Wow.
of what happened in Australia until Miss Hurd had already been sued, correct?
I believe she was not in treatment with Dr. Jacobs at the time the Australia incident occurred. So that
She
would be
did.
correct.
Okay.
She did reach out to Dr. Cohen about
Curry
Australia.
did. She did
who She was
not.
treating with that.
Okay, just want to make sure before I start tripping.
I'll ask you about that.
Thank you guys. Thank you, fam. You guys are incredible.
So,
Thank you. You guys are incredible.
you
Good
know
morning,
that Miss
everyone
Hurd
who's
stopped
coming
seeing
in.
Dr. Jacobs in August 2014.
That's correct.
And she didn't go back until after she got sued, right?
I believe that's the date. I'd have to look to make sure, but I believe that you're correct.
And you said you reviewed you interviewed Dr. Cohen.
That's correct.
And you also reviewed his deposition testimony.
That's correct.
And you know that he testified that when he was treating a patient, he assumes the patient is telling the truth, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect in his deposition.
And
If he has
wasn't-
no reason to believe otherwise, if there's no other data to believe otherwise, that your patient's not being totally honest with you, then you believe what they're saying.
Right, no other data to believe otherwise, but the sole thing that's happening is Ms. Hurd is talking to Mr. Cohen or Dr. Cohen.
I wouldn't say she's talking to him, she's going to him for therapy, and he's using his clinical psychological expertise to understand the connection between her symptoms and what she's reporting, what's going on in her life.
All right. But you understand that he testified that he assumes the patient is telling the truth.
Again, I understand that statement in his testimony. I have a lot more rich information of having spoken to him for 2 hours and reviewing his clinical notes.
He testified he was making a leap of faith with respect to that, right? With respect to the truthfulness.
Again, that was not my understanding of speaking with him and reviewing his notes. I'm aware he testified something to that effect.
All right. And you testified yesterday that Dr. Cohen never diagnosed Ms. Hurd with any personality disorders. You remember that?
Yes,
In fact, Dr. Cohen's deposition testimony reflects the fact that he doesn't make diagnoses, correct?
correct. And I asked him specifically, did he have any indications that even if he doesn't, as his practice, use them, does she meet criteria for a personality disorder? And he told me she did not.
All right, so you asked him specifically with respect to a topic that you haven't disclosed in your expert report, and then he made a conclusion that's reflected in no document.
It's reflected in my notes. It's reflected in his notes about what he's treating. He's treating the symptoms. He's not focusing on the diagnosis, but he is treating the symptoms.
You talked about Dr. Cohen's concern for Ms. Hurd's safety.
Correct.
He wasn't talking about her physical safety, was he?
Yes, he was.
No, he was talking about her emotional safety. Wasn't that what he was talking about?
He was concerned for both.
Okay. Did Dr. Cohen testify that he never had the feeling that Johnny intended to hurt Ms. Hurd?
I believe he said that. I mean, he talked about Mr. Depp being very poorly controlled, and that's what made him, Dr. Cohen, concerned, because in those moments when he was not controlled, that he could accidentally seriously hurt Ms. Hurd.
let's do this again. Ms. Hurd told Dr. Cohen that Mr. Depp was poorly controlled, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. He determined that from the treatment he was providing Ms. Hurd.
And he also had a couple session with Mr. Depp, and he also had correspondence with Dr. Kipper. So he had other information as to Mr. Depp's functioning.
All right, you talked about Dr. Banks.
Correct.
Dr. Banks was doing relationship consulting, right? Consultation on relationship.
Correct.
And Dr. Banks only met with them once.
Correct.
All right. And you did an interview, I think, with Ms. Hurd's mother, Paige.
That's correct.
All right. You'd agree with me that a person's family member is not the most objective source of information?
Sometimes you have to certainly control for that the person may be wanting to be protective of their daughter, of course.
And you interviewed Ms. Paige Hurd after Mr. Depp had already sued Amber Hurd.
Right. The entirety of my work in this case happened obviously after the lawsuit.
Did you review in that context any of Paige Hurd's text messages with Mr. Depp?
I'm not sure if I saw them with Mr. Depp. I do believe I saw some with Ms. Hurd. I mean, Ms. Hurd, Ms. Paige Hurd, Amber Heard's mother did talk to me about her relationship with Mr. Depp.
And she told you that she loved Johnny even after Amber alleged abuse, correct?
She did.
All right. Now, you testified that you approach a forensic evaluation with, I think you said it again today, a healthy degree of skepticism.
Correct.
All right. This skepticism didn't cause you to conduct interviews with, for instance, Laurel Anderson.
Right. I did not speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson.
And you chose not to speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson because you disagreed with Dr. Laurel Anderson?
That's not correct.
All right. What did Dr. Laurel Anderson do on behalf of Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp?
She was a couples therapist that they sought. They had 4 couples sessions. As I stated yesterday, one of them in which Mr. Depp stormed out of. She did have a long, I guess, evaluation or interview with Mr. Depp individually and with Ms. Hurd individually. And then she saw them intermittently after the May 21st, 2016 incident, and when they were filing for divorce.
So you didn't interview Laurel Anderson, but you know what she did? How'd you figure that out?
Because we had her redacted notes and her deposition.
All right. And you understood from her deposition that Dr. Anderson didn't believe Ms. Hurd to be a victim of spousal abuse?
I believe those were her words, yes.
And you also understood from her deposition that Mr. Depp had not had a very long history of being violent with any of his wife or women.
That she said that as well.
Yeah.
But that's something about Ms. Hurd significantly triggered him. She talked about that as well.
And Dr. Anderson thought that Mr. Depp had been, her words, well controlled, I think for almost 20 or 30 years, correct?
Up until this point, I believe she said.
Right. I know that you testified that you reviewed medical records.
Yes.
All right. So, you know Ms. Hurd had a personal nurse.
Correct.
Erin Filati.
Correct.
You didn't interview Ms. Filati either.
I did not.
You know she spent time with Ms. Hurd on a regular basis during her relationship with Mr. Depp.
Correct. I had her clinical notes that I reviewed.
Right. And you reviewed her deposition testimony.
Correct.
Some of which the jury's heard, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. And you reviewed the nursing notes.
Yes.
So you know that Ms. Hurd admitted to a history of eating disorders to Ms. Filati, correct?
I know that's in the notes. That's nowhere else in any other record, so I'm not sure where that came from.
But you relied on everybody else's notes.
And there are some things that I disagreed with, like I disagree with Dr. Laurel Anderson about it being mutual abuse.
Right. So the stuff you disagree with, you disregard, and the rest you keep, correct?
That's not correct.
But that's what you did.
That's not correct.
All right. You know that Ms. Filati saw Ms. Hurd immediately after she returned from Australia.
I'd have to look at the notes again to be sure, but I know she did see her when she came back from Australia. That's correct.
Did Ms. Filati document any injuries to Ms. Hurd in her notes?
I did not see that in the record.
Okay, so you looked at her notes and there's no injury to Ms. Hurd documented in her nurse's notes following her return from Australia.
Correct.
Okay. You talked about this concept, which you then defined, lethality. And
Yep.
you testified there's certain factors of their present relationship where a woman ends up murdered by her partner.
Correct.
And that's one of the ways you look as to whether a woman is in a very dangerous situation.
Correct.
Can we pull up PX 92? Sorry.
This is
Yeah,
very
it's published
interesting,
to the
y'all.
jury.
Yeah, it will be published.
This is very interesting, y'all. She didn't really do her due diligence, y'all. Sounds
You know
like
what this
it
is?
so far.
I believe this is the knife that Miss Hurd gave to Mr. Depp as a gift.
All right. And you speak Spanish?
Un poquito?
Do you know what it says?
Yes, it says hasta la muerta, until death.
So a woman you suggest has characteristics of being afraid for her life, gives her intimate partner a large knife, which she has inscribed until death. That's your testimony?
Well, there's context.
Okay. We can do that later. So you talked a little bit about Mr. Depp purporting to demonstrate jealousy with Ms. Hurd. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you specifically talked about Mr. Depp displaying jealousy
Lateef?
regarding the actor James Franco.
Correct.
Now, the very first time you met with Ms. Hurd, she talked to you about Mr. Franco, James Franco, correct?
I don't know if it was the first time, but I did ask about some other relationships.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's go PX 1246. I just want to go to the first page.
Oh boy.
So do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And what I would like to do, what is it?
It's a top sheet of a background information questionnaire that I use to help guide the evaluation.
Okay. So now, this is, who filled it out?
I filled it out,
Whose form is it?
my form.
I'm going to move just the first page into evidence because we're going to talk about other portions of it later.
Could you back out so she can see the whole first page? Any objection? Okay, I can.
We will admit the whole thing into evidence.
You want the whole thing in evidence?
Sure.
I have no objection whatsoever.
All right, 1246 in evidence in full. Okay. Are there any identifiers that need, or we're just going?
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some.
All right.
Probably.
Okay, so you owe me a redacted one, correct?
Don't know what the nature of the redactions are going to be, but
Okay, well, you
Yeah.
can discuss.
We'll work with
Okay,
you on that,
thank you.
but I'm
All right.
positive there's identifiers.
all right. 1246, has been moved into evidence. Can we blow up the bottom right-hand corner?
All right, you want to publish to the jury?
Yeah, let's publish it to the
I'm
jury.
not comfortable publishing to the jury if there's identifiers.
I don't,
Yeah, I'm happy to do it at a break to make sure. that we-
Or we can, why don't you,
I don't see anything on the first
if
page.
you want to look at that, any objection to that? Well, that's what they're going to show.
That's what we're going to show.
All right, publish then.
All right, so this is the bottom corner, your notes. And it's under the section of your notes that's entitled Intimate Relationships.
Correct.
Right. And one of the notes here on the right, it says JF,
James
that's
Franco.
James Franco, right?
Correct.
Got close, but really wanted to be with Johnny.
Well, it says JF friends. They were friends.
All right. Said friends, but you put him under intimate relationship.
Well, there's a line there because I was asking specifically about other things that were allegations in this matter.
There's a line there because you did not believe that they should go under intimate relationships, but it's on your form.
She wasn't telling me that this was an intimate relationship. I queried as to what's going on with James Franco because that was something that was raised in this case.
And there's a note for December 2015.
When they became more friends, more friendly.
Right. And that was a period of time in which Ms. Hurd was married to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
So she became close with Mr. Franco in December 2015. And at least you put it under intimate relationships.
With a line differentiating another part of this document.
Okay. Did you provide another header, like a header that says friends?
No.
No. Well, let's look at the next one. The next one says, I think it says Elon.
Correct.
It's Elon Musk, right?
Correct.
All right. May 2016.
Correct.
Met Ball.
Correct.
That's a big fancy party in New York, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. And she says she dated him after Johnny.
Correct.
She met Elon Musk in May 2016 when she filed a TRO.
The last answer was May 21st. I believe it was May 26th, 27th. I'm correct.
When did she start dating Elon Musk?
Sometime after that.
All right. Yeah, sometime after the TRO.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You talk, we can take that down. You talked quite a lot yesterday about this concept of reactive violence.
Yes.
Yeah. So just so I understand your position on this, is it your position that if Miss Hurd was abused, she gets to hit Mr. Depp?
That's not my opinion.
But you know she hits him, right?
And I testified to that.
Right. And how many times do you believe that she told you that she hit him?
Do I believe that she told me or how many instances were there?
Well, I don't know how would you know other than her telling you? You weren't there, right?
I was not there. That's correct.
All right. How many times did she admit to hitting him?
She indicated a number of times in a number of instances.
You indicated that you'd listened to audio recordings as part of the work you did in this case.
That's correct.
All right. I'd like to play you a portion of one of those recordings. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. It's already in evidence. And for the record, the portion I want to play is 2 minutes 46, 246.01 to 247.20.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what you said.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fuck it, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
I didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
You started
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
Man.
You agree with Ms. Hurd that it's admirable to retreat from a fight?
Is it admirable? It is admirable to retreat from a fight.
Yeah. Anything about this tape suggest to you that it's characteristic of reactive violence?
In this instance, if true, if she said she hit him first, then that would not be reactive violence.
All right. You
Exactly.
testified that Ms. Hurd reported to you that she engaged in low levels of violence, correct?
Well, I don't think she said that. I think that was the characterization of knowing the types of minor and severe levels of violence.
Okay, I got it wrong. You consider it low levels of violence.
Well, I considered what the literature and the research talks about low levels of violence as opposed to severe levels of violence.
And I think you suggested that Ms. Hurd sustained more severe injuries, correct?
I think I said more frequent injuries.
More frequent, but not more severe.
Well, certainly the incidents in Australia and the sexual violence and the incidents on December 15th, 2015 were quite severe.
You said you reviewed medical records in rendering your opinion.
Correct.
And you reviewed photographs.
Correct.
Now, other than the reports to her therapists, which you call medical records, right?
Yeah, I would call those medical records,
Right.
sure.
Other than the reports to her therapist, there's not a single medical record that reflects any injury to Ms. Hurd, is there?
That's not correct.
No.
Hmm.
There is not other than what doctor reflected injuries to Ms. Hurd?
The note by Erin Borum, her married name, I'm not recalling her married name, indicated that she was headbutted by Mr. Depp and that she went for a concussion check and she had a busted lip. And then she went to Dr. Kipper's office in order to get checked.
And there's a medical record other than that note that reflects
That's it.
There's a note that she showed up at Dr. Kipper's office. There's a note in the
But there's
similar
nothing
2
from
days that
Kipper,
Dr.
is there?
Laurel Anderson saw the 2 bruises from that same incident as well.
All right. You reviewed photographs.
Yes.
I'd like to put up PX 144. It's been published to the jury briefly. I'm going to keep it up very briefly. That photograph doesn't reflect a low level of violence, does it?
Well, that reflects a severe injury, I would agree.
Yeah.
Have
Why don't
mercy.
we go to PX 145?
And
That's a severe injury that ended up with Mr. Depp on a gurney, correct?
That is a severe injury, correct.
All right. Is it your testimony that
Thank you, Juanita. Thank you for joining my Patreon as well. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat.
throwing
Also,
a can
thank
of
you so much,
mineral
sweetheart.
spirits at your spouse is characteristic of reactive violence?
If you are running away from your spouse who is trying to hurt you, yes.
All right. So you can throw a can of mineral spirits. What about if you throw a can of Red Bull?
Again, it depends on what the incident I think that you're referring to. That was not necessarily reactive violence. That was in a state of frustration or anger.
All right, so when you throw a can of Red Bull in a state of frustration or anger, that's not reactive violence.
No.
Right. What about if you throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon? Is that reactive violence?
Are you asking me hypothetically?
I'm asking you, would that be a characteristic of reactive violence? Throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon.
If it's in the middle of an assault, perhaps. If it's independent of that, no.
Right. So, for instance, if your husband was just having a couple of shots at the bar.
Again, you would need more information and context to make that determination.
All right. You don't think that's a reflective of reactive violence? And you'll agree with me that when you throw the second bottle, that's not reactive violence.
If somebody's throwing multiple bottles, again, psychological violence and abuse is psychologically destabilizing, which destabilizes individuals' coping strategies. That is absolutely true.
Lost what's true. Is it your testimony that once you've thrown one bottle and missed, when you throw the second one, now it's reactive violence?
That's not what I'm saying. I don't think throwing bottles is acceptable in any context.
All right.
I think she's crashing and burning a little bit, don't you think? Just a little bit.
All right. I'm going to ask you about some of the testing that you did.
She's a man hater. Oh my God! Whoa,
things that you
here she comes.
Did was a form looked like called a CTS2 relationship behaviors form.
The conflict tactics scale, correct.
So CTS2 stands for conflict tactics scale.
That's correct.
And this is one of the documents that you had with you on the stand yesterday.
I had all my testing with me and all my clinical notes from my evaluation with Ms. Hurd.
And you gave me a copy of it because you looked at it during your testimony.
Because you asked me, so I gave it to you, yes.
Right. All right. But you have a good recollection of what that test is about, the CTS2 test.
I have a very good memory and a very good recollection. I want to give the jury the most accurate and thorough information. After having done 12 tests with so many questions, I wanted to just be as accurate as possible. I'm sure my memory would miss some things that might be relevant.
All right, so let's talk about the CTS2. It's dated 9/26/2019.
Correct.
All right, 9/26/2019. And it goes through and it asks a whole series of questions about what you've done and what your partner has done.
That's correct.
There's tons of these questions.
Correct.
And every single one of those questions is preceded by the same question, right? How often did this happen in the past year?
Correct.
You knew that as of 9/26/2019, not a single one of the things that Ms. Hurd identified happened to her in the last year.
Correct.
Right.
She was oriented to a different time frame to get a checklist of those behaviors.
Right. And one of the although it says, please, how often did this happen in the past year? One of the questions is, my partner used force to make me have oral or anal sex.
Correct.
She went with 0 on that, right?
I'd have to see if you'd like to show me.
Right. Do you have any recollection that she didn't go with 0 on that?
I have a
Interesting.
recollection at that point in time, she was framing those type of acts as angry sex. She
And you
wasn't
helped her-
framing them as physical force, as most women don't on these measures.
And you helped her to reframe it as something other than angry sex, didn't you, doctor?
My job was not to do treatment. My job was to do an evaluation, and that's what I did.
All right. So you did an evaluation, and one of the evaluations you did, and one of the diagnoses that you ultimately made relates
Okay.
to PTSD.
That is correct.
All right.
Yes, PTSD. Let's go.
And you diagnosed Amber Hurd with PTSD long before you made use of the gold standard test for PTSD.
That is correct.
All right.
And I make the diagnosis of PTSD in my clinical practice without using the CAPS all the time.
All right. So just so you and I are on the same page, and I think we are, this gold standard test that I'm referring to is the CAPS-5.
That is correct.
That's the one that Dr. Curry administered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't administer the CAP-5 until after you'd already diagnosed Amber Hurd with PTSD, right?
She had PTSD in 2019. She had PTSD in the beginning of 2021 when I evaluated her. And then she had PTSD in December 27, 2021 when I administered the CAPS. That's correct.
All right. I think I asked a much more narrow question than that. You didn't diagnose, you didn't give the CAPS-5. Hold on, I'm going to strike that question altogether and start it again. You had already diagnosed her with PTSD before you did the gold standard, correct?
Before I administered the CAPS-5, there was enough data in the psychological testing and my clinical evaluation to establish that she met criteria for PTSD. That is correct.
You submitted an expert disclosure in this case on January 11th, 2022.
I believe the attorney submitted that disclosure, yes.
You participated in that?
Damn good question,
In the
Mark.
January 11th, it was the same disclosure that went before. There were no changes on that.
Did you reference the CAPS-5 in that at all?
I don't believe I gave the results of the CAPS-5 to the attorneys at that point.
All right. You met with, I got dates here. This time I'm using the cheat sheet. All right. You met with Amber Hurd on September 26, 2019.
I would love to have my cheat sheet, but I'll take your word for it.
I'll share.
Thank you.
October 11th, 2019. When did you give the CAPS-5?
The CAPS-5 was administered the last time that I saw Ms. Hurd. I saw her over, as stated multiple times, over the past 2.5 years, and having not seen her in about a year to get an accurate assessment of her current symptoms. Having had all the background information, the CAPS-5 is a great structured clinical interview to do that.
All right. So you hadn't seen her for about a year before you gave her that test.
Wow.
That is correct.
She
And you
does
did it
kind
over
of,
Zoom.
Mark.
That is correct.
Wow. Good call.
All
the way downtown, Mark.
Why don't we pull up PX 1247?
Hamburger.
And this may.
This is a new one, so we don't have it. I just need to know.
I'll get you.
Sure. It's just to the witness right now, so, okay. Okay.
Sure. You can, Dr. Hughes, you can actually help with that question. This is like more than 20 pages long. Right?
It's about 20 pages.
Right. All right. Let's get a copy of it. This is a series of questions that you use to test for PTSD.
Correct.
And you recognize the first page. This is the first page that you filled out. That's your handwriting.
That's correct.
I'd like to publish the first page to the jury.
Do you wish to have it in evidence? You're moving it into evidence?
Yes, I am.
I'd like to have a copy of it before
He's just publishing the first page. Any objection to the first? Okay, first page in evidence?
I think in the future, they should, at a minimum, give us a copy of whatever they're putting in. I don't have the ability.
Could you put your microphone on? I'm just having,
I don't have the ability to scroll down, so I can't see the rest of this. And it's a brand new
I'm sure they'll
exhibit.
get you a copy of it.
Thank you.
That's fine.
I'd like to go to the second page. And can we put up the second page?
Are you putting the second page into evidence?
Not yet.
Then I can't put it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like the witness to see the second.
The witness can see the second page.
Thank you. This is the second page. This is instructions on how you do it.
Correct.
All right. And then we'll go to the third page. Let's let the witness see the third page. Now, this is entitled scoring.
Correct.
So when you score, you look at two things, right? You look at frequency and intensity.
Correct.
All right. Those are the two factors you use to score.
Correct.
All right. Can we go to the fourth page of this document and just show it to the witness? All right. So, Dr. Hughes, this is the first page of the CAPS B where, other than the identifying information, where there's any input into the document, correct?
The CAPS 5, you said the CAPS B?
Yeah, I misspoke.
Yes. This is the criterion A, which means that in order to, as I said yesterday, to obtain a diagnosis of PTSD, you have to have sustained a very specific traumatic event. That's the first gate to get through the door.
All right. So,
Thank you, Jenna.
Your Honor, I'm gonna, I'd like to be able to get them a copy of this. Is it too early to take the break or?
In a little bit if you.
All right, I can do something.
Okay.
All right, so do you recognize the first page or the fourth page of this document?
Yes, I do.
And the handwriting on the fourth page is yours?
It's all my handwriting.
All right, the entirety of it is your, I'm going to move this document into evidence along with the first page. And that one is what number? I think it is
You're still on 1247.
1247.
Okay, so you want to move the entirety of 1247 in.
Yes.
Do you have a copy of 1247? It's exhibit 1247.
I don't have the whole page in front of me.
Well, I mean, do
No problem, Michael.
you have plaintiff's exhibits 1247?
Thanks for watching here. Be sure to hit that like button, and if you haven't done it yet, hit that subscribe button. It'd be really appreciated, guys.
1247.
Yeah,
I don't have it either.
Oh, it's defendants 1435.
1435. Defendants 1435.
I'll try to go as quickly as possible then.
Take your time.
Mark said, is it too early for a break or should I just keep roasting her? Yeah, I mean, he's going in, but I mean, that's how they were with the with Dr. Curry as well.
Did you want
So
to take a look at the court?
it's kind of expected, right?
It's 59 pages. What is he moving in? I mean, I don't think.
I
we
think
can
he's
do a
moving
partial.
are you moving the entire document in?
Yeah, I'm going to move the entire document into evidence.
I don't think I have an objection to that.
No objection?
No
Did you want to
objection.
take a look at the court's copy or you're good?
Yeah, I would. Thank you.
Take your time.
My apologies.
That's fine. Thank you, Jamie.
Mm-mm-mm.
gonna show the evaluation too, right? No objection, no.
All right, so even though I pulled it from defendants 1435, we want to make this 1247 plaintiffs, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay,
Does Your Honor want to back
I kind of need it. All right, thank you. We'll just change the number on it. All right, so it's 1247, I said, okay, 1247 in evidence, plaintiffs 1247 in evidence, and now it can be published to the jury.
Thank you. Why don't we publish the fourth page where we're talking about?
Yes. Why don't we?
All right. So what this references is the event you said was the worst. And what you have filled in here is 3 words. IPV by Johnny, right?
Correct.
All right. And then what happened is the next box, and you've not written a single thing in the box, right?
Because I've already spent 20 some odd hours with Ms. Hurd, I know what goes in that box. If you look at the top, it says administer the LIFA-Check checklist or an other structured trauma screen. That screen had already been conducted.
Right, but there's a box on the gold standard test that asks what
Wow.
happened, and it says, how old were you? How were you involved? Who else was involved? Was anyone seriously injured or killed? Was anyone in life danger? And none of that information you provide in your analysis on the CAPS 5.
Your Honor, I hesitate to object, but that's very compound.
It is.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
We can do it
Okay,
the slow way.
Do
The
it
first
the slow
question is, how old were you?
All of the information that would go in that box is contained in my 80+ clinical notes of my evaluation of Ms. Hurd up until this point. It would have been incredibly redundant to do that again here.
But you knew other people
But
would
it sounds
review
like
this, didn't
lazy.
you?
Sounds
And I
like she
knew
was
that
being
they would have
lazy.
my clinical notes as well.
Oh, so they're supposed to parse through your clinical notes so that they can figure out what you chose to be the anchoring event.
I didn't choose to be the anchor. The client chooses to the anchor to identify what the worst event is for them.
You wrote IPV by Johnny. That's what you determined to be the anchoring event.
When I asked Ms. Hurd, once again, of the traumatic events that she experienced in her life, which one is the worst? This is what she indicated.
Okay. But you provided no details with respect to it.
There are a plethora of details in my 80-page is a handwritten, single-spaced clinical notes.
Oh my God.
All right, let's go to the next page. All right,
What do they have to make sure that
you felt
who's whispering?
it
What are they
appropriate
saying?
to fill this page out, didn't you, Doctor?
Well, these are the questions about the symptoms, so I'm asking specific questions and getting her responses.
Didn't you know this already?
Well, I was making sure at this point, having not seen her for a year, what is the trauma expression at this time? It can change over time. It could go away. It can get better. It can get worse.
All right. Why don't we go a couple more pages?
What does that say?
in,
I mean, what was
let's go
what?
into page 7 of 20. Now, there are a couple of boxes that you filled in on this. Let's look at item 5, B5. You don't provide any indication of what kind of triggers, what kind of reminders trigger these reactions.
She answered that on the previous questions.
All right. And you didn't provide any answer as to how long does it take to recover.
She has some difficulty recovering.
Okay. And then there's this question that says, how often has this happened in the past month? Number of times.
Correct.
And we talked about how these things are scored, and we looked at, you got to look at frequency and intensity, right?
Correct.
And you left the frequency box blank.
Well, no, if she said several times a month, then that's what the frequency is.
And you didn't fill
Wait,
that
what?
frequency box in at all.
Then why not just write down
Because she
several
told me it
times
was
a month?
frequently several times a month, which is one of the anchors in coding the caps.
All right, let's look at the next one.
Sweaty
The very next
palms. My
box.
body can't help but what?
Again, this is scored by frequency and intensity.
Ay, ay,
How
ay.
often in the past month?
Correct.
Blank. That's-
Pardon?
How often in the past month? You left that one blank again, right?
She tells me it happens at least twice a week. So certainly I could multiply 2 times 4 and put in 8.
And you certainly could have written the number 2.
But it wasn't 2. If it's
Oh.
happening 2 times a week.
All right, so 2 times a week towards times the number of months. Now you got 2 digits instead of 1, right? That's all it took to write that down.
This is in a 1 month period. So it would have been a 4-week period.
How often in the past month? That's what it says.
Correct. You said
chose
months.
not to answer that question. Let's look at the next page. Again, scoring is frequency and intensity. How often in the past month? Again, you left it blank.
And
If
it's
you look
Dr.
on the
Scribble.
right-hand box, that is where we are indicating the frequency and the severity. If you can see where I circled moderates happening more than twice a month, that's where I'm indicating the frequency of the symptom expression.
Okay. But aren't you skipping a step? You're supposed to do intensity and frequency.
And when
You're-
somebody says it's happening more than twice a month, that is a frequency indicator.
All right. Let's go to the next box. Again, we have, in the past month, how many of the important parts of event have you difficulty remembering? Number of important aspects. Didn't fill it out.
Well, I listed 2 specific incidents of where she indicates she has important aspects that are missing.
But all you had to do is put a number in here. You know you knew how to score this thing.
Well, this measure actually doesn't get scored by the frequency.
All right, you know something, you're right. Let's look at the next one.
I know.
Wow.
The next one gets scored by the frequency. That's blank, right?
Well, I did not code it as a PTSD symptom.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
Good point, Sandy, to Sassy Queen. That's absolutely correct. They were like, just let her say what she needs to say
How much of the
today,
time in the
because
past
tomorrow
month
we're
you felt
going to
that
go
way
into
as a
town on
percentage?
her
Right?
with
So
all the
as you can
facts.
see, I circled 20 to 30% of the time.
Right. But
It's
you
just
didn't
as
fill-
I'm putting it on the right
An
side
operator.
in the box where I'm coding the instrument.
We're going to talk about the right side.
Hamburger.
You took issue with the way that Dr. Curry did this test, didn't you?
Correct.
Right. But your test, in every instance where you're asked the number of times and to fill in the blank, you leave it blank.
They're on the right side of the document.
All right. You want to talk about the right side of the document? Let's do that.
You want to talk about it? Let's talk about it. You want to talk about the right side of the document? Let's talk about
After
it, okay?
you did
This dude
the
ready.
CAPS 5 for the anchoring, the 3-word anchoring event, IPV by Johnny, you went back through again and said, maybe I should consider childhood trauma as well, right?
I wanted to test for the limits and see at this point in time, Ms. Hurd had a child, and sometimes when people have children, their trauma gets evoked. Is she having those symptoms as well? She already had, based on this instrument, the PTSD from the interpersonal violence. I wanted to see if there were any additional symptoms.
All right. And you knew that she had had severe child abuse as a young person.
That is correct.
She grew up in a home full of heroin addicts, right?
Opiate abuse, yes,
Yeah. And
Meth heads.
there was IPV between her parents.
correct.
All right. And so you wanted to make sure that there wasn't some impact with this childhood trauma in the diagnosis of PTSD.
Yes.
Right. And so you decided to give her the test again.
Well, I didn't give it again. It's called testing the limits. I went back to some of the questions where she answered in the affirmative and said, and is this also happening vis-a-vis your childhood abuse? Are you also having intrusive thoughts and feelings about childhood? Are you avoiding thinking about things about childhood? Is that happening for you now as well?
All right. So there are a series of notations on the right-hand side. Let's go to page 5 of 20 in the test. All right. Why don't we highlight the right-hand notations that start under the word childhood? All right. So the way you tested for childhood PTSD is to write a notation in the corner and answer a couple of questions. Same test.
Well, I wasn't administering a whole CAPS again. What I was doing was seeing, as we know with people who have what we call polyvictimization or revictimization, someone could in fact meet criteria for the PTSD from the domestic violence, but then they're also experiencing some symptoms as a result of the childhood abuse. Both can occur.
Right. But Mr. Depp isn't responsible for her childhood abuse.
That is correct.
Right. And the way you tested this childhood abuse PTSD is you made notations on the in the right-hand column of a form that you partially filled out for the IPV by Johnny, right?
Well, I disagree with the partially filled out. The frequency was clearly filled out in the box where we score the CAPS. But yes, I did write about childhood to the right of that box.
Okay. And that is the appropriate way that the gold standard test for PTSD for childhood trauma should be administered.
If there were any affirmatives and I needed to go further, I could have administered another CAPS-5. There were not. I did not need to do that.
Okay. So you chose not to do a second CAPS-5, although you knew that she had suffered from severe childhood trauma.
No, because she wasn't suffering symptoms at that point in time, PTSD symptoms from the childhood trauma.
All right.
Mr. Dennison, are you moving to a different topic now?
I am.
Okay, all right, this might be a great time to take our morning break then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our 15-minute break. Please do not discuss this case with anybody. Don't do any outside research, okay?
There it is. First part of it all. He's like, and I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting warmed up. You don't even know. You don't even know. This dude's getting ready. This dude's just he's just stretching. He hadn't even got on the track yet. He's just stretching. Oh boy.
All right, we'll go ahead and take.
Your Honor, before
Yes.
you take the break.
Yes.
May I get a copy of the new exhibits from them so that I can see it over the break?
I'm
Yeah,
s-
I don't know if we can do it before, but we'll certainly get them to you.
Well, I mean, I need to be able to
Sure.
redirect, and I had never seen these. so-
Okay, well, we'll go through it. That's
But-
fine, all right?
Although it's in your exhibit list.
So that's
Well,
fine.
if it's in my exhibit list, if they just tell me.
To tell you the
that's
exhibit
fine.
numbers, that's fine. We'll work through it, okay? Let's take a recess
It's
at
in your
11:40,
exhibit list.
okay?
Thank
All
you,
right,
Ron.
back at 11:40.
Okay. So what do you guys think of that so far? I mean, that's woo. We're only an hour and a half in this biatch. We're not even hour and a half into this, and it's already been literally a public quartering of this doctor. But what are your thoughts so far? We got 15 minutes before they come back. But diggity damn. He ain't playing, or at least Team Depp ain't playing. Okay. They ain't playing. They are not playing. So what do you guys think of it so far? What do you guys think of it so far? To me, so far, I mean, I think honestly, the doctor is doing whatever she can to defend herself. Of course, they're going to go into her They're going to do what they're going to do. They did the same thing with Dr. Curry as well. Dr. Curry with the Muffin Man. You know what I mean? Talking about the muffins and having dinner with Johnny Depp and all that. They're going to do everything they can to try to destroy, literally try to destroy this woman's credibility, this doctor's credibility. And that's exactly what they're doing right now, or at least they're attempting to do that. But I do find it interesting that she didn't bother to fill in those little boxes. I mean, it's just simple. How many times a month? If it was several times a month, maybe just write in there several times a month. You know, it's just those little things. It's the devil in the details. And now they're picking those things out and saying, see, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. I see you, kind of thing. And I don't blame them. I mean, shoot, they're going to go. I'm just saying on both sides of the fence here. When it came to Dr. Curry, they were trying to go after her on everything as well. On everything. Every last thing that came out of her mouth, she did as well. But the one thing I don't like, and Miles Nevison, she is paid, absolutely, but isn't. Now, I could be wrong too, because maybe that's a piece that I missed out on or I don't remember. But wasn't Dr. Curry paid too to be there? Wasn't she paid to do that as well? I don't know. You see what I'm saying? I don't remember that part. Hockey Mama 11 said $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Can I pay her $500 to get off the stage? She is lying and biased. That's the thing, though, too. What we talked about yesterday, right? What we caught yesterday when she was talking about the explanations of the, when she was doing the explanations of all, like we went through Psychology 101 with all the terms and all that stuff. We spent 45 minutes, damn near, of her explaining every single terminology or every single term in her own words. Whenever she was doing that, she kept on referring to she and he. She kept on saying the victim as she and the abuser as he. That was very, very bad. We called that out, fam. We were smart enough to call that out and go, wait a second, that is bias, and that's not how you're supposed to be doing that. Especially when you're going on the stand and you're just talking about one thing. You're painting a scenario already before you even get to the points of them actually talking about the subject matter or talking about the subjects, the defendant and the plaintiff. So that was wrong. So then they called him out. They called them out, which damn right. Call them out. Call them out for all the BS. I would say the same thing for, that's what they were doing with Johnny Depp's team, with Johnny Depp's witnesses. Every single last one of them. They were combing through all of his, like the Google Analytics guy. They're going through all of his data. When they were sitting down talking with the forensic accountant, they were running through the dirt. Every single last person. Every single last person that was a witness for Johnny Depp got cross-examined like a mug. So I'm not surprised about that. I expect nothing less from Team Depp when it comes to Team Hurd's witnesses. They're going to come in ready to go with passion and vigor. That's just what they're going to do. But the thing I didn't like is right off the bat, that was happening yesterday. Thank you, Jesus, they called them. I'm glad that they called her out on those things. And they should have. And they did. And she tried to justify things. But the other thing I found very strange is Dr. Curry sat down with both the defendant and the plaintiff, sat down with Amber Hurd and with Johnny Depp. But this one here, Dr. Hughes, only read testimony, only read transcripts from their depositions and all that stuff on Johnny's side. She had her sit down and getting to know and understanding Amber Hurd, but she never sat down and got to meet and talk to Johnny Depp. She based all of her opinion, all of her diagnoses, whatever, diagnosi, on transcripts, on just transcripts alone. Transcripts from Johnny Depp. That, to me, seems a little biased. You meet somebody in the flesh, and then the other person, you just read about him. You just read their transcripts and you read about them. That does not feel like you're doing your due diligence as a forensic psychologist, in my personal opinion. And Blum, you're not wrong. I'm sure that's what they wanted. I'm sure that's how they wanted it. You know, they wanted it that way, of course. So you can't sit there. We can't sit there and go, We can't look at this particular witness and, this forensic psychologist and look at her. You could still be sitting on the fence and look at her unbiased, but you have to look at the facts. Because I'm sure people are going to be in the chat or watching this afterwards during the replay and sit there and go, wait a second, what's going on here? I'm not cool with, people who are going to sit there and go, I don't like how Pascal is responding to this. You're coming off as such and such. Well, no, I'm not. Any person who's looking at this from the outside looking in, and you look at the facts and you see what, at least following by example, you see what the Johnny Depp's team, the Dr. Curry, the forensic psychologist that they brought in, said. She did her due diligence. But then Dr. Hughes comes in and she needs her notes. She doesn't remember everything. She's flustered. She's upset. She's defensive. Then when they ask, did you get to sit down with Johnny Depp? She says no. Then when even going back to yesterday, when she sits there and talks, when they asked about what else was she diagnosed with, she basically gave her a clean bill of mental health. Yet you have the Aaron something such, I don't remember her last name, Falamala, okay, the RN, the registered nurse, who's been taking care of Amber Hurd, closely working with Amber Hurd for years, writes in her notes that this woman has bipolar disorder. Yet now she has a clean bill of health. Even on any side of the fence, even if you were Team Hurd, you would be looking at this and going, ooh, that's not good. No. Because for a fact that they're running her through the dirt right now. They're dragging her through the dirt, through broken glass, salt and Tabasco and lime juice. That's exactly what they're doing right now. And I'm not surprised. This is not a good witness, especially the fact that she is supposed to be a key witness as far as the psyche of Amber Hurd and the relationship that Amber Hurd had with Johnny Depp. The stuff that she's coming out with, the things that she is saying right now, a lot of it is very much hearsay. And I get it because she's a psychologist and all that. So, a lot of it's going to be hearsay-esque. But then when you have all the other things being said, nothing is credible. Nothing is. And that's exactly what they're going to do right now. They're going to rip her apart and start breaking it down one by one, saying, okay, what you just said has no factual backing. You said this here too. This has no factual backing. Oh, you said that she has a clean bill of health, yet the person that said that gave you those diagnoses doesn't give out diagnosis for those kinds of things. And she goes, no, he does not. So why would you sit there yesterday saying, oh, she good, she all right, she good, she's mentally sound, totally fine. Yet, like I said before, said it in the notes from the RN. Why would the RN write in bipolar? She's taking medication for X, Y, and Z, ADD, anxiety, bipolar disorder. Why would she be giving her medication for something that she's not supposed to be taking? Why would she give her medication for bipolar disorder if she didn't really have bipolar, if she was not bipolar? like I said, it's just this. I feel like I don't even feel bad for this forensic psychologist. Why, you may ask? Because let's keep it real. Let's keep it straight funky. She's her career is getting destroyed right now in front of the world. And I think that's the reason why she's so pissed off. I think that's the reason why she's so amped up and so defensive, because she's also thinking, damn, there goes my $500 an hour. Just saying. I got a super chat. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Baseball or death. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's disgusting the way she insisted men are only victims of IPV in same-sex relationships. I forgot about that. Hope the jury sees through the bias. Thank you. Exactly. Yes. I forgot about that. Good bloody call. Yes. Doesn't make any sense. Clearly, she comes in already biased in a certain way. Let's keep it real. You're telling me she's coming in and she's talking in this certain way? Then they asked about, I forgot about that at the very beginning. They asked about, when was the last time you went to a trial where you were there on behalf of the male a man in the trial? And she's like, oh, there was that one time. He's like, tell me the one time. Tell me when. We want to know. Tell me when. And she goes, well, there was that one time. And then she just said the thing. And it was a same-sex marriage. So obviously you're going to be defending a man, but that does it count? I don't think so. Just saying. Crazy, right? By the way, shameless plug. I just uploaded about an hour or so ago a video, a pop-up video, because obviously we've been so wrapped up in this Johnny Depp thing, but I'm still trying to give you guys stories. Hopefully, one thing just really quick. First, so go check out since we got 15 minutes or a little bit more, little less than 15 minutes, obviously now, but I do have Dave Chappelle got tackled by a man on stage. He had a fake pistol and he had a real knife. He tackled Dave Chappelle on stage. So I got a pop-up video. If you want to take some time to go check that out, please go check that out. And then please hop back over here so we can watch the rest of this trial. And Jamie Foxx became a hero out of nowhere, going in and saving, basically chasing this dude, trying to tackle him and take him down. The dude broke his arm and all that stuff. It's crazy. But I guess so I thought it was very interesting. So go check that out. And then tonight, because I haven't been able to do much, so hopefully tonight I'm going to be talking about the Roe v. Wade overturn that's been obviously shaking the nation right now, because there's a possibility where abortion could be outlawed in this country. The Supreme Court is ruling for the overturn, or they're ruling against Roe v. Wade, which is crazy to me. So we have got to talk about that for real. And so, but because we've been on this trial, it's been hard. I can't be on this for 7 hours and do pop-up videos at the same damn time. So I'm doing everything I can to, I'm doing whatever I can to talk about this. But it's weird that happens. And it's also something to think about too. And I know this is a little bit of a left turn. I'm sorry, guys. But I'm really, really worried about what this could mean for the future of other rights that have been implemented for 50 plus years. Real talk. What about marriage equality? I mean, you name it. There's so many other things to worry about. Because if this is successful, if that is successful, then there's a lot of other things coming down the pipe that I don't think we want votes to overturn certain things. Because then the next thing you know, our country could be marching backwards. I will say that. Whether you are for or against, if you're pro-life or pro-choice, it doesn't matter. This is a foreshadowing of what could possibly come down the pipe for a lot of other laws that have already been implemented and have been ingrained into our country, which is what makes our country so great. But by you ripping those things out, we're going backwards, y'all, and it's scary. I'm just going to say that. So we got to talk about that for sure. Handmaid's Tale, without a shadow of a doubt, Alexis Alexander. So we have got to talk about it. We have got to talk about it because it's the start. Then you got marriage equality. Then you got, I mean, we can go all the way back. Next thing you know, we're in the Jim Crow laws, the Jim Crow era again. I would hate to see something like that happen. Hail to the no. Okay? So we got to talk about it. And I know it's a conversation that not everybody agrees with or likes to talk about, but it is something that we need to talk about nonetheless. Period. Yes. Yeah, I said it. It's scary. So we definitely need to talk about that. We will be talking about that tonight, hopefully. God willing, everything else I got to do whilst this is all going down as well. So, there's a lot that I push onto the side during, like, for the past few days for these streams. But hopefully we will be talking about that tonight. We will see. Okay. But I did do a video because I knew I wouldn't be able to do the Roe v. Wade conversation as quickly as Dave Chappelle getting tackled. So check it out. It's crazy. Is it a Will Smith effect? Is it the Will Smith slapgate effect or not? Do you think it's inspired by that or not? Go check out that video when you get some time. Okay. Because it's just wild. That thing is solely wild to me. Solely wild. It looks like they're not here yet, but they will be here shortly. We're going to get back into this conversation. I'm sorry, but Priya, thank you so much. Say it again. I mean, like I said, this is some serious stuff, That's why we really need to we need to sleep with one eye open because the law can always change, especially with the people that we have elected into offices in the Supreme Court and all that. Doesn't matter if we have someone we just brought in. Now I'm forgetting her name now. Ketanji Brown. Sorry. Doesn't matter if we brought in Ketanji in there. She is still a minority in a majority. You see what I'm saying? Against a majority of conservatives in the Supreme Court. So it doesn't matter. It's slowly but surely, but at the same time, these people stay there till they die, pretty much. So, yeah, like I said, it's just wild. And it's definitely something we need to talk about. But anyway, looks like we're going to get started here very shortly. Sorry for that little commercial break on something completely different. But let's talk about this. We know right now that we have this woman, Dr. Hughes, up on the stand. You got Johnny Depp's team. Right now, I feel like they're just destroying her. I'm sorry, not trying to come off biased. I'm just stating the facts. Right now, they're ripping through her. You can see her face getting flushed red. She's getting frustrated. She's getting angry. And a lot of her stuff is coming off kind of not credible anymore. It's very strange to me. It's kind of coming back off like everything she has written in papers, the filings, all the stuff that she's been doing. It feels like her stuff has nothing, doesn't back up anything. It's not credible. So it's been fascinating. And we got the jury coming in here shortly. She is snarky, Tracy Boone on Facebook. Thank you so much for the comment. Yes, She's snarky. You know what I mean? Because she's getting defensive. Obviously, they're coming at her. But other people have just been taking it in stride. And don't get me wrong, I've never taken the stand before in my damn life, ever. But at the same time, I feel like if this is your profession and you get paid $500 an hour to do this, you're a forensic psychologist. You get paid to go into courthouses to speak your stuff and do your diagnosis and all that stuff. I feel like there's a different approach that she could be doing. She says this is not her first rodeo being in court, so she should act accordingly.
All right, thank you. To be seated. Next question.
She big mad, Shelly. She big mad, Shelly K. Shoot.
Why don't we put that back up, plaintiff's 1247. Again, this is the CAPS 5. You didn't administer this until you already had Dr. Curry's scores, did you?
That's not correct.
No, you administered it after Dr. Curry
Exactly,
made a
Roberta.
disclosure, correct?
Very
That's
ambiguous.
not correct.
You administered it after Dr. Curry had administered hers.
I learned that in late February when she submitted her report, but I had no way of knowing that in December of 2021.
And you didn't make any reference to this in your disclosures until after Dr. Curry made reference to hers, right?
I don't recall the date of the final disclosure or the fourth disclosure.
All right, can we go to the next page? Let's go to the top of the page, we'll blow that up. Instructions start with standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions.
Isn't it funny? It's called CAP.
See that language?
I do.
CAP.
You don't contend it's standard not to fill out the frequency line.
I think if you're filling it on the right side of the box, I think that's perfectly fine.
All right. So you think it's standard administration to simply leave blanks that are already in the form?
I didn't leave blanks when I needed to find out the frequency of the symptoms.
All right, let's go down a little bit further. Let's go to administration. It says, number 2, read prompts verbatim, one at a time, and in the order presented, and then has a variety of exceptions. With respect to the childhood trauma notations you made in the margin of the CAPS 5, you didn't read the prompts verbatim, did you?
I read the first prompt. If there was a yes, then I would have made a decision. Do I need to administer a whole nother CAPS?
Right. And you ultimately didn't do that. You just simply wrote the margin of the last one.
Because she wasn't endorsing those symptoms.
Okay. You talked about endorsement of symptoms. Ultimately, what you're looking for with respect to PTSD is functional deficiencies. That's one of the things you look for, right?
Well, with any DSM diagnosis, you're looking for what are the functional impairments as a result of the symptoms that the individual is experiencing.
Okay. So, in fact, if you go to all the way to the end of the form, one of the things that we deal with is impairment in occupational functioning, right?
Correct.
All right. What's Ms. Hurd's occupation?
She's an actor.
All right. And
She got that right.
She had just wrapped a major motion picture, correct?
That's correct.
So you didn't determine that she had an impairment in occupational function. She's still performing at literally the highest level of her profession, correct?
She had a number of PTSD symptoms while she was filming Aquaman 2
Right.
that interfered with her ability to really organize a lot of resources for herself in order to go forward and film that.
I asked you whether
Production.
she was performing at the highest level of her profession. Yes or no?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that.
Okay. But did she report to you that she loves to cook?
She loves to cook, yes.
Yeah, hike,
I don't recall hiking, but
read,
yep.
spend time with friends?
If she can, that has been significantly diminished as a result of her PTSD symptoms as a result of this case.
She just had a baby,
She did,
right? Exercises every day?
for the most that I can tell, she does.
Yeah. Completed level 3 sommelier training.
She did.
All right, she did all of these things. And you've made a determination that she is impaired with respect to her occupational functioning.
I made a determination that the symptoms interfere with her functioning. She does these things, but it's not like the symptoms aren't there. She has to continue to work even though she has a panic attack, even though she has an intrusive recollection of the trauma, even though she's having heart palpitations and sweaty palms when something comes into her mind. It does not stop her from doing what she needs to do, but it does interfere.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about another test that you administered. And that one's called the PAI. Do you know that one?
Yes, I do.
That's the personality assessment inventory.
That's correct.
Why don't we put in front of the witness the PX 1244? Ron, if I can approach you.
All right, 1244. Thank you.
All right. So, Dr. Hughes, do you recognize PX 1244?
Yes,
And it's a list of critical item endorsements,
correct,
and that's derived from the PAI?
correct.
And this is the PAI that you gave 9/26/2019.
I don't have the cover sheet in front of me, so
Why don't we scroll down to the bottom, Tom? And there it is.
yep.
There
Thank
it is
you.
down there.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. Now, critical item in, I'm going to move this document, PX 1244, into evidence.
Your Honor, I would request that the entire document be put in there.
I'm only going to ask her about this piece.
I still would ask. for the
Well,
entire
it's his exhibit. Do you have any objection to his exhibit, which is just the first page?
No.
All right, 1244 in evidence.
Okay. So critical item endorsement. This starts a total of 27 PAI items reflecting serious pathology have very low endorsement rates in normal samples. These items have been termed critical items. And you're familiar with that concept?
Yes, I am.
All right. And I just want to ask you about a couple of the critical items. The first one is potential for aggression. This was deemed under your PAI a critical item. It says, sometimes my temper explodes and I completely lose control. How did that potential for aggression bear on your analysis?
Well, there's a few things. Number one, certainly Ms. Hurd reported to me that in her relationship, that would happen. Her anger and her affect regulation would become impaired. Number two, you have to look at the total scales where that scale is not elevated, so it would not be a major cause of clinical concern. Number three, she had 4 responses that she could say to this question. Mainly true, very true, mainly true, sometimes true or false. She chose sometimes true. So she's answering honestly about her experience.
So sometimes, it's sometimes true that sometimes my temper explodes. That's
Correct.
what you're testifying.
Correct.
All right. So you've talked a little bit about this concept called malingering. And there's one here for potential malingering. And this is another one of these critical item endorsements. Critical items means that these are serious pathology, right?
Well, as you can see, it says endorsement of these critical items is not in and of itself diagnostic.
No,
So you
I-
need to review the content of the item, and that's how you make the determination. Is this something of clinical concern that you need to do more understanding about?
Okay, so this critical item endorsement, this one reads under potential malingering, I think I have 3 or 4 completely different personalities inside of me.
Correct,
And she endorsed that as sometimes true.
correct.
Okay.
And there's not one elevated malingering scale on the PAI.
Let me ask you about another document. All right, I'm going to mark the document as PX 1248.
1248.
1248.
All right, yes, sir. Okay.
All right. Can you put up PX 1248 just for the witness? Dr. Hughes, do you recognize this?
Yes,
All right, and these are critical items that were deduced on the TSI-2 critical items list.
correct.
And what's a 0 mean?
Means that she scored a 0 on that item. She said it's not something that's relevant for her at the time frame that the test was administered.
And these are all self-reports, right?
Correct.
And so she scored a 0 on doing something violent because you were so upset.
Correct.
See that language? You knew Ms. Hurd to do violent things when she's upset.
This test specifies how often have you had these symptoms in the last 6 months?
Just in the last 6 months.
Correct.
All right. So she hadn't had them in the last 6 months.
Correct.
This test also asks and inquires about intentionally hurting yourself or cutting.
In the last 6 months.
Right.
Is the prompt.
All right. In the last 6 months.
Correct.
Had Ms. Hurd previously indicated to you that she cut herself?
She indicated one time as a teenager in a reckless moment she did. It was stupid and I never did it again.
All right. So that was the first time you met her. She indicated that she had cut herself. What did you do to satisfy yourself that she didn't continue to engage in that behavior?
As with most things, I asked about the frequency of the behavior and had it ever occurred again? Had she ever engaged in suicidal behavior or suicidal gestures? That's part of that screen.
Where did Ms. Hurd cut herself?
I'd have to look at my notes to be sure.
All right. why don't we do that? That's in your intake note, correct? Let's.
I don't recall.
What number is it? All right, why don't we go to PX 938? And if you'd put it up for the witness. All right, that's not it. Let's go to the next page. All right. There we go. All right. PX 938, we're on the third page. This background information sheet has already been admitted into evidence. And there's a discussion here we talked about earlier about intimate relationships.
I'm sorry, the question?
Yeah, let's go back to the first page. All right, there we go. What number is this? This is in at 1246. So this page anyway, I'll ask that it be published to the jury. All right, we're going to do it again.
What, so 1246?
1246.
All right. Okay, it's in evidence. There's supposed to be redactions though, but, okay. All right, that's in 1246.
Here we go.
All right. So why don't we blow up the intimate relationships section? There's intimate relationships here relative to a variety of people, including a person called Tasha. Who's she?
She was Miss Hurd's wife.
Okay. And that relationship preceded her relationship with Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
Did you say on direct that you saw no previous inter-partner violence? Just yes or no?
I don't believe I did.
You don't believe that you saw inter-partner violence, or you didn't say it on direct?
I don't believe I said that yesterday.
Okay. Your Honor, can we approach?
All right, yes, sir.
Thanks.
Look at that Pudd'em. Look at that sad ass face. Look at that sad ass face. Anyway. Oh my. I think she got perma sad face. That's what I think. Real talk. Perma sad. She got the perma sad face. I'm just playing, guys. Oh boy. I mean, but you know, let's just talk about this real quick while they're on their break. I mean, you know, obviously while they're in their little, you know, talk. Maybe there's more evidence than they want to bring in. Maybe he's got some other things he wants to ask. I don't know, but I mean, you can't really blame her for keeping the sad face. I mean, do you expect her to be all smiles the entire time? If she did, I think everybody would just be. She got to play the part, right? She got to keep playing the part. Same thing with Johnny Depp. You know. Let's see what's going on here.
Did you speak with Ms. Hurd around the circumstances that gave rise
That's savage, bro.
to the
Savage. Warebane
TRO?
Wow.
With, on May 21st?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did Ms. Hurd ever tell you that James Franco spent the night with her at
Come on.
the ECB between May 21 and May 27?
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
I recall, I mean, again, it would be helpful to have my notes so I can tell you exactly what, but I do recall that she did see him at some point. I do not know if he spent the night.
Do you know if Elon Musk spent the night during that period?
Was it sexual?
I don't know.
Was it sexual, though? Spending the night means one thing. Was it sexual? That's what we like to know, Miss Hughes. Just saying. Tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Sandy, the sassy queen. How's it that one psychologist doesn't have to look at her notes and can recall many things, then have another who needs to look at her notes and recall everything? Exactly. I don't know if it's nerves. Like, I'm just being real. Maybe it could be nerves, man. It could be nerves, but it's so weird. It's so weird.
Testify
that she would need her notes for everything.
Johnny Depp was not abused. Can you?
Or she smoked a lot of weed as a teenager.
I can testify that he had physical acts
Theories.
of violence perpetrated on him as well as psychological aggressive acts perpetrated upon him.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Oh, it's going to redirect? Damn. Oh, my God. Yeah, her memory and recollection when she's like, well, I can't look at my notes, but if I had my notes, but as a recollection, I think he did spend an, I think
Hughes,
he did. I think he did.
You were asked about some presentations. I think plaintiff's 1241 was the first one. If we can bring that up.
Hamburger.
Tom, could you help me out with that? 1241.
So Johnny Depp did spend the night. No, not Johnny Depp. I'm sorry. James Franco did spend the night. Elon Musk did not.
And if you can scroll down, what was the
If I'm correct.
significance of this presentation? And can you give her control, or do you have to have control of the document? It's just one page?
She didn't want to
it's not
hand
the
over
entire
notes.
Presentation. Okay.
Amanda,
Can you
that's
please tell
true.
the jury
She didn't want to hand over
what
notes.
you provided in this
Okay.
presentation?
That's wild.
To the best of my recollection, it was what I spoke to you about before of how people who are not trained in forensic psychology, but who are working with victims of domestic violence can go into court and navigate with the court system and present and talk about domestic violence in a legal setting.
Okay, thank you. And that's been moved into admission, that's been moved
That's
in,
it,
correct?
yes.
Okay, well, let's go to the one that I don't think was 1242, please. Tom, if you could bring that up.
She can relax now. This is her team. So it's all good. She can breathe a
Okay,
little
Is that
bit.
just one page too?
She can relax a little bit.
How many pages is that one? Okay. Do you recall this presentation, Dr. Hughes?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you please just, well, I'm going to move the admission of plaintiff's exhibit 1242, first of all.
Any objection? All right, 1242.
And could we publish it to the jury, please?
Yeah.
And Dr. Hughes, could you please explain to the jury what this presentation entailed?
So I was asked by the head of the Kings County Bar Association to give a presentation about intimate partner violence, domestic violence, and how psychological experts can be of assistance. This was just because of how Brooklyn is a bar association that was attended by many of the prosecutors from the Kings County District Attorney's Office, as well as defense attorneys. And as I stated before, this presentation was about how to really understand cases of domestic violence, how to understand what if she drops the restraining order, what if she doesn't call the police, what are the myths and misconceptions about intimate partner violence. And when she uses force, what does that mean? How do we understand that? How do we evaluate for that? So again, without seeing the rest of the presentation, I believe that was the thrust of this presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, you testified about the notes you took and the notes you reviewed, and you were asked about some limited questions on testing. I'm going to ask for Defendant's Exhibit 1434.
Jamarcus, is that really true? Did she throw papers at them at the end of yesterday's trial? If she did, that's hilarious. But I don't know. Is that true? I would love to see the video link to that.
You're gonna do that?
Or an article saying that.
No,
That's
no.
crazy.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
crazy. If that's true.
Thank you. Thank you, Sammy. But you were doing a fine job, Tom. I didn't mean to take it away from you. Okay. Thank you, Michelle. Dr. Hughes, is this your CV?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 1434. You're out of completeness. They've got all the other records in here for Dr. Hughes. I'm trying to see completeness.
I understand. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Let's go to Defendant's 1435, please. Now, Dr. Hughes, you've testified about the different testings that you administered, and this is one of the ones that I believe you testified to earlier, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the DSM-5?
This is the clinician-administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of 1435.
Any objection?
We object, Your Honor, because it has a lot of other documents in it, not just the CAPS-5.
It's not the CAPS-5, it's the DSM-5. But she administered all these tests, Your Honor, and they can't, for completeness of record, they can't put in partials and then not have the rest of it. I think
Well, there was no objection to when they put theirs in. Now they're objecting to you putting.
I would say rule of completeness, Your Honor, Rule 2, Virginia Rule 2:106, that they can't just put a partial in and then not have the completeness of the testing in the documents.
Well, they put their test in. Now you want to put more tests in, correct?
Correct.
But that's not a completeness argument then. That's just a different test.
Well, it's
But what's the objection, though, that there's,
It's usually-
okay, all right, I'll sustain the objection.
Wow.
all right. Well, then we'll go for the other ones. You did the TSI. Before we go on to the others, let's talk about, could you please tell the jury what you administered in this DSM-5 and why this is significant?
Objection not out.
Sustain.
Can you tell us why the DSM-5 is significant that you administered?
So the DSM-5 is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Psychiatric Disorders. It's published by the American Psychiatric Association. That's where it has all the criteria and all the information for our major mental disorders like major depressive disorder or panic disorder or PTSD. What the CAPS is, the clinician-administered PTSD scale, is it follows all of that criteria that's in the DSM-5 so that you can make a very accurate diagnosis.
Send me the link.
And what, if any, diagnosis did you make as a
Mark.
result of this DSM-5?
Send me the
So
link.
not only on this, I mean, this instrument can stand
That's
alone,
true. That's
where she meets
hilarious.
PTSD criteria, just by virtue of this instrument, pardon me, but also the other testing that I gave where she had elevated scales on PTSD measures, which correspond with the DSM-5 symptoms of PTSD. So there were multiple measures that are consistent across time that she meets criteria for PTSD.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you were also given 1 page of the scoring on the TSI 2 and 1 page with respect to the PAI. Do you recall seeing that?
Info at the Pascal
It wasn't the
Show.
scoring, they were the critical items on those respective tests.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1858. Which is the full PAI. And was this the actual testing and scoring?
Yes, this is the profile, the scores that are generated from the 344 questions that Ms. Hurd answered on this test.
And what were the results? What did you determine based on the testing of this PAI?
Well, that the results were valid and reportable. There was no evidence of
Ouch.
exaggeration or malingering on this test.
That's crazy.
And there were significant symptoms that correspond with traumatic stress and post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology.
And I believe you said again that there was no elevated scores. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So elevated scores are a way that we get to know where a cutoff is to say that something is clinically significant. And that follows very standard statistical principles. So when a scale is elevated, it means that we have sort of greater confidence that this individual endorsed a lot of different symptoms that make this scale relevant. And then we want to figure out why that person is having an elevated score on something like depression or anxiety. It gives us greater confidence that, this person's maybe reporting depressive symptoms like people who are depressed.
Are we back to this again?
And what would constitute an elevated score?
Oh my God.
Well, on different tests, it's different things. Certainly on the PAI, it doesn't follow linear T-scores. It's a little different
Psychology
statistically.
101
so
again.
You have to look at it differently. But certainly, it's
You don't have
usually
any
about a
questions
T-score
for
of
her.
a 65, and on some it's a T-score of a 70, which is a T-score is a normative curve, is a way of allowing us to compare people's scores, comparing your scores to the normative group of scores.
And would it be at all helpful to have the entire test as opposed to a one piece of paper or 1 page?
Well, certainly you cannot tell the entirety of how the symptoms that Ms. Hurd endorsed and the scales were elevated just by the critical items.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1858.
Objection hearsay.
And this is the completeness, Your Honor.
Are we done?
The objection. Next
Are we done
question.
with her yet?
Let's bring up 1859.
1859, great year. I don't know if it was, but just saying. Shimon Lee.
And this is, you were shown 1 page from the TSI-2, the Trauma Symptom Inventory 2. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. What is the significance of the TSI-2 exam?
Thank you, Mark.
Full exam?
The trauma symptom inventory is a test of common symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder and related traumatic symptomatology.
That's hilarious.
And on this score, she had, elevations in intrusive experiences, which is the intrusive component of PTSD, where thoughts or memories or feelings come into your mind when you don't want them, with accompanying distress. And then the defensive avoidance, doing many, many different things to push it down, to try not to think about it, to try not to talk about it, so that you don't get upset. And she also scored high on a scale of relational avoidance, having difficulty feeling close in relations and relationships, not only intimate relationships, but friendships as well. And that's a related trauma symptom that individuals have after having sustained an interpersonal trauma like domestic violence.
And would it be helpful to have the full exam as opposed to 1 page out of it?
As with anything, seeing an entire profile gives one more information.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 15 for 1859,
Objection hearsay.
and I would argue the
If we
completeness
could
rule
approach
again.
for this.
I'm sorry. This is I'm wondering what Team Hurd's angle is here. Because I feel like we're kind of running in a circle in a way where it's like because for a second there I was like, did the live feed stop and we started at at yesterday's day? And I'm like, wait a second, nope. She's wearing the same stuff. So what's going on? She's wearing different stuff. So what's going on here? You know what I mean? But man, like this should be it should be a wrap. This should be a wrap, son. Wrap it up, B. Orchestral music. Bring Amber on. Let's go. Just be done. Unless they try to call up Dr.
Now,
Curry
Dr. Hughes,
to
you
kill
were
time, to
asked-
run the clock.
You were shown a couple of finger pictures
Are you going to show those pictures again? Because I don't want to see it.
of Mr. Depp.
Of his finger. I ain't trying to see
and
those
I
fingers
believe
again.
you indicated
They're stalling, for real. That's what I
those were
think.
shown to you, and I think you were asked if these were
Hamburger.
severe injuries, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you have any understanding of the cause of those injuries by Mr. Depp?
I do understand that there's competing accounts of what happened, for
All
sure.
right. Let's bring up
Time's a
Defendant's
wasting.
Exhibits 373.
Have mercy. Can we look at the Article 1579?
Your Honor, I think this is already admitted.
Hamburger.
I don't see it.
Mark, I don't
Jamie
know if
doesn't
you
have it, so
sent it to me. but-
373, I can mark it, but it's not admitted yet.
I think there was
Unless
a
it's-
version of that. If I may,
I don't know that.
Your Honor,
I can just tell you that 373 has not been admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, it's not redacted, and I don't believe it's been admitted.
the part I'm trying to admit is in another exhibit, so let's go it a different way. We'll take that one down. Let's go with 398.
398 redacted is in evidence.
That might be the one. All right. If you could lower that up.
Wow. Yeah, you ain't wrong. WebMD profile of Amber Heard expert witness flooded with negative reviews during trial. As
I think
Dr.
we're looking for-
Hughes was on the stand, her
move that
profile
up
with her
also.
name was hit with a barrage of negative reviews, which have since
There we go.
been removed, just
You can
like
blow that
Lady
one
Justice said. Wow.
And this is an email
That's insane, y'all.
from Mr. Depp to David Kipper. Your understanding was that was his doctor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm going to draw your attention to the last part of this. And this is on 3/19/2015. Thank you for everything.
Many of the reviews commenters accuse Hughes
Missing
of being
control
biased
of
against
that.
men in cases of domestic
Thank you for everything.
abuse,
I've chopped off my
calling her
left middle
sexist
finger as a reminder that I should
unprofessional.
thank you, Your Honor.
bad
should
energy.
never,
This is quote unquote one of the reviewers.
Cut
Bad
off my
energy,
finger again. Do you see
vicious
that?
and hates
Yes, I do.
men.
Okay, so that's Mr.
This
Depp
review was
admitting
created
that
by
to
a
Dr.
woman.
Kipper
One
in
review's read.
3/19/2015.
Objection leading.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay.
I'll sustain the objection next.
Okay.
That's
fine.
insane.
I'm good with that. Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 499.
Her career's done. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh, but her career's over. She should have come in.
And
She should
Your
have
Honor, I believe this one is
crossed
in
the
as
T's
well, or
and
is
dot
it-
the
is it
lowercase
redacted?
J's,
Take
y'all.
redacted one.
Yes, that's the
Okay.
one. Thank you.
Hamburger. She messed up. Devil's in the details. She didn't do those details,
And
unfortunately.
then if I could draw your attention, this is a text message from Mr. Depp to Erin Falati. We talked about her earlier. On
Falati.
10/31/2015. And it says, this is the second time he's held off giving me my meds by blackmailing me into seeing him. The first time I had just chopped my finger off. Do you recall seeing that as part of the documents that you reviewed?
I believe I did.
Okay, thank you.
It's
We can
wild.
take that down. Now, you were also asked to listen to an audio tape, and it's plaintiff's 343. I'm going to, and you recall listening to that audio tape at some point as part of your review?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to now pull up that same audio tape from the same date, and I believe that's June 2016. And if we could go to, and we're going to have a few different ones, so hold in there with us. We're going to start with 2 minutes, 40 seconds, 00, going to 2 minutes, 40 seconds, and 21.
That's crazy. The negative reviews on
Knocking on the door.
WebMD.
Don't
That's
get
That is
crazy.
a
one
fucking
against the other.
irrational and violent fucking maneuver.
How
So
does
a
one
man would
inform
want
the
to
other?
get out of that area so that he doesn't get so fucking angry that he actually does pop the fucking wife.
How does one inform the other?
Oh, man. Go home and listen to the tape.
Now, that was just before the punching, hitting that was played. Do you recall that?
Objection leading.
Well, the tape recording that you listened to was at 2:46:01 to 2:47:20, and that was 2:40 through 2:40:21,
She said colon.
correct?
I understand. yes.
Objection leading.
Okay, now let's go
I'm
to
12.
after.
Sorry.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you. Now let's go to after that, 2:52:00 to 2:52:34.
This yesterday because of how it's been lately. Like since Australia, and I have been on the road with you. I haven't been working. I don't know what else I could fucking do.
Since Australia, we've gone on a honeymoon. We had a great time over in the back. We had a fight on the train.
Yeah.
It was physical.
Yeah.
Then we had a fight in San Francisco. But I thought everything else was great. There's some reminiscence of Australia.
No.
And then let's go to 3:20:00 to 3:21:37. And while they're getting that, I'll just ask you the question, Dr. Hughes, do you recall that Mr. Depp said that they had fights in the places that he listed on that audio tape?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
All right. What do you recall Mr. Depp saying about fights that they'd had on that audio tape?
Objection, no foundation.
She just listened to it.
Overruled, okay.
I think it was hard to hear in this one. I had listened to it previously, just acknowledging that there are fights previously.
Okay, thank you.
I just couldn't take the idea of more physicality, more physical abuse on each other. Because as we continue, it would
I know.
fucking bad. Baby, I told you this once. I'm scared to death. We're a fucking crime scene.
I know.
If we don't get our shit together, and that, by getting our shit together, that might mean fucking A, we do this, we make it. That might mean, goddamn, you know, say, I've tried, done, to do. But we've got to get our shit together as individuals and as a couple. Because I love you. And I do not want to leave you just want peace. If I'm the culprit, majority of the time, I will fucking do everything I can. And I will recognize when I'm fucking starting to go sideways. I will recognize.
Do you recall listening to that part of the tape, the audio tape?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recall from that portion? Again, I know it's hard to hear, but
It's hard to hear, but what I recall from hearing that was the negotiation that the couple is trying to do and trying to say, you know, I'm going to do my part. I'm going to do better.
okay. Is it possible to turn that up anymore, or is it, I have one
Yeah, it's
more? I'm
quiet
just-
as hell. It is really hard to hear.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, my last one is 3:26:20 to 3:29:50.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay, yes, sir.
Man, the audio tapes, like these audio files, I keep thinking like, what is what? Like I said, I'm like, what? Why are they playing these audio tapes? Like, what's the reason behind this? What is their goal? What is their primary goal? Because, you know, real talk, would love to know that.
When you're ready.
What's their angle, y'all?
What are we going to do different in the moment when you're mad and you
Okay.
go fuck it and you decide all bets are off?
Well, look what I did in Australia. Look what I accomplished. I put the fucker away. I told myself every fucking day, no, he's gone. No, he's gonna fucking put it away. Put him away.
They're running the clock.
And by a list of the things that I feel that fuck you over or make you feel shitty or anything like that, I fucking, when we're in the moment, I remember it. I remember what I put on my list. I remember it. And I try to bring it down notches, many notches. I'll try, if we're heightened, to say, please, I don't want you to feel this. I don't want to feel this.
I need to know what we need to do different. I need to
It's
know,
gotta be done with your mind and your heart.
what do we do different if I have a problem? You
No.
need to tell me how to tell you different if I'm hurting you.
She
You
sounds
need
so
to
earnest.
let me be able to be mad. Sometimes you're gonna make me mad. I'm a human. I cannot live where it's like,
Well, then it's the same thing goes for me then. You're gonna have to allow me to get mad.
yes, exactly. If
Okay,
I do
but
something
get
that makes
mad
you
and then you
mad,
start fucking yelling.
I don't have to start yelling. I think I start yelling once it gets fucking heightened. I've gotten a lot better about that. It's just I only start
No.
yelling when it's fucking hour 11 and we're really in it.
You're not better about that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had 3 physical fights in the last month and a half.
I was talking about the yelling.
No, but you witnessed it. You're the one that brought it up. Australia was fucking great. You just argued. Let's go back there. Let's go back there in our fucking heads and our hearts. Let's go back there. And know on your
Is
list.
the monster gone? Did you put him away? It's been so, when you get on that train and you get angry, you stay on it for so long and you won't come down, you won't talk to the person
That's
that
not-
is you.
That's not always.
It doesn't have to always be the monster, but what is it? Can you put that away? Can you remember the bigger picture? You don't want to spend your life. I've asked you this so many times in fights. You want to spend your time like this. No, you don't. But I ask you because this is something you're choosing. I'm saying to you, olive branch. And you don't take my
Couch.
olive branches. You made me feel humiliated for offering them.
Couch.
You asked me to stay in Australia. I stayed, and then you walk out on me all the time.
Because you hit
You've
him.
got to take some olive branches from me. You've got to offer them too. You've got to be bigger than what you feel at that moment. And so do I.
They're killing
So
time.
do I. But if I call you on it, will you hear it? Will you call me out on it if I'm doing it?
Please.
Man, they Joseph
Do you
because they
remember listening
stalling.
to that, Dr. Hughes?
Yes, I
Straight
do.
up.
And what is your interpretation of that? What do you recall?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
She's an expert.
Overruled.
I think this is more of how this couple is trying to negotiate in the face of all of the turmoil and the violence and the abuse. I think it's important pointing out, is my recollection is that there's two Australias. They're talking about the honeymoon Australia, not the Australia where the incident happens. They go back, and that becomes a honeymoon time for them. And I think certainly hearing how
Come on.
this couple has talked about the monster and the person who comes out, as we talked about that cycle of violence where the person who, hurts her and hits her and controls her isn't the same person that she loves and she cares about and that she wants to be with.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now,
Oh,
you also were asked about Dr. Bonnie Jacobs and
they got to
her
stop being
treatment and her
Joseph because they
treatment
stalling.
notes. And
That's all I'm saying.
did you review those treatment notes from Bonnie Jacobs?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you to turn to, can we bring
Have
up defendants 1059? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
This looks like the first of Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' treatment notes starting in October 17th, 2011.
Okay. And do you recall whether Ms. Hurd was already in a relationship with Mr. Depp at that time?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And you testified quite extensively yesterday about Bonnie Jacobs' notes and entries there. Were those reflected in these notes?
These were the notes that
Objection leading, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
I can ask it differently. And what, if any, of those citations that you gave to the jury were in these notes?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
These were the notes that I was referring to yesterday.
And what was the significance of these notes to you? You were asked again about them on cross.
I found the treatment notes very significant because they had contemporaneous reports of what Ms. Hurd was going through, not only what she was reporting in her relationship with Mr. Depp, but her accompanying symptomatology. What the notes revealed was there's a significant amount. Well, we see it unfold in time. We see where the violence starts and we see how it unfolds. We see at least 3 indications of sexual assaults. We see constant pleadings and upset about his substance abuse and trying to find ways to get him help. And she joins Al-Anon to get herself help as a family member of someone who struggles with substance abuse. We see how she's reporting a lot of controlling behavior and obsessive behavior. We see that there's 2 instances where the police were going to be called and when in her apartment in Orange. Because of the fighting at that time. Once they actually were called and once they weren't, from what I could amass from the notes. So what it does is it really shows how this relationship is unfolding over time and actually getting worse.
And then you indicated that Amber Hurd moved from Bonnie Jacobs to Dr. Cohen, and that was in 2014. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the relationship between Dr. Cohen and Dr. Kipper?
They were professional colleagues and they were friends. And it's understanding why Miss Hurd left the relationship with Bonnie Jacobs. It became a tumultuous relationship for her there because she was doing a lot to protect Johnny, and Bonnie Jacobs had concerns.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
No foundation.
I established the foundation. She reviewed the notes and she interviewed Bonnie Jacobs.
I'll overrule the foundation objection.
Go ahead.
Objection non-responsive.
I'll overrule non-responsive.
Please continue, Dr. Hughes.
The reason that Ms. Hurd left her treatment with Bonnie Jacobs, well, one, that Mr. Depp continued to denigrate that relationship or therapeutic relationship. But number two, really more importantly, is that she wanted to protect Mr. Depp because she didn't want Dr. Jacobs had some concerns about perhaps his substance using in front of his children and that she would be a mandated reporter. So Ms. Hurd did not want to do anything and talk more about what was going on with about Mr. Depp with her therapist for fear that something might happen. So she left that treatment really to protect Mr. Depp.
Yeah, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1059, the treatment notes.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. This is what we dealt with yesterday.
Your Honor, I think that for completeness here, he's relied upon these and they reflect the present sense impressions.
I'll sustain the objection to hearsay.
All right. Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1057, please. And Dr. Hughes, you also indicated that you relied on the treatment notes of Dr. Cohen, correct?
Cohen, Connell Cohen, yes.
That's it. Okay, and you also interviewed him as well?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the significance of what he reported to you that related to your opinions?
Well, this was a continuation of her treatment, and the treatment here where it seemed like Dr. Connell Cohen was going was a harm reduction model, really trying to help Amber stay safe in the relationship by not talking back, by leaving, by not engaging. And those are very sort of short-term strategies when you're in a relationship mired with interpersonal violence. What we also see is what I mentioned yesterday is her psychological status and functioning continues to deteriorate. She continues to have more anxiety, more affect dysregulation, sort of feelings are coming up and down all the time. She's having more sleep problems. She's going on more medication. And the sort of the conceptualization and understanding of that is, sort of exposure to repeated trauma causes psychological disequilibrium and destabilization. And we're sort of, again, seeing the trauma unfold over time. And also in these notes, I mean, certainly there are those contemporaneous reports that correspond to specific incidents. Like I was speaking with you yesterday about the Boston plane incident. There are actual notes where she called him after
Objection, Your Honor.
she called
Yes,
him.
what's the objection?
Beyond the scope of the question.
All right,
I think
I'll
that's-
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if any, additional information did you get from Dr. Cohen that assisted you in your opinions?
Well, certainly from the notes, as I was stating, that, there were times where right after an incident, Ms. Hurd wrote, she contacted Dr. Cohen either by text or by email and saying, Johnny did a number on me tonight. I really need to see you. I'm safe. I'm hurt, but
Objection
I'm
to
safe.
hearsay.
I think she can rely on hearsay. Your Honor.
Sustain the objection to hearsay.
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of the notes, defendants 1057.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Thank you.
Move to strike the hearsay testimony as well.
No, we'll continue on. Go ahead.
Thank you. You were asked about a knife. You were shown Plaintiff's Exhibit 92 and a knife that's, I think, is till death. What is your understanding of the significance of that knife and that phrase as it related to Amber Hurd?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
He showed it in cross-examination. I'm able to ask about it and what her understanding was. He cut her off when she was trying to talk. I'm just letting her go back in.
Her understanding of a knife?
But let's pull up Plaintiff's 92. Tom, can I get you to do that, please? I believe you in response to the questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp, you said it depends upon what the context is. What did you mean by that?
Well, first I believe that this is the knife that has a turquoise end. And this was a time when Mr. Depp was filming The Lone Ranger and he was in a turquoise phase. And she purchased him that because she thought it would be a kind gift. The phraseology is that Mr. Depp told her the only way out of this relationship is death.
And
Objection, hearsay.
I don't understand the objection. I think she was entitled to be able to speak to that.
But
Yeah, it's Mr. Depp's statement, party
all right,
opponent
I'll overrule
admission.
the objection.
Thank you.
I
Okay.
mean, okay. I'm
And
sorry.
what is your opinion?
I'm confused.
What do you think of that as a clinical psychologist in
Jesus.
specializing in IPV and trauma?
Are you serious?
I mean,
Objection, Your Honor.
Come on, guys.
Can we
Okay.
approach?
Sure.
This is hold on. Let me make sure I'm not on crack here. I'm rolling that back just a tiny bit. That last question.
Or go back in.
Thank you.
Move to strike the hearsay testimony as well.
No, we'll continue on. Go ahead.
Thank you. You were asked about a knife. You were shown Plaintiff's Exhibit 92 and a knife that's, I think, is till death. What is your understanding of the significance of that knife and that phrase as it related to Amber Hurd?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
He showed it in cross-examination. I'm able to ask about it and what her understanding was. He cut her off when she was trying to talk. I'm just letting her go back in.
Her understanding of a knife?
But let's pull up Plaintiff's 92. Tom, could I get you to do that, please?
I mean, this is ridiculous. So you're gonna go off of a saying that was engraved in a knife. I'm sorry. I'm bringing it back. I'm going back to live here in a second. I just want to make sure my ears did not
in
deceive me.
response to the questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp, you said it depends upon what the context is. What did you mean by that?
Oh, jeez.
well, first I believe that this is the knife that has a turquoise end. And this was a time when Mr. Depp was filming The Lone Ranger and he was in a turquoise phase. And she purchased him that because she thought it would be a kind gift. The phraseology is that Mr. Depp told her the only way out of this relationship is death.
Okay. I'm not on crack.
And
Objection, hearsay.
And then they're
Ms.
like,
Hurd was taking it like, oh, maybe it's endearing, maybe this is okay. But it was definitely a clinical cause of concern at the time that phraseology was used.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you listened to
Okay.
an audio tape, and then we showed some additional ones from that. What, if any, photos
That's ridiculous.
did you review as part of your examination?
Objection beyond the scope of cross.
what the
He was
hell?
asking all the different
So you're
authorities.
telling
I'm just
me a
establishing
phrase
that she
that's
also
put in
looked at
there.
photos.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Ivan, thanks so much for the $2 super chat.
Dr. Hughes,
Laura's trying to
based on
implicate a
everything in the
threat towards,
cross-examination and the redirect, what if
Through an
any
engraving
changes
on
do
her
you have
knife.
to any of the opinions that you provided to this jury yesterday?
I don't-
Objection, compound.
an engraving that she
Overruled.
paid to put
I don't
onto a
have any
knife that she
changes to my
gave
opinions
to
that I gave
Depp.
yesterday.
How does that work?
And do you still hold those within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I have no further
All
questions.
right, is this witness subject to recall?
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody, but you're free to stay in the courtroom since you base your.
They're going to do lunch,
Okay.
obviously.
All right, thank you.
They're going to do lunch. But then, or they might bring.
All right, I think we'll go ahead. Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, so they're going to go into lunch here in a second. But that means if I'm correct, they're not going to. If I'm correct, if my ears in my in the chronological order that I know of does not deceive me, first off, bye. Okay, bye, Dr. Hughes. Oh my God. But it looks like this is time. It's Miller time. I mean, it's Amber time, right? Right, Tracy, on Facebook? It's Amber time. So Amber will be going up first. She does. I mean, I'm going to say this because I can, and you know, I've been having fun making fun of people from time to time. She kind of looks like she's dressed a little bit like little bit like an Amish, like somebody who's Amish, just a little bit, just a little bit, a little bit, you know. But it'll be her next, allegedly, unless they throw a curveball here, which I hope they don't, because that's the thing that we all been waiting for. We're waiting for Amber Hurd to go up there and explain her side of everything. And this is when the plot thickens. Okay? It gets thicker than a snicker, allegedly. We'll see if she actually says anything of any merit here in just a minute. That is, if they stay with what they plan on doing, which is Amber Hurd next.
All right, Judy. Let's go ahead and take our lunch break now. Just not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody about the case, okay? We'll see you back here too, okay?
All right. Man. Oh, and you know, hey, you're right, Lady Justice. You ain't wrong. They deserve a lot more respect than that. And I'm giving them love, but you know, she's got the blue shirt with the jacket on. You know what I mean? It's very
We'll be back at 2
with the
then?
black and blue.
All right,
It just
thank
makes me think of Little House on the Prairie. You know what I mean? Makes me think some Jack London. Not Jack London. What's his name? The dude. The London guy. You know what I'm saying? From Little House on the Prairie. Was it Jack London? I thought Jack London was the one who wrote like In the Wild or something like that, or something. I don't know. Anyway, so we got an hour until they come back. So they'll be back about 10 till 1 my time. So it'll be 10 till 2 Eastern Standard Time. So 1:50 Eastern Standard Time. Okay. But in about 10 minutes, I got my brother coming on. I got my brother Eddie Herman coming on to the show to talk about all this stuff. I mean, it's just to talk about what we've seen, what we should expect. Ivan Jr., thank you so much for becoming a member. You're watching from down under, right? You're watching from Australia, right, Ivan? Well, I appreciate you coming on and becoming a member, supporting this channel. I'm going to say it again now while we have time before my brother hops on, before I go into my own little lunch break as well. After he hops on and chops it up with us. Thank you. And just following suit, everybody. If you can, please join, become a member of the YouTube channel, become a Pascal Show member. The join button's down below, right underneath this feed right now. Click on it. It's only $4.99 a month. It's nothing. It's nothing in comparison to your Netflix, Hulu, Crackle, and all the other crazy, streaming accounts that you watch and support all the live long day. But I do appreciate it. I also have my Patreon, okay, that's on and popping and percolating like a mug. So please join my Patreon as well, patreon.com/the Pascal Show. And now, of course, I have my Cash App as well. I gotta keep the lights on and keep this bad boy moving. So if you're wanting to just send money directly to me, you can do it that way as well. Also, I'd love to be able to buy some of my mods some coffee, at least for putting in their hours of time modding, because they've been up in this biznayi modding like crazy. Okay, and I couldn't do half of this stuff without them. Okay, so just saying that out loud. Okay, but anyway. I got another super chat here. I want to say, Mary O, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Thank you. I really do appreciate the support. And Ivan, yes, thank you, man. Thank you. Amazing show, amazing viewers. Yes, I got the best family on the net. Y'all are some amazing individuals, and couldn't be doing any of this stuff without y'all and y'all's support. Real talk. But Dr. Edward, let me say this, man. They were stalling like crazy. They were pulling up audio. They were pulling up audio. They literally were struggling to try to stretch the time. And then when they finally got to the time, she goes, "No more questions. I'm done." Why, you ask? Because they know for a fact as soon as they call up Amber Hurd to the stand, she is about to get railed. She gonna get railed by Team Depp. Also, they want to give it a chance. They want to give a chance to the people, okay? They want to give a chance to Team Hurd, I'm sorry, to prep, to go to Amber Hurd and go, for the next hour, here it is. As you're smashing your salad, okay? As you're smashing your salad, okay? Your little Cobb salad. We're going to talk about all the things that you're about to get berated with. We need to run through these questions real quick to make sure you and I are on the same page, okay? Because, you know, when you get cross-examined, this is how they're going to be asking you these questions. You ready? Let's go. We got an hour. Let's knock this thing out. Bang, 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 bang. They're going to make sure that she is properly vetted before she walks on to the stand. That's solely the reason why they are doing that. Elaine stalled like a mother. Just saying. I said it before. I'll say it again. They got to stop being Joseph because they were Stalin. Real talk. It sucks. It sucks. But at the same time, we got through it. And exactly, okay. If everything goes, Michael Landon. Thank you, Tony. Little House on the Prairie. Okay. Little House on the Prairie. Michael Landon. Thank you. There's so many Landons, you know, potato, Nelly Furtado. Okay. But thank you for that correction. All right. Now, this is all depending on if they are really going to call her to the stand. They may not. They may stall another day before they put her on the stand. They may wait, like Jamarcus said earlier. They may wait till tomorrow so that she has a lasting impression on everyone. She has the last word, so that we have 10 days to sit there on our hands thinking about her having the last word. That's letting that seep into our bone. Real talk. Letting that marinate in the brain matter. As we're doing our research, we're looking things up. We're doing the Googles. You see what I'm saying? We're going into the Googles and looking up stuff. We're trying to find the op-ed. We're trying to look at the Sun article. We're looking at the old trial that Johnny Depp lost against the Sun in the UK. Everyone's going to be doing all that due diligence as soon as she comes out with her stuff, because what she comes out with might be the most like damning, mind-blowing, eye-opening commentary that we haven't seen yet. There might be information and new details like this psychologist, this forensic psychologist did yesterday. She was dropping stuff about the booger sugar, the little packet of booger sugar that was apparently in her nether regions, that Johnny was doing a full body cavity search, but mainly towards that area of her cavity. Okay. Moving her around with his own fingers, kicking her in the back when she was on the plane, basically kicking her towards the front of the plane. Like I said, this is some crazy stuff. There's little details that weren't added in earlier on, at least that I remember, that now are being added in, that were added in from that psychologist. So you know for a fact that there's going to be some bombshells here. Starting when they come in, there's going to be some bombshells, baby. And we're all going to be like, what? Did she say what? Johnny did what? Get ready for it. Because it's coming. It's most definitely coming. And I'm sure she's probably going to say something on the stage, on the stand that we haven't heard yet. Because now it's her time and her opportunity to say her side of the story. Then at the end of the day, we get to sit and marinate on that for the course of the night. When this whole trial today's trial is over, when the day is over, we get to sit and marinate on that, and the jury get to sit and marinate on that for the whole night. And then the next day, it's going to be a whole day. Allegedly, it'll be a whole day of Johnny Depp. of Amber Hurd all day. And that'll be it. And it'll be up to it'll be up to Team Depp to make the decision if they're done. They might jump back up after they've asked, after the defense gets done questioning her or whatnot. They might be able to go, hey, we want to bring her back up because we're not done. We got too many questions to ask. But get ready. I feel that there's going to be so many bombshells dropped. So many that I feel like you're going to have to sit there and pull out a piece of paper and a pen and write these things down. Like, yo, she said what? And he did what? Because right now, everything we've heard so far from her side, from her team and her witnesses, which has been one so far, the only bombshells that really have been said were the things that were said yesterday. This other stuff today was all just trying to show that she is not credible, that she's completely biased. And then real quick, before Eddie comes on, I wanted to show this to you guys. Hold on. Because that bad boy's still going. Ed is here, but let me show this to you guys right quick. And this is crazy too. I already read some of it already, but this is crazy. It's funny how much how much has affected everyone so far. How much it shows that nobody really believes this expert, quote unquote, loosely expert witness. WebMD profile of Amber Hurd expert witness flooded with negative reviews during trial. So her WebMD profile was slammed with negativity. I said this during a quick small break, but I'm going to repeat it really quick for all y'all in the nosebleed seats. Real talk. So there was the WebMD profile of the clinical psychologist was flooded with negative comments Tuesday after she testified as the first defense witness. Like, this is a key expert witness, by the way, for actor Amber Hurd in a defamation lawsuit filed by her husband, Johnny Depp. We already know all that stuff. Dawn Hughes, who was called by the stand by the legal team, Hurd's legal team, testified that she diagnosed Hurd with PTSD as a result of what she described as intimate partner violence experienced during her relationship with Depp. Now, the thing is that we've had other people who say that she has not. We have another expert that has contradicting opinion about this as well, saying that she does not have PTSD. Okay, so while she was on the stand, she says all this stuff. Of course, she has her own WebMD profile with her name and practice information that was hit with a barrage of negative reviews. One of the reviews, and I said it earlier, but real quick, in many of the reviews, commenters accuse Hughes of being biased against men in cases of domestic abuse, including calling her a sexist and unprofessional. Because you see how she was getting all flustered in all that. We all saw that. Now, one of the reviews said, bad energy, vicious, and hates men. And basically, it's like, by the way, this review was created by a woman, one review said. A majority of review writers appeared to take issue with Hughes' use of female pronouns, like we talked about earlier, like yesterday, we talked about this, and Depp's team did call this out. How she was using female pronouns when she described victims of abuse, noting that men can also be victims of intimate partner violence. Doesn't believe men can be victims of abuse, another reviewer said. Extreme biased. Guess she'll discredit victims just for money. Mind you, she was getting paid $500 an hour for this ish. So was she going in there, sitting down and examining and having sessions with Amber Hurd unbiased or no? To me, this tells me different. This tells me a lot different. But I got my brother Eddie. And of course, comment down below. Let me know what you think. All that stuff. You saw her, you saw what she's doing. Apparently, they removed the reviews and her ratings on WebMD, I guess, because she was ratioing so hard. So think about it. Comment down below. Let's get the conversation started with my brother, Eddie Herman, in the house. What's up, man? Oh, you're muted. You are muted. Make sure the microphone icon is. That's strange. Okay. We will see him in a second. But yeah, it must be a little bit of a computer glitch or something. But like I said, definitely comment down below and comment in the comment section. Let me know what you think. I mean, was she being biased or was she being unbiased? If you come in and you say one thing and you keep referring to like when you're describing certain things and you're saying she and he a bunch, referring to the victim as a she and the abuser as a he, there's already a bias, in my personal opinion, established right there. We got Eddie back, I think.
Is it working?
Yes.
Yes, there we go. I got a lot of opinions on this.
Yes, I would love to hear your thoughts on this. So come on, man. What are your thoughts? Speak on it, brother.
Listen, first of all, people are getting a glimpse into stuff that's not uncommon in these cases, which includes hired experts. What happened, though, on WebMD, and I'm glad that they shut off the reviews on that. WebMD online reviews are supposed to be for people who have actually used the services of the place, of the professional. It's really not to share your personal opinions about that person. So it's quite unfair. I think it's ironic that this entire case is all about defamation, about people saying things that may or may not be true about other people, and look what it's led to. And yet all of these people don't recognize that they're kind of doing the same thing when they're jumping on WebMD and starting to slam a person who they have no personal knowledge or experience with. But I guess to some extent that's a human instinct. Still, it's I don't like seeing it. I don't think it's fair to the person. Now, as far as what people do with her testimony, I think it's pretty clear where those people stand. But remember, people that comment online tend to be people who are coming on to say something negative, like because they're enraged. The people that might be supporting Amber Hurd or relating to her or even agreeing with this doctor, they're not going to come out and say anything. So it gives you a little sense of the temperature out there, but I certainly wouldn't take that as conclusive.
Well, I mean, okay, so it's just for all us regular folks out here, average Joes out here that may not know law or at least litigation, right? And trials like this, is it normal to have a paid expert witness come to the stand? Because isn't that a little biased?
No, all experts are paid, and generally they're paid for their time. These are doctors. These are doctors that if they weren't on the stand, they would be servicing patients who pay them that amount per hour. So yes, it's always painted like they're being paid for their testimony, but the reality of it is you can always find a doctor who is going to naturally agree with you and naturally say what you want them to say. So what you do is you find those people and then you pay them for their time. These are not like, I know that people like to paint all these people as just whores. They'll say whatever you want them to say for money. And the reality of it is that They're professionals. They worked hard to get their licenses. They've got a tremendous amount of education. They're not all just paid whores. Now, that said, the kind of questions that I do think are fair is when you ask an expert, have you testified in trials before or in cases before? And they'll say, yes, I have. How many times have you testified as an expert? I've testified 120 times. Okay. In those 120 times, how many times did you testify in favor of the victim versus in favor of the person who is being accused? That's the key question. That's where you really find out if they have a bias, a propensity for a bias. You have some experts that say, you know what, half the time I'm called by the plaintiffs, half the time I'm called by the defense. I'm a fire safety expert and I give my opinion.
It's
and
interesting.
Sometimes, you know, those kind of experts are the ones you want to see.
It's interesting because they did actually do that with Dr. Hughes. They went up and they said, hey, because in the very beginning yesterday, it was long and drawn out. It was almost like we were sitting through Psychology 101. But during this time, she said when the defense was asking her certain questions on like IPV and just other types of examples or terms on abuse, right? She kept saying she and he, as in she the victim and he the accused or the abuser. She kept saying those pronouns instead of just saying they, right? So
That's
people
true.
are automatically sitting there going, wait a second, is this credible information if she's already coming in seemingly in a biased fashion?
Well, listen. Let's take a step back.
Please.
Before we want to assume that everybody is conspiratorial, you know, everything is conspiracy, and recognize that by and large,
Yeah,
most instances of domestic abuse have been against the woman. It doesn't mean that 100% of them are, and we're learning more and more every day that many men have suffered psychological abuse, physical abuse, and they're just starting to have their voices heard now. You know, but it is an evolution for all of us in our thinking. But when you've been in this profession, and most of the people that she's probably worked with were probably women, I don't think it would have jumped out at us, any of us, a year ago, if she had used those pronouns. Even the idea of acceptable pronouns as an overall concept is relatively new for us as a society. You know, up until 2 years ago, you were a he or a she. And now, you know, you get to choose these, and we're trying to be respectful of this evolution, and we're trying to make sure everybody feels like they're important and their voice is heard, and they don't want to be mislabeled. I don't want to take the fact that she happened to use she as deliberate, as an attempt to skew the jury, or even to suggest that she's biased. I think that when you're in the business a long time and that's what you've seen, that's what you're going to say. You know, you would just hope that once they're corrected, that they're conscious of it, and going forward, they do it better.
But when Team Depp asked her, hey, when was the last time, Dr. Hughes, when was the last time you were in trial on behalf of the male, on behalf of the man? She said, they were like, when was the most recent time? And she's like, well, I have. And it was for a same-sex trial. Now, and so, of course, a lot of people are looking at that and going, well, obviously you're still biased towards the women, towards the woman. You were just in a same-sex situation. So, of course, you have to side with the male because both of them were male.
Well, she didn't have to be involved in that situation at all. She could have chosen not to testify. I mean, you know, listen, to attack her for the career that she's chosen is really, I don't know, it's pretty reprehensible, I think. I mean, I get it. Everyone's very heated about the trial. But my God, this is a person who spent their whole career trying to help the victims of abuse. Maybe our first instinct shouldn't be to just start attacking the person online. Maybe that's not a great way for society to behave.
I see. And yeah, I think the approach, to me, I felt like the approach or the questions did make sense because sure, it was semantics, but at the same time, I mean, I see your angle for
Listen,
sure.
you know, for the
But-
jury standpoint, look, the DEP team has every right to make it clear you basically only represent women. You basically only treat women.
Right.
You basically have only testified on behalf of women. You're using the she pronoun as the victim because that's your perception based on your experience. We're not saying you're doing it intentionally. We're saying it's so ingrained in you that that's just how you perceive these situations. The women are the abused and the men are the abusers. All of that's fair game in the trial. You know, all of it. How much she's being paid for her time, how much she's been paid so far to review the file, you know, whether she's been asked to say anything in particular. I mean, whatever. That's all fair game for the trial. But the public has to understand that, you know, this is just a sliver of this professional's life. And she still has a practice and she's still dedicated her life to trying to help victims of abuse. And to attack her on WebMD and paint her with a million negative reviews, I get it. People feel powerless and they think this is the only opportunity they have to have a voice. It's just not appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, I see your point, but it's just the way. I mean, if you saw a little bit of her demeanor and all that, I could see people feeling some type of way, especially seeing what's going on. Obviously, the court of public opinion the pendulum has swung back towards Johnny Depp. Amber Heard hasn't even taken the stand yet, so the pendulum might swing back towards her. You never know. But right now, court of public opinion is team Johnny right now. So, so of course they're going to sit there and say, why did they bring her on when you have somebody else like Dr. Curry has come in and that's the other piece here too. You have somebody who didn't even examine Johnny Depp, didn't even have time one-on-one with Johnny Depp, just so that they can get a full-on conversation and full diagnosis of their own of Johnny Depp. She just read transcripts. That's all she read. But with Amber Heard, she got to sit down with her, sat with her for close to 30 hours. She got to see, she did her due diligence with her. But then you have somebody like Dr. Curry, the plaintiff's expert psychologist. She sat down with both of them.
Right.
She learned about both of them. She got to understand both of them.
Makes a huge difference.
Huge difference.
Now, as it is, we don't know that she didn't want to speak to Johnny Depp. My guess is they never gave her the opportunity to, and her only opportunity to offer an opinion was based on transcripts. That's very common. That's very common because they want to neutralize the expert on the other side. They want to limit that expert to all they really did was review records. They didn't do a physical examination. We see it all the time in accident cases where the other side tries to claim, we don't think this accident caused that injury. And in those situations, we don't allow the other side's medical people to physically examine our client. We send over the medical records, and that's what they have to base it on, specifically so that we can attack them on the stand and say, you've never actually examined my client. All you've seen are the records.
So that could be on Team Depp's side, just basically saying, hey, this could be a great argument. This could be a great ploy to
we have an expert that spoke to both people. Their expert only spoke to one. I mean, look at it. You picked up on it. You're all over that. So all of that is strategic. All of that is strategic. I'm sure she would have loved to have sat down one-on-one with Johnny Depp, heard his story, got to examine him and do all that, but they weren't going to make him available for her to do that. What all experts boil down to are two things.
Fascinating.
How much people believe in their qualifications. Does this person know their stuff? You know, and then secondly, are they credible? Do we believe them to be as unbiased as possible? So are they qualified to make an expert opinion? And do we believe that they are sharing an unbiased expert opinion? That's the ideal expert. Like, I've worked on fire cases, you know, when, you know, houses burn down, you're trying to pin down the cause of the fire. to see who's responsible. You get a good fire expert, a good marshal who's investigating. That's what you want in an expert. You bring us and listen, you've investigated how many fires? 1,700 fires. And it's your expertise that you can determine the cause. And, and sometimes it's this and sometimes it's that. Based on your examination here, what do you believe was the cause of this fire? And they tell it to you, and that's that. And their credentials are beyond reproach. Like, that's the ideal expert. You have to believe that they have the qualifications to really understand what's at play here. And then you have to believe them to be offering as unbiased of an opinion as they can possibly offer. And if the jury, whichever expert they feel that way about is the expert that they're going to follow.
Wow.
And if they don't believe you're qualified, or if they believe you're biased, they're going to dismiss you completely. And they're going to look upon your client very poorly, because they're going to think, my God, that's the best expert they can come up with. That person didn't know their ass from their elbow.
Do you think that mission was accomplished then?
Well, clearly not. I mean, not on the part. I mean, and to lead with this witness, if I'm on Amber Hurd's team, I'm shitting bricks right now, if I can be blunt. Because let me tell you something. You don't lead your case with a witness that you don't think that the jury is going to buy into. Because think about it. Every witness now that lines up after this witness, is now under a cloud of bias. Your first witness has to be a person that is likable, beyond reproach, and is going to say something that connects with the jury. So I'm thinking right now they're rethinking their strategy to lead with this witness, because based on that response online, they clearly fumbled the ball right out of the gate.
I mean, I think I totally agree. I think that this came out the gate wrong. Whether it was premeditated by Johnny Depp's team by saying, "Hey, no, don't bring her in," or don't get examined by the Dr. Hughes, because that could be a really good argument on our side. But we don't know that. We don't know what happened behind closed doors. Maybe she was lazy. Maybe she didn't do her due diligence, because I will say this, though. Dr. Hughes was on the stand. She had ample time to say, I only got transcripts because I never got you guys never gave me an opportunity to sit down with him. She could have said that out loud, but she never did. So right. I feel that if she was going to say that, because I would have done everything I could to save my own ass. I'm going to be real. Right. This is my career that's now getting destroyed. So I would have said everything I could, all truths right there. But she didn't say that. Then also on top of that, so that part was really, really bad. Then on top of that, or at least that proves to me that it wasn't Johnny Depp's team going, no, we don't want you to be be examined by this psychologist. I think that he would have gone in there without any problem, just sat there and did his thing, in my personal opinion. But at the same time, you see that even that, if she had the opportunity to say otherwise, she should have done it. She didn't. So clearly, this was the wrong person to start off with. And she gets paid $500 an hour, $500 an hour to just do something like this. Was she worth $500? I don't think so. And
well, clearly not. But let me say, $500 an hour for a medical expert that's not outrageous. That's certainly not a payoff. That's not an amount to a doctor that you're going to say, oh, give me $500 an hour and I'll say whatever you need me to say. I mean, that's bupkis. That's no money at all.
Yeah.
So honestly, anybody, maybe to the average person who's making $15 an hour or less, that sounds like a lot of money to be there. But for people in the medical profession who have to go and testify, they're giving up a day, an afternoon, whatever they're doing to be there. They're not seeing patients. It's just not that much money. Still, I'm sure Depp's experts were paid also, and I'm sure that was brought out on those examinations, and I'm sure they were paid handsomely as well, because doctors make a lot of money.
And the other thing to add into this, she doesn't even remember. She didn't even remember any of her notes. She kept on having to refer to her notes the entire time. Whereas you have somebody like, I feel like Dr. Curry set the bar really, really high. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, this is what an expert witness should be doing. She
Well-
went in there, no notes, no nothing. She just came in, bop, 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 bop. And then you have Dr. Hughes going like, she just was just falling apart and getting
You know,
frustrated.
it
and
is a
angry.
nerve. But imagine, Pascal, imagine from her perspective, it's just nerve wracking.
Of course.
You know, even for people who do testify as experts, they don't do it on a internationally followed trial where everybody is watching. That's you can't expect. That's not where her expertise is. Her expertise is intimate one-on-one therapeutic conversations to try to help people out of their situations, get them to a healthier place. Going on the stand, testifying in front of the world, not wanting to get anything wrong. You know, she consults her notes. Now, I agree. If I were in her shoes, knowing I was going to be in front of the world, I'd have had my shit down. I'd have read every note. I would have made sure I had every detail down. But at the same time, the fact that she didn't, there is something about that that's kind of human. She doesn't want to make a mistake. Likability plays such a huge role when it comes to expert witnesses as well. You know, if somebody even just, you know, you want people that are down to earth, that are speaking matter of factly, that are giving it to you straight, that are speaking in plain language. You know, those things connect with juries. Anything that hints otherwise, you know, it's a killer, because look how we are as a society. We are all sitting there with our slingshots, just waiting to point our pebble at something. You know,
That's
we're not exactly a society that bends over to give people the benefit of the doubt. You know, we are very quick to attack. And in a situation like this, I mean, it's disastrous. If I had been on the defense side, I would have figured out who on my team is the most likable person, the most believable, the least controversial. I probably would have led with that, got the ball rolling, you know, on something that would have gone down smooth and easy down the jury's throat.
You know, that's true too. It's like a good character witness would be good, to get something started, just to get the ball rolling. Maybe it's something more like them getting to know Amber Heard, who she is, somebody who knows her intimately, not sexually
Right.
speaking, not biblically speaking, but maybe one of her sister or something like that. Just to have
Exactly.
an idea.
Somebody to tell us this is who she was before the marriage.
Yes.
You know, this is who she was. This is why they fell in love. This is the good person. This is the heart. And this is what I observed in her as time went on. And this is when I started to get concerned about her. And that's when, and then, you know, and really, you know, somebody intimate, close enough to the situation that, you know, they're getting a firsthand look, but also somebody who's just going to be likable, even if they do have a natural bias. I think people don't mind if a sister goes up. They know somebody's sister is going to have a natural bias. This is their sister. But a sister also has a perspective and insight that other people don't have. So, yeah, huge misstep here by the defense right out of the gate.
This is going to be a very interesting one. This might go against what you said a couple weeks ago. Maybe your theory might be a little askew. You know, I mean, all depending on what happens here next. Now,
That's true. Now, for those who didn't watch, my theory a couple weeks ago was that if the jury follows the actual jury instructions, the letter of the law, defamation cases are extremely hard to prove. And generally, the defense wins because proving a negative is really, really hard. You know, Johnny Depp proving conclusively that he didn't hit her ever is a really hard thing to prove. So generally, it's hard to win these cases. Now, you know, but a jury can, you know, there's arguments of what they call jury nullification, where a jury basically forgets about what they're instructed, the letter of the law as the judge has told them. And they basically all feel the same way. And they're like, listen, I don't really care what that says. What this woman did to him was wrong, and we're finding in his favor. And that could happen. Could be appealable, but that could happen.
Yeah.
But he has already won in the court of public opinion.
Exactly. I mean, even if he does lose, he still walks out victorious, because I'm sure he still walks out with some movie deals or something.
Exactly.
Something's going to be coming around. Maybe he said he'll never work for Disney ever again, and I don't blame him for feeling that type of way. But I'm sure there'll be some opportunities for him to get back on the screen and do what he loves and do what he does, so he can make some money back, right?
Money
but yes, money definitely talks. But now we have, and you never know, he might do Pirates 17. You never know however much money is being put on the table in front of him. But what we now know, coming up very, very soon, the moment we've all been waiting for, Amber Hurd will be taking up the stand. Allegedly, she'll be taking the stand and speaking her side of her story here very shortly. Now, the quick question before we even go into the idea or what they're planning on doing with Amber Hurd, is there a possibility that they could say, hey, we got another witness we want to throw up instead, because they want to kill some time? Because it felt like they were running the clock a little bit. They were stalling like crazy, it felt like.
It's possible. As I mentioned yesterday, I do think ideally you want to start with, this is going to be your star witness. It's going to live or die ultimately with whether the jury believes her. You could have all the experts and the other people in the world, but if they don't believe her, it's over. So you normally would want to start a witness like that first thing in the morning when everybody's fresh and focused. But if you can get them on like right after a lunch break when everybody's been well fed, obviously everyone's just waiting on the edge of their seat to hear what this woman's going to say. So the jury their ears will be perked up. They will be listening. You definitely don't want to push her till later in the week. As the week wears on, everybody tires. Right now, you're at a Wednesday after lunch. I don't think they'll stall. I think she's probably, listen, like every defendant would be in this situation, she's got to be, shaking tremendously.
Oh, she's
on the inside and maybe on the outside.
Yeah, she's definitely freaking out. I'm sure she is, because she's got to get her facts straight. And I think that's the reason why they were stalling so much during that last part when Team Hurd came back, the defense came back and asked more questions, and then they were just running audio files, like other recordings that we've already heard a bunch in previous things. And I know that we're going to be like revisiting things again, especially videos and audio content as well. I know we're going to be seeing those things as well. But at the same time, though, it just felt like they were stalling so that they can get to the lunchtime, so they at least have that hour to get her properly prepared, make sure she's vetted, so that when she goes up on the stand, she's not sitting there feeling like, blubbering and fumbling the ball, right? Or sinking the ship even faster, right?
Right. Although I will say, I do think that most people, again, I think too positively about people. I probably should stop doing that.
It's okay.
I like to believe that most people will expect her to be quite nervous, quite shaky, and give her some, listen, whoever is right or wrong on here, getting on the stand is terrifying. I don't care who you are.
Facts.
It is terrifying.
I mean, Johnny Depp went up there and he was taking a lot of time to say every word that came out of his mouth. He was very, very slow. And I think that was because he was worried about anything that comes out of his mouth will be thrown back at him. You see what I'm saying?
And you want to be, you're under oath. You want to make sure that what you're saying is not only precise and accurate and truthful, but that it matches up with what you said in your deposition. You don't get to change your story. Your deposition is under oath in the same manner that you're under oath during the trial.
Right.
And those depositions, when they were deposed, I guarantee they at least went on for a full day, maybe 2 days. Those transcripts are enormous. It is reading a a screenplay to a miniseries by the time you read the transcript of a 2-day deposition. You can imagine what a screenplay looks like for a 2-hour play. You want to see what a transcript looks like for a 2-day deposition, and you got to read it and study it and make sure, and it could have been taken quite a while ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, and now you're at trial, and you have to make sure that everything you say matches up perfectly with that. Because believe me, the other side has got your whole transcript. It has been indexed. It has been highlighted. They know exactly what they plan to go after. And if any part of your story changes at all, it is going to be waved out at your face very quickly. And the inference to the jury is going to be, the guy's changing his story, or look how her story is changing, or, well, geez, these two things are inconsistent. So let me ask you, Mr. Depp, were you lying then or are you lying now? You know, it's one or the other. And so, of course, you're going to be nervous, shaky, you're going to be slow, you're going to be deliberate, and you're going to constantly be obsessed about how everything you're saying is being perceived. She'll look over to the jury. She'll try to connect with them. You know, if you look at the positioning, this is a nice little insider tip. Look at the positioning of how lawyers use the courtroom. You know, if her lawyer is doing the direct examination effectively, she doesn't want Amber talking to her. She wants Amber talking to the jury. That's who Amber has to connect with. So one of the tricks as a lawyer that we'll do is we'll ask the question, and we'll instruct our client ahead of time, you know, make sure to direct your answers to the jury. But there's a tendency to always direct your answers back to whoever asked you the question. So what we'll do is we'll break eye contact with our client. You know, we'll ask the question, and before our client can answer, we'll look over to the jury. And as soon as the client sees that we've done that, the client's reminded, yes, I've got to direct all my answers over to the jury.
Wow.
Yeah, this little techniques, it just works. You don't even have to verbalize it, but they have to connect with her. They have to look into her eyes and make a determination, is this person a truth teller or not? And the end of the day is, if their conclusion is she's not a truth teller, like I said yesterday, they won't listen to a word she said. None of it will matter.
Facts. So then what is something that could be devastating for her then? What could be something that could totally lose the jury? Aside from, obviously, like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of some of the obvious choices, but I'm trying to think of, like, what is one thing that could be asked on the stand
I think
the entire jury.
I think there's a lot. I think there's already been things she's going to have to answer for that are going to make her very unlikable to begin with. Talking about the incident with the defecation in the bed. It's so egregious. It's so disgusting that's going to be talked about. And she's going to have to explain these things in a way that truly reflects, like I said to you yesterday, she has to paint the picture that whatever I did was in reaction to being abused. If they view her as an actor instead of a reactor, she's going to lose. But if they can paint the picture that these bad acts on her part were, this is what it looks like when somebody has been abused so badly that they have reached a breaking point, that they have done things that they never would have imagined in a million years they were capable of. If they can paint that as, you don't know what you're capable of until you have been beaten down like a dog. And then at that moment, you'll do things you never would have imagined you've done for survival. If they can somehow paint that picture, she can bring her chances back here. But man, that's a tall order.
That's a very tall order, because I remember when you came on yesterday, you said, okay, and this is obviously you're not part of the legal team, part of Team Hurd or anything, but you said, hey, if I was Team Hurd, I would do, especially when they're bringing on an expert witness, a forensic psychologist, I would be trying to create this narrative of she was pushed to this place. She was pushed to the place of losing her, losing her sanity, losing her, or, whatever, to the point where she threw bottles that severed his finger, or putting out a cigarette in his face, or defecating in a bed, all those things. What kind of psychological abuse did Johnny Depp put on her that would get her to resort to those actions, right? They didn't do that at all with this witness, like not at all. They asked a bunch of things, but they didn't. Then they did a whole.
No,
bunch
but
of
they did talk about PTSD though. I mean
but it wasn't like a hey, what did you see what I'm saying? They didn't.
Yeah, listen.
They tapped into it, but they didn't really go all the way in.
Here's what I would do if I'm on the defense. What my closing argument is ultimately going to be listen. We don't understand the nature of every relationship. What keeps two people together? I sat through the same trial you all did, and I wondered the same thing you guys did, which was, why did they stay together? They didn't have children together. They were both independently wealthy. They both had good careers, but we don't know what keeps people together, what the chemistry is between them. But what we have learned is that this was a very unhealthy relationship. Yes, we have learned that there clearly was abuse on both sides. Abuse like this, when you see people stay together like this, if this had been one side completely against the other, no way these two people stay together. What we had here was a situation where both sides did a lot of things to each other that they shouldn't have. And when Amber wrote the op-ed, it was not her responsibility to present a fair depiction of both sides. It's an op-ed. This is her opportunity to express her side of what happened. And the truth of it is, what she said happened, it wasn't the whole story, but the portion that she shared was true. And if Johnny Depp had wanted to write an op-ed in response and give his side of the story, he had every right to. But this is a defamation trial. Johnny Depp has to prove that what she said was a lie. And folks, as you have sat here hearing about the levels of abuse on both sides, can you honestly sit here and say that what she said was a lie, a falsehood? Or is it more likely that she just shared her side of the experience, which she had every right to do? She had no responsibility under the law to provide context, to provide his side of the story, or to provide the whole story. She only had a responsibility to share what she wanted to share, as long as it was truthful, and it was. Like, that is my defense. That is my closing argument, and I think it's accurate. I think it's an accurate argument. I think listen, I'm good at this. I think that's a pretty good argument if I'm making the close on the defense.
Right. I mean, and I see that point. And that's kind of one of the things that they have been leaning on. But I feel like they're trying to throw in definitely different things all at the same time. I feel like they're throwing everything and the kitchen sink right now.
Nobody's going to remember the details, Pascal. No one's going to remember that. Right now, most of this is to get it into evidence so that they can argue it and close. These cases always boil down to the closing arguments. If a lawyer can go over the stuff, and the defense lawyers, they have to embrace all of the positive and negative facts that come up during the case. They can't try to whitewash the negative facts. Embrace it all and paint the whole relationship as just fucking chaos. Excuse the language.
You're good.
The more chaotic, the more mutually abusive the defense can paint the overall relationship, the harder it's going to be for the jury to say what she wrote in that op-ed was a lie. And they have to be able to say that to find, for Johnny Depp.
Yeah. If it turns into that, I mean, it's going to be a very interesting angle, because now they're saying that, I mean, from my understanding, they're saying that she didn't even write the op-ed.
I don't know where that came from. She hasn't testified to that. We'll find out. They're going to ask her, obviously.
That's what Team Hurd is saying right now. That's
what they're saying. Who has testified to that?
Right. Zero.
They just started their case.
Right.
They just started their case.
Right.
You know, sometimes, and again, you know, I can't say for sure, but you know, sometimes when you want to test a theory and you know the whole public's watching, you know, you leak a theory to the press, you leak it to the public, see if the public bites, see if anybody goes for it. So it's very possible the defense, you know, put out a story to the press and said, listen, you know, we're going to put on our case, but truthfully, we don't even know that she wrote the op-ed. You know, she had a ghostwriter or she had a this, and we're not even sure that they have proven. You know, they made the point in the motion to dismiss that Depp's team had not established that she had in fact written the op-ed herself.
Mm-hmm.
So they made that argument in the motion to dismiss. But the reality of it is, I do not think you're going to see that become a key point in Amber's case. First of all, nobody's going to give a shit. It's got her name on it. To throw that in now, it wouldn't make a difference legally anyway. I don't think I would be very surprised if they made that play at all in her testimony.
Right. You know, there's a lot of things that I'm sure that Team Depp's side is going to do, which is throwing in things like there was a TRO, like a restraining order that was implemented that she broke herself. There's going to be a lot of things like the divorce settlement as well, where she made $7 million that she never paid to the ACLU, to the children's hospital that she was involved in and all that. And I know that that's all like not her breaking the law. I mean, you can always say you're going to do something and not fully do it, but at the same time, it does show a little bit of
about her credibility,
about her character, about accountability and who she is as a person.
But you know, what if she went up there and let's say they made a big issue about that? They said you were going to give this money to the ACLU, you were going to give the money to this, and her defense, you know, becomes, you know, I had every intention of doing that. I also didn't know that I was going to be slapped with $100 million lawsuit and was going to have to hire a team of a legal team that was going to cost me a tremendous amount of money to defend this case. And I also didn't know at the time that because of that lawsuit that I was going to miss out on business opportunities and the ability to earn money. My financial ability to fulfill those commitments was substantially changed as a result of this lawsuit. And now to come at me after and try to paint me like I can't fulfill those promises, when the reason I can't fulfill those promises is because I was slapped with an enormous lawsuit that I then had to defend. I mean, I don't know. There are so many other areas to hit her in her credibility. I don't know if that's the best way to go after her credibility.
Yeah. Well, I feel like there's a lot, right? There's a lot of coverage they're going to have because, of course, Johnny Depp has had weeks. Johnny Depp's team has had weeks of proving or showing information, hearing Johnny Depp's side of the story and all that. And so I think this is going to be very interesting to see what happens with how her demeanor, how she presents herself, how they're going to be able to bounce back from this expert witness that, in my personal opinion, wasn't very expertly, you know, from dropping this ball, from fumbling this ball, how they're going to bounce back.
Listen,
I feel like
the jury's not going to remember that expert in 3 weeks. They're not going to remember her.
No, they're not. They're going to remember her.
Johnny Depp, and they'll remember Amber Heard.
But they're going to remember. But the thing is the Dr. Curry's testimony on Johnny Depp's side was palpable. People remember that stuff. It has a lasting impression on
Johnny
that.
Depp, he's got a lot more money than Amber Heard. He's going to have the better experts.
That's true too. But I'm just saying, as far as lasting impression, right? Being out there and being seen, and the professionalism and how she came in, and she just went down the list of things, knew it by rote, off of memory. I think is going to be, obviously shows a huge difference between Johnny Depp's expert witness and her expert witness. So it's going to be interesting to see what sticks with the jury, and it's going to be interesting to see what she does from this point on. I feel like she has to drop like some sort of bombshell, it seems like, to really rev things up in a way.
There's no, you could forget that. If there was any bombshell to be had, it would have come out in the depositions. If she were to come out with something new that wasn't covered in depositions, where did it come from? I mean, you're not gonna see anything new like that. Now, what will be the most fun thing to watch are the cross-examinations, because as a lawyer, you live for cross-examinations. You don't live for direct examinations. Direct examinations are, the boring part of a script, and you're just listening most of the time. The cross-examinations, man, that's why you went into litigation, because you want to go in there and slice a person's testimony to shreds, and it'll be interesting to see stylistically how they go after Amber. Like I mentioned yesterday, if you go after her too aggressively in your tone, then you are letting the jury see what she looks like as a victim, and you don't want her to be a victim. So you want to get that information out of her. You want to expose these lies. But it'll be interesting to see how hard of a tone Depp's lawyers take when they start asking her questions. I mean, I would have to really almost adjust my tone depending on how she came off during her direct. If she really kills it in her direct, and you can see, you got to watch the jury, see how they're feeling about her, then you got to go in there and you still got to get the same answers out of her. But tone has so much to do. If I see that the jury is taken to her, I take a far more respectful tone, a quiet tone, a patient tone, but I stay persistent with my questions until I get the answers that I know I need to get from her. On the other hand, if she comes off unlikable, bitchy, if it's clear that the jury isn't buying what she's saying, then I think you have much more free rein to be a little bit more aggressive in going after her in the questioning, just stylistically.
I think, and that's a very good point there, because obviously if she's winning over the jury, you don't want to trigger her, and you don't want to come off like you are being abusive to her.
Right,
if you're trying to ask her questions. So, you gotta kind of have to be, perceptive of what's going on and the vibe that she's giving off. But if she's coming off like that doctor did, let her rip, I guess. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, hey, she's, because in one of the things that they were talking about when they were trying to make a motion to strike for a dismissal, the one of Johnny Depp's lawyers was pointing at her, being like, she's the abuser, she is, and just very aggressive. So in my mind, I'm like, ooh, I'm interested. I really would love to see more of this, more of that during her cross-examination, but I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. I think they're going to be handling her with kid gloves.
I think you just have to read the room. It is an art form. Litigation's an art. Not everybody can do it. A lot of people think, oh, you're somebody who likes to argue, so you'd be a good litigator. No, a litigator isn't just somebody that argues. A litigator, a really great one, is a master of understanding empathy, of reading emotions and body language, both from the witness and from the jury. A person who can, has a huge toolbox. This is what I talk about with all of our lawyers. You got to develop a large toolbox so that when a situation arises, you could open your toolbox and find that you have the perfect tool for that situation. I find that too many people, you open their toolbox and all they have in there is a hammer. That's it. That's their only tool. And I tell you, that person will never be successful, because there is a time and a place to use the hammer. But that doesn't cover almost every situation that comes up. You want that nice, elaborate toolbox that has just the right tool for just the right occasion. And a great litigator has, man, they've got one of those toolboxes. You look at it, you're like, damn, this person has a lot of tools.
Right.
That's what the great ones have.
No, that's very true. Or you know, or they just know when. Exactly. It's like they know when to go in very nice and kind, and they know when to strike. Right.
And they listen. If you go in there with all your questions sort of written down, and you're like, I'm going right through this list, and that's it. They may do okay, but the great ones are going to listen for something that witness is going to give you, an adjective. For example, they'll say something like, Miss Hurd, when he did that, did that make you enraged? Were you enraged? And then she'll equivocate. Well, I wouldn't say I was enraged. Okay. Were you angry? And you wait until they give you a word that you can use. Yeah, I would say I was angry. And then you loop that adjective into a series of questions. And you say, were you still angry when you did X, Y, and Z? Did you still have that same anger you just talked about when you did A, B, and C? Mm-hmm. And when you did such and such, was that also from that anger? So you get the witness to agree to an adjective, as strong of an adjective as you can. And then you loop it. It's called looping. You loop that word, their own word, back through a series of subsequent questions. But in order to do that effectively, the lawyer can't just stick to the questions they have written down. You got to actively listen, because a witness will give you gems if you're listening for them. And then you got to know how to use those gems when they show up. And you got to know it like this. You got to know it like this, because it's in the moment. It's like watching a great athlete, a tennis player who has to respond to the other shot with anticipation and fury.
That's crazy. I didn't know that was the thing. That's
man.
They teach you that in law school? They
you know
teach
what?
you in law school?
In the law school itself, they don't. But if you take the time to work with in the litigation programs like Washington University, SLU has a great program too, but I went to WashU, so that's the one I can speak of. If you go through their trial program and you get a mentor like Judge Mason, and you work with somebody like that every day for 2 years, yeah, you learn all of that, all those tricks. And then you got to put them into practice.
That's wild. That's absolutely wild. That's good to know, though. I mean, and now we got something a little bit. Now me and the fam have more to look forward to, especially when they, allegedly. I mean, because you never know, they might throw somebody up instead of Amber Hurd. We don't know, but she is set to go up today. So if she does go up after this lunch break, it'll be very, very. It's going to be a very exciting time, y'all. And just seeing her demeanor, how she is, what she says, everything. And then, of course, now what Ed just said, there's a bunch of things here to keep in mind and look out for, because it might be a very interesting and educational examination, So
listen, if there's anything good that can come out of this for the fans, I'll call them the fans because they're riveted to this, is that this isn't television. This isn't a movie. This is an actual trial following actual rules of law, and which means a lot of it's boring. But they're getting to see the real thing, and I'm hoping that some of these little tips and behind the scenes stuff that I'm offering up help people pay a little bit more attention to not just the question, but the follow-up question, how it's being asked, and the body, so that they could appreciate just the art of the litigation a little bit more. Also, you're probably noticing this is my lunch hour. I had food brought in today from St. Louis Kolash. Have you ever eaten at St. Louis Kolash? I think they've got a couple locations. It's really good. But everything they do comes in just these little like bread buns, and you bite into it. This one's pizza, but they've got, this is filled with sloppy Joe. This one's filled with buffalo chicken. I'm not going to eat all of these, obviously, now, but I tend to buy a bunch of them, keep them in the fridge, just because DoorDash charges so much extra, and these keep really well. But if you've never tried St. Louis Kolash, these are delicious.
I'm gonna have to try that, man.
Yeah, these are really good.
I'm gonna have to try that out.
This one is just filled with a gigantic meatball.
Wow.
Yeah, it's almost like an enclosed slider.
Nice. Okay.
Delicious.
An enclosed slider. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that out for sure. All right, so a quick question for you: are you gonna be sticking around a little bit with us as we look at Amber Hurd?
I would love to, but I have a very full afternoon of appointments and stuff. I will try to watch some of it tonight. I'm sure she's still going to be testifying all day tomorrow as well.
All day.
So you're gonna have her all day, the rest of the day today. And if you want me tomorrow, I'm sure that we can find some time to do a little analysis, a little talk on that.
We'll definitely figure something out for sure. But
in
then,
the meantime, have you talked? I mean, I know you're all Johnny Depp all week, but have you spent any time talking about the Dave Chappelle incident from last night?
So I did a pop-up video about it first thing this morning.
Okay,
so shameless plug, everybody. Please go check it out. I have it over there before we go into this Amber Hurd trial where she comes up to the stand. Please go check it out. I did a pop-up video basically 15 minutes before we went live this morning. So go check it out. It's on my page right now.
I just want to make sure that these other important stories that I know you would normally cover aren't totally left out. I'm happy to hear that you did that.
Yes, I did. The other one I still want to get a chance to talk about as well. Of course, we can't jump into it right now, but the overturning of the Roe v. Wade situation, that's something that I'm looking to talk about later on this evening, because we need to talk about it, because that's a huge situation, and we need to bring that to light.
Yeah. The world is turning upside down before our eyes, Pascal.
Yeah, it's weird.
Wear your seatbelt, otherwise you're going to find yourself on the floor.
Exactly. So I don't know what to say about that, but I'm looking to bring some people on tonight. So I don't know if you're available or anything, but it'd be great to have you on, hear your 2 cents about this whole decision, because it's not confirmed yet, right? It's not a confirmed thing.
It was a leaked opinion that was written. It seems to be legitimate, but it is not official. It hasn't been fully put out there yet, so we'll see what's what. Oh, they're bringing her out now, huh?
It looks like.
Let me see if I'm going to try to just stay on long enough to see if she is actually called to the stand or if there's a audible going on.
Yeah, I'm thinking there's going to be an audible, but weirder things. We might be happily wrong. Let's just say that. So we'll see what happens.
Sorry, Judy.
Oh boy. It's been that kind of day, she says. Oh, have mercy. Have mercy.
Sloppy Joe, you see that? Delicious.
Yeah. I'm going to have to do that. I need to go grab my lunch too. So I'm waiting for this to get started, and I'm going to run and get my food really quick. It's in the other room. Jury's coming in right now as we speak, y'all. That's why we're kind of waiting in anticipation. Yeah, I'll get my food. I promise. It'll take me 2 seconds.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Take me a few minutes.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Laura Amber Hurd to the stand.
Okay.
Amber.
Wow. Wow. It is on like Donkey Kong. Yes. The moment we've all been waiting for is finally happening. We thought it was Monday, but it was Wednesday nonetheless. Here we go. She was already trying to make eye contact with the jury, smiling at him and stuff. You see that?
All right,
yeah, it's about to go down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name?
Yes, it's Amber Laura Hurd.
And what is your address?
I live in Yucca Valley, California.
And how old are you, Amber?
I am 36. I just celebrated.
Okay. And do you have a daughter?
I do. She also celebrated her birthday recently. She's 1.
Okay. And what is your profession?
I am an actor, mostly.
Okay. Now, why are you here?
I am here because my
Have
ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote.
And how do you feel about that?
She said it.
Yep, she wrote it. See, I
And,
told you it was going to be non-issue.
I struggle to have the words. I struggle to find the words to describe how painful this is. This is horrible for me to sit here for weeks and relive everything. Hear people that I knew, some well, some not. My ex-husband, with whom I shared a life, speak about our lives in the way that they have. This is the most painful and difficult thing I've ever gone through, for sure.
Now, there was a trial in the UK in July of 2020 where Mr. Depp had sued the Sun newspaper and Dan Wooten. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what was your level of participation in that lawsuit, in that trial?
Well, I was not party to that lawsuit. I was a witness. I suppose the primary witness, since it dealt with the truth of the relationship that I shared with Johnny.
And what, if any, role did you have to play with respect to, for example, witness statements and testifying?
Objection, compound.
I said, for example.
Overruled.
I had to write, I think I gave 7 witness statements under oath testimony. I sat on the stand for 4 days under mostly cross-examination. And up until this point, it was the hardest thing I had ever had to do.
Thank you, Yaya.
Thank you, Amber. I'm going to take you back, and if you can just tell the jury a little bit about your background. Tell us where you grew up.
I come from Austin, Texas, a small town outside of Austin that you probably haven't heard of. No one has. It's called Maynard. And I was raised by my mother and my father. And I grew up with a little sister, although I have a big sister as well.
And your little sister's name is?
Her name is Whit Hurd.
And how much of an age difference is there between the two of you?
Whitney and I are about 1 year. I think we're 16 months apart. So right next to each other.
And what did your father do for a living?
My father broke horses and did construction. He painted houses, and hunted and fished. But that was for fun.
And what did your mom do?
She worked for the state of Texas.
Let me just, since you talked about the breaking horses, can you just tell the jury what your role is in assisting your dad on that and what is involved in breaking horses?
Objection, leading.
Terrible objection.
You just told me
I was going to say,
Overruled.
leading what?
Even if it is leading, who cares?
Spawn, basically. I would help him. I was more of a crash test dummy. You know, when you train a horse, it's a wild animal. It doesn't necessarily like to be ridden. And there are people out there who are crazy enough, like my dad, to pick that as a profession, I guess. And he was really good with horses. And I was the son he never had. So it was my job to, stay on.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your father about how to react to the horses?
Well, with training horses, I guess the key things are to not show fear, not get intimidated, not show fear, be tough and calm.
Tell the jury a little bit about your educational background during those growing up years and your work experience.
I worked any job that I could from the time I was really young. I wanted to get out of Texas and do something with my life and see things and do things. So I was in school and really pushed myself to, I just always pushed myself to be able to accelerate the process. I wanted to, get out of school as fast as I could. And I wanted to do more things with my life than stay in Texas.
So what types of things, so where did you go to school when you were younger?
I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic school growing up, several different Catholic schools, but they were always in the other, on the other side of town, in the wealthier part of town. And I grew up quite working class, and thankfully with, as long as I maintained an A average, I enjoyed the benefit of a scholarship, and I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early, and I did that and placed out of school and effectively left school at 16 years old, I believe.
And what did you do for work during those younger years?
I took any job that I could. I worked at my father's construction company, sometimes, just administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company. But I answered phones, and I worked at a modeling agency that was also, offered photography classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for people that were pursuing a career in entertainment. And I started taking classes that I paid for by working there effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the pictures that you use in the industry to promote yourself, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
And what, if any, charitable work did you do when you were still young?
It started off as a requirement for the school I went to, and then I liked it so much, I think, because it meant I wasn't at home.
Thank you.
That was important to me, is just to
Thank you for the
not
$5
spend
super
time
chat,
at home.
Dory.
And
May the 4th be with you as well.
I really loved meeting people. So I worked at the soup kitchen every morning before school, during the school year, for about 4 years. I didn't go on weekends, but on weekends I would do various things. Worked at children's, museums, typically, because they would work with younger volunteers, and mostly soup kitchens and things involving children. I worked at with deaf kids for a while, and I love it.
And when
Charity
you
work
with deaf kids, what, if anything,
They're
to learn to
set
be
the
able to work?
bar, take you through her history,
Question
show you
leading and
she's
404.
worked hard for everything she's gotten,
Relevance to
given back. She
Overruled.
comes from humble folk.
Well, I taught myself how to sign basic sign language, and then I pursued it. I audited a course at the community college, which I ended up going to get out of high school early later on. But
I will
would
be right
audit
back.
classes. The teachers never wanted to kick the I did makeup once.
I guess the audio went out when I left.
Nothing, no job was too
But I'll be back.
small or, for me. So I put myself out there, and she had heard about me, and she said, I have heard about you in this town, and I'd love to meet you in LA if you're
the
ever
camera on
Audio
Johnny.
sound.
in LA.
Audio's
And I was
back.
like,
I'll be right back.
when can I come? And she made an appointment with me for the following week, and I used all but $180 or something to get out there. And I landed. I didn't know anyone. I was 17. And I've effectively been there ever since, I suppose.
So when you arrived in Hollywood, please tell the jury what you did to get moving there, get going.
I went to every audition, every casting, every meeting, every appointment that I could. I put myself out there. I didn't have a car because those were expensive. So I took the bus around LA. It was before smartphones. I had a Thomas guide in my bag and a change of tank tops. Not that it mattered, but I went to about 10 auditions sometimes a day and would change clothes if I needed to in the back of, the bus I was taking. And I just hustled from one audition to the other. And I got a bit part on one thing, and then I got a bit part on another thing. And then eventually my roles kind of became more important or bigger. And it's been a slow progression, I guess, since then, of doing either tiny bit parts in bigger movies or doing, larger roles in movies that no one would see. And I guess, it still is kind of like that.
So I'm going to ask you to go from 2002 to 2009. If you could just describe for the jury a little bit what types of parts you had. I think they've indicated you have not been well known here in this courtroom compared to Mr. Depp. So perhaps just take them through a little bit of that.
Yeah, that's fair. I did small roles in big films like Zombieland and Pineapple Express and movies that were well known. My first one was Friday Night Lights. But again, I had small roles in those bigger films. And then I would do larger roles in kind of smaller films. Like I did a project where I was the lead in a John Carpenter film, and he came out of retirement to do that. And that's kind of how it was in terms of my career for those that first initial 10 years or so. It was just going from slightly bigger role to slightly bigger role and just working my butt off.
So I'm going to take you up to 2008. Did there come a time that you auditioned for The Rum Diary?
Yes, I auditioned for that in about 2008, I believe.
Please describe for the jury your experience in auditioning for The Rum Diary.
Well, I auditioned a few times, which is common in my work. You get a call back, as they say. And I think I had at least one, maybe two callbacks with the director. And then I got a call saying that Johnny, who at the time I think I knew that he was producing it as well, was doing a project that was something very personal to him. He was reprising his role as his late friend, Hunter S. Thompson, and it was a very important project to him, and that he wanted to meet me in person. I thought I would be going for maybe an audition, but it was just a meeting. I went to his office and met with him for a few hours.
And what did you talk about during those few hours?
We talked about books and music, poetry. We liked a lot of the same stuff, obscure writers and, interesting books and pieces of poetry that I haven't heard anybody else reference or know or like. And he was very well read and charismatic. And, I think I left the office with a few books that he gave me. And we spent the whole time just talking about things that we care about. And I was so surprised that somebody, I knew who he was. I wasn't familiar, I wasn't a fan of his work. I wasn't familiar with him, but I knew who he was. He's one of the most famous people in the world. So it was already a weird thing to go and get called into his office. And, I'm a no-name actor. I was 22, I think. And I thought it was unusual. It was weird because he was twice my age and he's this world famous actor. And here we are getting along about obscure books and weird, old blues. And I thought it was remarkable. I thought it was unusual and remarkable. I left there just feeling like, wow.
So did there come a time that you learned that you were going to be cast for the role in the Rum Diary?
Yes, a few days later, my agent said that Johnny's going to call you. We gave him your phone number. I was like, oh, okay. And shortly after, my phone rings, I pick it up and I hear, this like deep voice on the other line. And he said, you got you're it, kid. You're the dream. Hunter wrote this part and you're the dream. You're it, kid. I was like,
and
amazed.
Please describe for the jury what that means. What was the Rum Diary and this Hunter Thompson? What was the concept here and what role were you playing?
Well, it was my understanding that he was bringing to life his late friend. And what he told me was that this character is supposed to be the dream woman, like the dream, American dream. And so I knew what he meant. He indicated to me when he told me I got the role that I was that, that I was the dream kid. That's what he said.
So did there come a time that you started filming the Rum Diary?
Yes, I'm not quite sure how much. I think we started filming in maybe March of 2009.
And where did you film the Rum Diary?
We shot it in Puerto Rico.
And describe, if you can, the events of the filming and your interactions with Mr. Depp during that time.
It was a bit surreal, filming in a place like Puerto Rico. It was beautiful. It takes place in the 50s. So everything really looked beautiful, cars and clothing, the music. It was a very colorful shoot in general. I couldn't have asked for, a better scenario. I was on film. I mean, I was on set reading my books, and occasionally Johnny would talk to me, and then he started to be really kind to me, like more open with me. When we'd have hot days filming, there'd be this big SUV pull up and a security guard would kind of usher me into this car, and it would have the AC blasting, and I'd be sitting in the back of the SUV just thinking what a strange experience the whole thing was. And we didn't really have a whole lot of interaction on set until we did a scene that involved kissing. We had a kissing scene, and it didn't feel like a normal scene anymore. It felt more real. There are certain things that you do in the job to be professional, like when you have to do that sort of scene, and you don't you don't use your tongue if you can avoid it. There's certain things that you do to just maintain a certain line, and it just felt like those lines were blurred. I mean, he grabbed my face and pulled me into him and really kissed me. But we were filming a scene.
Did he use his tongue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you celebrate your birthday while you were in Puerto Rico?
I did. I celebrated, I think, maybe my 23rd birthday there.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do for your birthday?
Well, we were already kind of talking about books and poetry and things like that. He gave me a few really beautiful poetry books. And he gave me a bicycle, like a vintage bicycle, because at the time I was riding around on a bike, and I had a lot of time off since I was a smaller role in the movie. And yeah, I think that was it.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that you ended up visiting him in his trailer?
Yes, I think there was we would hang out if, after or in between scenes or in between setups, we often were, talking about things and would continue the conversation into the trailer, often with the director. Bruce Robinson was his name. And then at one point we talk about wine. It's another thing that Johnny and I shared in common, a love for wine, red wine. And we were talking about a kind of wine that I enjoyed. And I was, going on about how great this bargain wine was. And I didn't understand, how much more sophisticated Johnny's taste in wine was. So I was going on about the virtues of Malbec or something. And I brought him a bottle of this wine, and I set it down. And at some point I'm going back to get back to set, and he kind of kicked his foot up in the air and basically kind of lifted the back of my bathrobe up. And
Can I just stop you there? Why were you wearing a bathrobe?
because I was doing a scene, it was a period film, so it took place in the 50s. And so I had all of this old undergarments that are for that time era on. And the scene involved me changing. So I had all the costume on. And he kind of picked up the back of my robe with his boot. And I kind of turned around and laughed, giggled, I didn't know what to make of it at the time. And I just kind of giggled and batted it away playfully. And he kind of playfully kind of pushed me down on this bed sofa that was in his trailer, just playful and flirtatious. And he said, yum. And he kind of lifted up his eyebrows like that. And I just giggled, laughed it off, kind of batted him away, and, moved on, went back to set.
And were you in a relationship at that time?
I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Depp in a relationship at that time?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. And did anything else of significant happen during that time period while you were filming with Mr. Depp, other than what you've told us?
We just had this, it was a friendship, a flirtatious thing. I felt chemistry. I felt this other thing that went beyond the pale of my job, for sure. Johnny clearly felt that way about me, had indicated to me that that's how he felt in many different ways. But at the same time, we were both in relationships, and it is a job, and, it was intimidating. And I just remember feeling kind of intimidated and a little nervous about that. And I also was in a relationship, so we went our separate ways, and I didn't hear from him for a long time.
And that's, so approximately how long were you filming in Puerto Rico for The Rum Diary?
A few months is my best
All right.
guess.
And when you left Puerto Rico and the filming, when is the next time that you had any contact from Mr. Depp? And contact could include anything, communications, written communications.
They're
as
clearly
well as,
trying
telephone
to
or
establish a relationship
We
here.
had no contact until
Like the
Johnny
start of
called me
it,
on the phone
where
one
everything
day,
got really good.
and I
You know
was
what I mean?
driving, and he invited me over to his home,
Establishing the foundation.
in California, in Beverly Hills. And I it was out of the blue. I didn't even have his phone number. So it was quite unexpected. He called me a second time, but I don't think we actually connected, or we didn't stay on the phone because we didn't really speak, but the first time was the only time I actually spoke to him, and he invited me over to his house under kind of he said that, we could get Bruce, who was the director, to come over, something about the movie, but it was clearly not about the movie, if you know what I mean. It was, so I said, I said, my friends are in town, and I'm busy with that, and kind of hung up feeling really startled, that didn't know what else to do.
What, if any, gifts did Mr. Depp send you during that time period after you filmed The Rum Diary?
He sent me several gifts. He sent me a beautiful dress, one that I wore in the movie, with a beautiful handwritten note, said happy wrapping, and made a reference to the dress being wrapping paper. He sent me a few gorgeous, expensive, what I can only assume are expensive.
What the hell just happened? All right, hold on one second, guys. I don't know what happened there. One second, guys. That's weird. Everybody on the live is going, what the heck is going on? I'll find it somewhere else. Give me a second.
Classes in high school?
Okay.
You ended up having to go on a press tour for The Rum Diary.
I got a call for the Rum Diary press tour in the fall of 2011.
So that's close to 2.5 years after you filmed?
I'm an actress, not a mathematician for a reason, but roughly, yes.
Okay. And could you please describe for the jury what a press tour is? Just explain it to them.
Well, you take a movie once it's completed, and if it doesn't have distribution, you, as part of the promotion of that movie, you go to these various places, normally cities like London or New York, and you do press events in those cities to kind of promote the film. And you go to place talking about the film.
And so you were then called to participate in the press tour for The Rum Diary?
Yes, I had just finished going through the process of separation with my former partner, and I was moving and going through that, and I got a phone call saying, remember that movie you did in Puerto Rico? Well, they want you for the press tour. And I said, well, perfect timing. And we did that, I think late October 2011.
Okay. So describe for the jury your interactions with Mr. Depp during the press tour.
Well, on the the beginning of the tour was Los Angeles, where we both lived, and we did a press day, normal press day. And then at the end of it, I was invited by Johnny to come up to his room to have a drink with him and the director of the film. And I went up to the room to see both him and Bruce. But as soon as I got there, Johnny said Bruce wasn't going to make it. So I stayed. Johnny and I started talking. He asked me about my relationship. I said, well, I'm going through it. I'm going through the separation right now, and it's been, rough couple of months, but that's normal. And he said, well, that's same with me. It's been, I can't remember exactly how long he said it had been, but that he had split from the mother of his kids, and said that he understood.
All right. And then what happened next?
Then we drank red wine and continued to talk. And the talking became us, reconnect, you know, it was like reconnection was almost instant. It was just chemistry. It's hard to explain that, but we sat on the couch and we talked, and you know, it felt like there was it felt like there was an electricity to the room, and so I felt when I was alone with him anyway, and it was instant again. I was like, whoa. So on the couch, we talked, finished some wine, and then I got up and left. And as I went to leave, he grabbed both sides of my face, similar to what he did in Puerto Rico when we were filming that scene. And he kissed me, and I kissed him back.
And what happened next with respect to any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, then we fell in love. We went on this press tour, and we went. It was a beautiful and strange time. You know, we're flying from one, not together, but you know, going from one city to the next, Europe, New York, Los Angeles, as I said, and we're just traveling around talking about this movie that we did together, that we participated in together, and we were falling in love. I mean, it was just, you know, at the first dinner in London, he sat me next to me. You know, he produced the film and was a part of controlling the film and was responsible for different things than I was as an actor having a small part in it. And we went on this press tour, and I think in London, he had me sat next to him at a dinner, and then we ended up spending the night together in my hotel room. And for the rest of the press tour, it was on. I'll put it that way.
All right. And how long approximately did the press tour go?
I don't know exactly how long it lasted. I think, you know, there were press engagements in this city for a few days, and then another city for a few days, and then there was a break, and then there was another press opportunity, I believe. So it was kind of spread out over maybe a month, if I'm guessing.
So when you returned to Los Angeles, what, if anything, took place with any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Hold on, I gotta fix this.
Well,
I got the other one. Hold on, guys. 2 seconds.
The world didn't know about the split between he and his former partner.
There we go.
And
it was on, though.
As a woman, I was like,
it was on.
Troubling, you know, and I'd ask him, no, you know, he swore to me that they hadn't even shared a bed for a year, and that they were protecting the kids and not publicizing it. So, or not making it known to the press. And so we kind of had to be a little bit under the radar, not a little bit, we had to be really under the radar, because as Johnny pointed out, that the world would blame me and call me a homewrecker, even though I had nothing to do with it. So we were secretly dating, and then, you know, it was beautiful. It was, I felt like this man knew me and saw me in a way that no one else had. I felt he understood me. I felt he understood where I came from. I felt that, like, when I was around Johnny, I felt like the most beautiful person in the whole world. You know, it made me feel seen, made me feel like $1 million.
And then it all came back crashing down. And that's basically what they're trying to set up.
That kind of
the
feeling
high,
where, you know, he's just
the high of being in love.
Lavish gifts and lavish expressions of love, and how he had never met a woman like me. I mean, I remember he took the foil off of this bottle and put it on my ring finger, and I had only been with him like days, you know, or maybe it was weeks at the time. Yeah, it was probably about a few weeks, but it just felt very intense. But we weren't doing normal life stuff. We weren't like stuck in traffic with each other. We weren't going to the grocery store and doing life. We were like hiding in these places around the world. He has so many homes. And so we'd be in one of those homes or my home at the time, and it would be like a bubble, like we were in this little bubble of secrecy, and it felt like a warm glow, as we would say. Just music.
A warm glow.
And the kind of books that we both loved and
Absolutely.
poetry that we both knew by heart. And it felt like a dream. It felt like absolute magic.
So while you're dating, I take it you're dating at this point, right?
Yeah,
While
sorry,
you're
I didn't make that
while
clear.
you're
Yeah.
falling in love, you're also dating, right? Okay.
So in love, and then I pooped.
Did there come a time early on that you
In our
ended up
chambers.
going to his Bahamas Island?
Yes. So shortly after, I think started dating October of 2011, and
Yes.
as I mentioned, this bubble, where he'd come over to my house and not leave for like 3 or 4 days, just smoking cigarettes and playing music and reading poetry to me or painting me or, just
And
talking.
and straight just clapping
and
cheeks.
then he would
Let's keep it real.
disappear. And there'd be just no way to get a hold of him, no way to contact him.
Whew.
At
I was
first,
hungry,
I
y'all.
didn't really think anything about
I
it.
was
but,
hungry as hell.
He disappeared at one point, and then came back and said he was dealing with some health issue, and would I join him in the Bahamas? And I think that's when I learned he had an island. And I was on a trip with a friend of mine in Spain, and it was for the holidays, and I kind of rerouted my trip so I could come and land in LA landing in Miami instead of LA, so I could go and meet him on the island. And he had Keenan come and meet me on that trip, like in Miami. I get off one plane, get onto another, and go and join him on his private island. And I noticed he was drinking Beck's and tea, like lots of tea. And I didn't foolishly think anything of it. I just, thought the man really seriously, I missed it
Loved
before,
him
but
some tea.
really, really loves tea. And we had this beautiful, I don't know, less than a week probably, trip in the Bahamas, a private island, beautiful sandy beaches. It's a scene that you just don't, I had never experienced
What
anything
was in
like
it?
that.
But what was the tea?
It was a beautiful place, a beautiful time.
Yeah, is she talking about shrooms?
And
Was he taking shrooms tea, or was it
I fell head over
THC
heels in love with
tea?
this man.
You know what I'm saying? Was it weed tea?
So after the Bahamas.
What was the tea?
I
Cannabis
assume you
tea?
came
Yeah,
back.
cannabis tea.
And are we talking now early 2012?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Cocaine
So
tea?
what were you doing
What?
work-wise
That'd be insane.
while you were dating him in this early stage?
What I always do, I would be taking job to job to job, going from one movie to the next, mostly not filming in LA. So weirdly, you live in LA to go shoot on location in other places. So
Why would you say something
when
about
I
the
was in
tea but not
town,
talk about the
we
tea?
would go back to this bubble,
She needs to spill the tea about the tea.
insular bubble with beautiful, blaringly loud music and no one else and nothing else. And then, I'd go off to work.
Mickey D's
And so
Popeye
he-
sweet tea.
well, eventually, yeah, he left to shoot Lone Ranger, I believe.
He loves him some tea.
Now, we've heard a little bit about Lone Ranger, and that's about mid 2012. Is that right? When he was
Yeah.
shooting that?
The
That
movie,
sounds right, mid 2012.
the
Yeah.
movie
And were you
he did
shooting
with the
anything at
cannibal.
that time?
I was shooting.
Machete Kills?
I believe I was shooting Machete Kills in Austin. I had a small part in a
Machete.
Robert Rodriguez film that shot in Austin. I think Johnny was shooting and then having some time off, and there was just a lot of travel, a lot of movement. So
And so what, if any, visiting did you do with Johnny while he was on his set for Lone Ranger, and where was he?
Well, he was filming all over the Southwest, and at some point I came to visit him and on one of his locations, and I would stay in the house because I couldn't really, occasionally I would leave with his security guards, but I didn't really have anything to do but visit him for a few
Thanks.
days. So I'd cook
V-Tracks.
and
Appreciate it.
kind
Thank
of
you.
stay at home and paint or whatever and wait for him to come home and have dinner ready. And we would have these little bubbles, but kind of scattered throughout the Southwest and as he was filming. And at the time, Johnny had, when I first arrived at one of these locations, it was the first time that Johnny told me that he had a health issue, something with his liver, and that he wasn't, that's why he was not drinking.
Percocet
he was
tea?
drinking a lot of tea,
Okay.
like a lot of tea.
What, a UTI? Like what?
Okay. And so we've heard a little testimony about boots. What, if anything, did you do to help Johnny with his boots?
Well, I mean, I suppose that I took off his boots and it made an impression on him, and I was happy to, anything I can do to show love. Certainly how I felt about him. But if he wanted to take off his own boots, he certainly could.
Did you buy Mr. Depp any knives during that time period?
Objection leading. Sustained.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to knives during the time period you were with him in the Lone Ranger?
Objection leading.
What, if anything?
Overruled.
Johnny had a thing for turquoise, and that
Turquoise?
eventually, being in the Southwest, it happens really. It can happen really
Turquoise, that's
quickly.
new.
I also too really love turquoise, and
Turquoise.
he has a
Poor boys?
He loves knives. He loves a lot of things. When Johnny loves things, he does it a
Turquoise.
lot, lots of it.
That's how she pronounces it.
These daggers that he had given me, they were beautiful in design, and they're long curved daggers. And he just talked a lot about knives. Had a knife and gun collection. And was quite proud of it. And at some point, I don't really remember exactly when it was, but at some point I picked up what I thought was a really beautiful turquoise handled.
Why is she saying turquoise? Like,
and I
it's
had
turquoise.
it engraved with a saying that
the
Johnny
hell?
would say to me all the time, which
Turquoise.
I thought was romantic. As funny as that is to say now.
And what was the expression?
To death.
Until death, hasta la muerte in Spanish.
Hasta la muerte.
Now, by the time that you're visiting Mr. Depp during his shooting of Lone Ranger in the June through August 2012 timeframe, what, if any, relationship has he developed with your family?
Turquoise.
Oh, well, starting really early on, Johnny was so kind, so generous to my family, but especially my mom and dad. He met my dad, and my dad's a big personality. He's a rowdy guy. And Johnny just all of a sudden, I had never noticed, Johnny have a Southern, all of a sudden Johnny had the Southern accent and was really like buddies with him. And they really seemed to get along very well. They're, just like instantly he was giving my dad gifts. He gave him guns. He gave him knives. They had this, Johnny just really just showered my dad. And my dad's a working man,
Oh, that's nice. Did he shower him with
salt of the earth
turquoise?
guy. And he was just like, floored. He's getting all these amazing gifts and being invited to come on to these locations. And, Johnny's this big movie star. And my dad was just like, I think my dad would have married him himself, not if I hadn't. And he just instantly, he gave my mom jewelry, brought her out to come and see me while I was visiting Johnny on
Turquoise.
Lone Ranger in some part of the Southwest. I think it was Colorado. He gave her this beautiful turquoise necklace, and
It's got to be shroom tea.
Yeah, they were definitely taken by him.
And what, if any, relationship had Mr. Depp forged with Whitney by this time, your sister?
I believe the relationship came a little bit later as they got to know each other, but he did the same thing with my sister and just really found a bond with them that, you know, was, it was, you know, he tried to do anything and everything he could to make them feel.
Thank you, Shelley. I was thinking that maybe he was like on a water diet.
My mom, my dad, and my sister.
And what, if any,
To lose some weight.
relationships did Mr. Depp form with your friends?
Well, Johnny's so generous and can be this really like overly generous almost, you know, like showering you with gifts and compliments and just, I mean, like, you know, and he has access and means to really, you know, we're not talking about giving you a card. We're like talking about just these like extravagant trips or these extravagant gestures. And it's a lot. And he did that with my close friends. I'm relied heavily on my friends and had a pretty strong support network with them. And he really just showered them with generosity and love and light and invited them to come to these exotic places and flew people here and there. I mean, it's incredibly generous.
So going back to the filming of The Lone Ranger, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to a horse?
Objection leading.
What?
What, if anything?
Overruled.
Excuse me? Torque horse.
Johnny at one point insisted on buying me a horse. And I, of course, said that's extravagant. There's no way I could accept that. That's how will I take care of that horse? You know, it's so extravagant. So I said no, of course. Eventually, he got a hold of my dad and worked it out with my dad, like what kind of horse to buy, and then showed me a picture of this horse and said, "It's yours.
Take it.
It's coming here. I
Deal
think
with
it's being transported."
You're a nightmare,
and he
Johnny
said,
Depp.
you know, that he had my dad's help on it.
How dare you buy
I grew
me
up
a
on my
dumb
dad's
horse?
horses. I grew up riding with my dad. So, you know, I had resisted for, I think, about like a month and a half or something of him kind of bringing up the idea and me saying, that's a crazy gift. No, thank you. No, that's incredibly generous, but I couldn't accept to all of a sudden I had a cult.
So,
Horse.
so let's take you through 2012 and your relationship. Could you just describe for the jury a little bit about how that relationship evolved through 2012?
How dare you? How dare you give me a horse? How dare you?
It was always intense. It didn't become intense. It almost started that
Hasta
way.
la muerte.
When I was with him, you know, I felt that electricity in my body. I felt like butterflies. I couldn't, you know, I couldn't see straight practically. It was just, you know,
Oh my God.
was head over heels in love.
Yes.
And he felt like that to me. He felt like he was also in love. I didn't feel like he was faking it. I felt like what we had, it felt like to me at the time, there wasn't any love like that, you know, I mean, and then he would.
So you beat that ass.
He started to kind of do this thing again where he'd disappear and he'd come back. And I remember at first when he first started drinking, I didn't really think much of it, but all of a sudden the behavior kind of started to go in line with the disappearing, and he'd come back and he'd just be different. And I'd say something and he'd accuse me of saying something else or saying it in a different way, or he would, it was mostly my clothing at the time and me working. That was the main thing. Like, I found myself trying to not talk about auditions because it would change the mood so dramatically. I tried to, you know, he would make these comments about, you know, whoring myself out, but do so in the context of me acting, you know, and he would talk about other actresses who do my role in this way where they were worthless whores, that they were, you know, fame hungry, you know, expletive, you know, just this, the point is it felt really dirty to be an actor. Never mind that he was one. It was dirty that I wanted to do this job that I wanted to do, and I was doing the job of an actress. It was everything every time I was walking out of the house, he would ask me, "That's really what you're wearing, kid? Oh, I see." You know, I wore a dress to an event once, and
were you smashing
I felt
dudes
beautiful
during
in
this
it.
time, though? Were you smashing dudes behind his
Stupid as
back
that
during
sounds,
this
I felt
time?
pretty in this
That's the
dress I
question.
picked out, and
I can see anybody being
I
pissed
showed
off
him because
if
the
she was
carpet,
already
it's red
cheating at that
carpets, and
time.
it's like, you know, publicized, and I kind of thought it was weird. He wasn't saying anything about it. You know, I left him to go do this red carpet, and I was like, "Did you see the you know, the event I went to?" You know, basically, I felt pretty, and I thought, like, "Did you see that?" You know, I wanted him to say something about that, I guess. And he said, well, this is after he stopped talking to me for some time, didn't tell me why. When he came back in my life, he wouldn't explain why he was acting different. He just kind of acted mad at me and didn't know what I had done wrong. And when I brought up the dress and the event, because it was an event to support a charity I was really involved with at the time, and I said, you know, "Did you see that thing?" And he said, yeah, I think the whole world saw that, kid. That's how they'll remember you. That's how the world will remember you. And I was like, oh, come on. I mean, it's like, but it, you know, I felt good in it. I felt good. And he said, yeah, kid, that's what you're putting out there in the world. No one will ever forget that. And that's all they'll see you as. That's what you wanted. That's what you were going for. You know, my dress was low cut. I get it. Low cut.
But if you're cheating, if you're being a little, you know,
I felt really embarrassed and
you're being a little
horrible that I blew
scallywag.
that. I felt like, how could I have made that choice? Of course, you know, he's right. You know, you start to believe it. I started to believe that made a lot of sense, of course. But it didn't stop with that. It was clothing in general. And when I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast in those roles. No wonder you that's what you are. That's what you're making it. And it continued. And then there would be a blow up. And at first it was just to throw something, smash some things. It loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture. That's what it started with. Glass. Threw glass
Blammo.
at me, and
Exactly, Sandy.
I remember it was summer.
Mims.
And he just threw this glass across the kitchen, and it didn't hit me, but it shattered behind me, and I remember thinking that it like very easily could have hit me. And that calling me a whore, it didn't start with using the whore word. It was just comments until it would escalate. And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table. Then he would hit the wall, and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. You know, like when I'm standing there, you know, just hit the wall, screaming at me. But then he would disappear and get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking, he was over it. Done, cleaned himself up. He had done it before, and he'd do it again. And then he would go back to this like wonderful, like almost like just unreal, like but real, you know, but unbelievably nice, sensitive, kind, warm, generous, interesting, funny man that I loved. And he would make me feel so loved. Like I would feel so distant from that thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize it too. And that was how, our relationship kind of started to develop in that first year.
Do you remember the first time that he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
It's seemingly so stupid, so insignificant. I will never forget it. It changed my life. I was sitting on the couch.
Thank you for the $5 super
And
chat.
we were talking.
Dominique.
We were having a normal conversation. There was no fighting, no argument, nothing. And he was drinking, and I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine because it was there was a jar of cocaine out.
Why are you acting like you're surprised? You were
I realize
partaking
that
in the
sounds
same
weird,
drugs
but
too.
it's an actual vintage jar of it.
All right.
But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, he's drinking and we're talking, and there's music playing, and he's smoking cigarettes, and we're sitting next to each other on the couch.
You didn't do any lines of blow at all?
I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm. And to me, it just looked like black marks. I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, what does it say? And he said, it says wino.
Forever.
It says wino. And I didn't see that. I thought he was joking because it didn't look like it said that at all. And I laughed. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking. And slapped me across the face. And I laughed. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. I thought, this must be a joke. This must be a joke. Because I didn't know what was going on.
Thank you for becoming a member, Brandy.
Kind of laughing still, thinking that he was going to start laughing too to tell me it was a joke. But he didn't. He said, you think it's so funny? You think it's funny, bitch.
Interesting. What? Again? Oh, why?
It was clear.
Damn.
It wasn't a joke anymore. And I stopped laughing, but I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to do. You would think you would have a response, but I, as a woman, had never been hit like that.
Samantha, she didn't know that.
I'm an adult and I'm sitting next to the man I love, and he slapped me for no reason, it seemed like, and I missed the point. It was
Weren't they
that
bumping
stupid.
uglies too?
Second slap, I know he's not kidding, but
With
I
the
don't know
tattoo?
what else to say or do, so I just stared at him. I didn't say anything. I didn't react.
Hadn't he seen her?
I didn't move or
hadn't she seen him
freak
naked?
out or
Like, I'm just
defend
saying.
myself or say, what are you doing?
How would you not notice what that means?
I didn't know what else to do.
Y'all banging and you don't.
And he slaps me one more time.
All right.
Hard.
I don't know if I believe this part.
I lose my balance. At this point, we're sitting next to each other on the edge of the couch, or I was on the edge of the couch. And I'm all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you. I realized that I wish so much he had said he was joking, because it didn't hurt. It didn't physically hurt me. I was just sitting there on this carpet, looking at the dirty carpet, wondering how I wound up on this carpet and why I never noticed.
Is this a monologue
so
now?
Fluffy before, and I just didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to react. I just sat there thinking, how much time do I have to figure out what I need to do? Because God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that. I'm not dumb. I know you can't hit
Putting up a poll.
a woman. You can't hit a man. You can't hit anyone. You can't just hit somebody because I knew it was wrong, and I knew that I had to leave him. And that's what broke my heart. because I didn't want to leave him. I thought if I got up out of that room, I'd leave the best thing that ever happened to me. And I wish I could sit here and say I stood up and I walked out of that house and I drew a line and I stood up for myself. But just looking at the dirty carpet, trying to will myself to get up, to walk out of the door because I knew I needed to. And I really slowly, I stood up and I remember looking at him in the eye and just looking at him, frankly, because I didn't know what else to do.
Okay.
And before I know it, he
I got a
starts
poll
crying.
at the top of the chat.
And, you know, like,
Go
I
vote.
had never seen an adult man cry. I didn't even really see my dad cry at my grandma's funeral. You know, it's weird. And he's crying. Tears, I mean, just falling out of his eyes. He gets down on his knees and he grabs my hands and he's touching my hands and he's saying to me, I will never do that again. I'm so sorry, baby. I put the fucker away. I thought I killed it and it's done. I thought I put the monster away and I've done it before. It's done. But on his knees. I didn't have words. I didn't know what to say. I just remember thinking that it was just, he was crying. He seemed so sorry, but I knew I couldn't just forgive him because that means it will happen again, no?
Who's believing this?
I've seen the health class videos.
Somebody tell me, who's believing this? Is this a real testimony?
I walked to the car. I didn't say anything. I made a point to not say, oh, it's okay or anything like that. I just didn't say anything.
Is this a real testimony?
I sat in my car and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window. And I remember,
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just asking.
Breath on the windshield, you know, on the glass of the window of the door, just seeing my breath and trying to will myself to have the strength to know what I should do in this moment because I was heartbroken. And I sat there for a long time and I eventually turned the key and drove home.
So you're telling me you guys bumped uglies. You are asking about Wino Forever and you ain't never seen Wino. You ain't never seen Wino Forever? Y'all been naked bumping uglies for a while then? I don't know. It's the dirty carpet that just threw me off.
Went to my therapist.
I feel like she just was doing a monologue from a play.
I told her.
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain as to what she may have told her.
Yes.
I went home and I, a few days later, started getting, I actually don't know how many days later, but I started getting calls and texts from Johnny, apologizing profusely. I mean, just, he said, I'd rather cut my hand off than ever lay it on you or lay it upon you, and he had that way of talking. It felt like poetry. And he showed up to talk, like with the understanding that, he understood I could never forgive him and it was done. So I felt kind of safe and
perfectly
saying, okay,
said,
let's have a talk. Or,
Sharice.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Even if this is true.
I think, I know I just wanted to see him and he comes over.
The dramatics are too much.
He brought me
it's throwing me off.
Actually, of that Vega Sicilia wine that we've heard about. Which is a really nice, expensive wine that I could never, at that time, dream of affording, And we talk, and he tells me that he had put this thing away, that I could trust him, that it would never happen again. Of course, it would never happen again. That he had put this thing away. He had killed the fucker, is what he said to me over and over again. I put that fucker away. I killed that monster.
Killed that
I'll
fucker.
kill it again. It's done. I'll never lay a hand on you again.
Hasta la muerte.
And I wanted to believe him.
Never.
So I chose to.
My name's Amigo Mendoya.
To stay in the relationship?
You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Yeah, I did. I believed it. But, you know, I believed it wouldn't. I believed that there was a line he wouldn't cross again, and that was it.
And so you stayed, correct? You stayed in the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. So just, is this a good time? You're
No,
on a
you
break?
keep going a little longer, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So could you please describe for the jury
I'll put it in slow mo in the break, okay?
the evolution
Promise.
of your relationship after that time with Johnny?
That's funny, Crystal.
Um,
Thanks for the $2 super chat.
I don't know how long it was until things got bad again. He did start drinking again. I remember it was almost,
Yeah, I'll fix it
you know,
in a
he'd start
second.
drinking
Nerd.
again, the disappearing thing, the coming
After
back.
this.
He'd come back at like in the middle
Promise.
of the night to my house.
Mm.
And it would be unclear to me, you know, drunk, often really drunk, and
Yet you still married him.
kind of accusing me, but not directly.
If he's so
It was-
bad.
Nothing
then
was
why did
very
you marry
direct. It
him?
was a lot of accusations, but they were veiled. You know, what I was wearing, who I was with, why didn't I text him back? I didn't text him back right away. This is when I was at my place in Orange. Sometimes he would show up to catch me. Like that was a pretext for coming over. And by the time we were done talking, I would have thought I had convinced him that I loved him, that I only loved him, there was no one else, and then that we were back in an upswing and would go back to good, loving, like sick, romantic love, like kind, sweet, velvety love. And then it would be something I said, why did you say it that way? You know, if I had to leave for an audition, I could guarantee that when couldn't guarantee, but 2 of those in a row. And when I came back, he was angry at me, you know, and I wouldn't necessarily know why.
Really?
And then he started accusing me of things, probably like at first it was indirect and then it became really direct.
Thank you for
Then
the
the
$5
punching
super chat, Ivan.
of the walls
Auditions
next to
in
my
form
head
of
which is a constant at
monologues are
at
detailed
that time
over
in
exaggerating.
2012 when he was drinking. Eventually that became, you know, him accusing me of cheating.
point,
I'd defend
Ivan.
myself. I'd say, you know, that's crazy. You're wrong. I would never, the normal things. And it would escalate to the point where he would push me or shove me down, and then I'd get back up. And this happened several times. That's why it's not more specific, I suppose. When I get back up, I'd look him in the eye. I made a point of getting up and looking him in the eye. It's my way of defending myself at that time. And I'd look at him and he'd ask me if I wanted to go again and shove me back down. Eventually, he just hit me. Remember, he hit me in the face when I denied having an affair with my ex-wife, my ex-partner at the time. And he said he had proof. I denied it. And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face. I turned to look at him and I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1783, please?
What number again, please?
I'm sorry,
What number?
defendants 1783?
1783. Thank you.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of my face with a note that Johnny left for me by the coffee. Typically is where we'd leave notes like that.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
It was one of those scenes. As embarrassing as it sounds now, I don't know which scene this came from. There was a lot. It escalated quickly, fast, and it became.
Amber, let me ask it a different way.
Thank you.
Is this a picture of you? Is it an accurate picture of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 1783.
Your Honor, we have an objection. May we
Okay,
approach?
sure.
Wow. Okay. Well, what do you guys think so far? I'm just curious. Asking for a friend. This is very interesting. Now, here's the thing. A lot of these things where you lose me a little bit is when you start going into too much detail. It starts coming off like something's not right, or that they're busy trying to drag in the dramatics, trying to bring in the jury as much as they can to believe that, oh, this is serious. And what I'm saying is, and she could very well, like Marjorie said, she could very well be telling the absolute truth of the first time he ever slapped her. If he ever did slap her. Maybe he did slap her. Maybe one time. We don't know. Still not good. Still never condone that stuff. I will condemn that till I die. But still, if the slap happened and it really went down and she was going into detail, then she should be telling the truth rather than trying to drag the people in. Just talk about it.
Would you please
be real and candid?
Describe for the jury some of the cycles you had with Mr. Depp through 2012?
So in 2012, the violence was pretty, relative to what it became, pretty, slapping, backhanding. Well, it went from this eggshell kind of, you're walking on eggshells, nothing you're doing is kind of right, but you don't know what you're doing wrong. And then I was doing something wrong clearly, but it was unclear within the scope of an argument what I was defending myself against. So it would shift from a rumor he had heard that I was with a friend, or I had been photographed standing too close to a male person. That was a person I had had something with, and I was lying to him about, and it would be eggshells, accusations, and then he would explode. It started with throwing things, destroying the property, and screaming at me. I remember the screaming at me was the worst, because I kind of always felt like I had done, I had to defend myself. I had to tell him so he didn't think these things were true. And sometimes, he would shift accusations while I'm trying to dispel one accusation. He'd start another one, and nothing I could do to calm him down. It seemed like I'd walk away, and that would make it worse. I remember in my apartment in Orange, he would grab me by the hair, or he'd grab me by the arm, pull me into him, scream at me that way. He'd smash things around me. Then he would smash things very close to me. And then he would just hit me. And it started with slapping, and it got to be like repetitive slaps where he'd hold me in a position and slap me multiple times in a row. Then it would be, eventually I later would either push him off of me, or I'd try to hit his hands away from me. I'd try to, not in 2012 so much. At that time, I was mostly, my defense was, I'd go some other place. Like, I don't know how to describe that. I'd focus on something else. I'd stand up, look at him, try to stand up to him that way. Later, I adopted other kind of strategies to deal with it. But at the time, in 2012, he'd have this blowout, and then he would leave, disappear, and I'd be committed to not talking to him. I'm done with this relationship. I can't take it anymore. So many times. And then he'd come back, clean and sober, telling me either he had a chip. He didn't have any chips, but he would say, I've gone to meetings. I have a sober companion now. I'm doing this program, I'm reading this, I'm doing this. And he was done with drugs and alcohol for good this time. And he'd come back in my life. And with the combination of him being sober and having gone through this horrible thing where I felt like my heart ripped out of my chest, like a relationship ending is hard, I think, for anyone, but ending under that circumstance is really painful. And so when he'd come back, it would almost feel like a solution to that. And it would feel great. And we would be good again. And he'd be extra nice and extra apologetic and extra loving. And and we'd be back in the good bubble, the warm glow. And eventually it'd get bored, and then I'd see him drinking again. When I started to get upset, noticing the pattern of the violence going with the drinking and drugs, then he started sneaking it. So it became less clear, and I'd have to look for clues as to what he was on. So I just knew how to react, Johnny on speed is very different from Johnny on opiates. Johnny on opiates, very different from Adderall and cocaine Johnny, which is very different from Quaaludes Johnny. But I had to get good at paying attention to the different versions of him. 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was just learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence.
And
yet you still married him.
Did you confide in anyone about these issues you were having? I think she can
Objection,
say if
hearsay?
I think she can say if she told anybody.
As long as she doesn't say what she said.
Right.
All right.
So did you tell anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you tell?
I told my therapist.
Oh, okay.
I eventually told my mom.
And let's go ahead and take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 150. 150.
I mean, I was gonna say Quaaludes, damn, but I guess when you rich, you got access to everything. You feel me?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay. Yeah.
Come on and approach. Yeah. Yeah. Right now, Twitter's ablaze right now. Okay, they're muting it. But as you can see, Miss Amber Hurd is out here saying what she needs to say. She's putting out I'll just say her truth. She's putting her perspective out here, and I guarantee you she'll be up here for a little bit, and then we'll be listening to her all day tomorrow as well, because there's no way that we're going to be done with her today, so tomorrow will be an epic day. But what do you think so far? Is this real? Are you feeling what's going on here? Do you think she's telling the truth, or do you think she's putting on a big ass act? I put a poll on my YouTube chat room at the top of the page. Go click on it. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Do you think this is real, or do you think that this is all lies? That's what I'd like to know. Because the thing is, I'm trying to give her a little bit of room, because she's saying her piece. She needs to be heard. But as soon as she's being heard, she starts coming out with all the extra details and this whole other stuff where she's throwing out the dramatics. And for me, that's throwing me off. That's throwing me off a little bit. It makes me feel like she's putting on a full-on act. But then again, she could very well be telling some truths here. Just because she's been caught in some lies doesn't mean that all of them are lies. I have to throw that out there. Just for the sake of argument's sake, right? Not everything she says here is a lie. Just like not everything Johnny is saying is the absolute truth. You have to say that too. You see what I'm saying? Which is frustrating, But yes, the thrifting channel, exactly. Mixing some facts with lots of fiction. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like trying to sift through the BS and trying to find the real. That's the problem. is trying to find what is real and what is fake in all that she is saying and all the things that's coming out of her mouth right now. But when you start going in the shaky chin and the, you know what I mean, the stammering and stuff, it throws me off. Because I want to give them both the benefit of the doubt, because I want to hear them both, right? And we've heard Johnny, and we've heard all of his side. So yes, of course, this is going to be tough for her to change people's minds. It's going to be tough because we just heard 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks of something like that, 3.5-ish weeks of Johnny Depp's side. So we got all that in our brain. So
did you decide to
let's see how
confide in your mother?
Let's see how she gets through this. It's
about
weird.
The issues you were having with Mr. Depp.
She needs to cut off the dramatics, though. Cut them out.
I think I felt safe talking to my mom because I knew that she understood these dynamics and she wouldn't judge me for staying with him, for loving him, even though this was happening and was happening to me. I knew she would understand.
And when approximately did you start confiding in your mom about your issues with Mr. Depp and the physical abuse?
Objection, hearsay, compound.
Oh, boy.
Stands to compound.
When did you start confiding in your mother about the abuse you were suffering at the hands of Mr. Depp?
She got to be careful.
I was confiding in her from the very beginning about the abuse, the psychological abuse, the kind of control, the disappearing, the not knowing where he was, then he'd come back and sometimes in the middle of the night, the constant accusations, like that sort of thing. I talked to her about probably from the very beginning. The fact that I was secret, I had to hide. I couldn't tell any of my friends that I was with him for a long time because he told me everyone would blame me for the split with him and his partner. So I had to kind of sneak around and kind of get brought to his house, typically in a secretive way. And then he'd come to mine in a secretive way. And it was just all very, so very isolating. And I confided with her at the very beginning on that sort of thing. And then later opened up to her about some of the violence. I did it gently.
Right?
The
same
first
parents,
I just wanted to have someone to talk to about how scary it was.
The same parents that abused her.
The rage and the uncontrolled violence, the rage that this man had, and why it was
Objection,
pointed
Your
at
Honor.
me.
Hearsay. May we approach, please?
I mean, she's not. It's she's just like the rage and it's like, no, just tell the facts. Of course they're gonna do. Johnny Depp team gonna do their due diligence. They're gonna do their Johnny Depp team stuff. Does that make sense? Esquires are gonna esquire for Johnny Depp. That's what I'm trying to say. All right, they can't let her keep continuing like this. They can't. They just can't. So, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our 15-minute afternoon break. So please do not talk about the case. We're doing the outside research. Okay, we'll see you soon.
And skadoosh. There we go. So here we go, guys. All right. They're going on their little break, their little briggity break right now. Okay. Let's keep it real. I know a lot of us have some opinions about all this ish. We all do. We all bloody do. But here it is. So what do you guys think so far?
And just a reminder that now that you're on the stand, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right, so we'll be back. Let's make it 3:45, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
3:45. So 17 minutes, y'all. Or 18 minutes, y'all. All right, y'all. Okay, same mother. Like she said that she confided in her mother about this whole thing. Isn't it the same parents that she says that she was abused from? Isn't it the same parents that they said that she was a survivor of abuse from home. Parents are addicts in methamphetamines and whatever, you name it. She came through all that stuff. So why would she confide in another person who actually allegedly abused her, about another person abusing her? Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense to me. Why would you tell another person who is abusing you, who used to abuse you as a kid, that another person is abusing you? Like, to me, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't. I mean, obviously, I don't know, because I'm not a child. Someone who was brought up from surviving abuse or a victim of child abuse. I'm not. But at the same time, I would wonder, wouldn't that be the last person on this damn earth you would ever confide in about being abused? Is the person who actually abused you as a child? Or one of the people that actually abused you as a child? Mims. Make it make sense. Because that doesn't work for me. No offense, but I'm just like, why would you confide in your mother? You're confiding in your mother? Okay. Like I said, I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, because she deserves that. At least right off the bat. This is, we got to hear her first. Let's see what she says. Let's see her demeanor. Let's see how she handles herself, the vernacular that she uses, right? The energy and all that. But something about it doesn't seem right to me. It doesn't. It doesn't seem right to me. I'm sorry I pulled these up a second ago, but I'm pulling them up again because I don't care. Because I just need to send this home. But these are the kind of images. This is going to be quick. These are the kind of images that they're throwing up on Twitter right now. Twitter's ablaze right now because people feel some type of way about how she's testifying. Okay, her testifying is kind of lackluster. Here it is. Boom. 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 A lot of her demeanor, a lot of the vibe that we're getting right now is very much kind of in this vein. Instead of just being like, here I am to talk about this thing. And you got to remember, let's talk about this too. The lawyers are setting it up beautifully, because they started with the origins of who she is, where she comes from, talking about her childhood, but they didn't talk about her child abuse. They didn't talk about her growing up with child abuse. They skipped all that. Yet we already know about her coming from a life of child abuse, her childhood. But okay, we're moving on. Yeah, they skipped that entirely. Then they went straight into, oh yeah, my dad broke horses and this, that, and the third, and yada, yada, yada. And then, of course, they go, he was just, meeting Johnny and all that. They're setting it up like it's a movie. They're setting it up like it's a cheesy Lifetime movie, or you feel me? One of those kind of movies, or one of those movies that Jennifer Lopez would probably do in a heartbeat. You know what I'm saying? It's from like Enough, if you know that movie, where at first it's just a whirlwind romance, and he's just a poet, and he speaks so beautifully. He speaks like poetry, and my life is forever changed when he walked into my life. And then everything came crashing down. That's literally what they want to establish. And so that's exactly what they're doing. Her team is doing a great job at painting this story. At first, you're hearing her talk about all this stuff because you got to remember, they want to pull out the waterworks. They want to tug at the heartstrings of that jury. So what are they doing? They're showing the rise, the high of being in love with Johnny Depp, the high of that feeling of just being to be loved. Oh, what a feeling to be loved. You know what I'm saying? That's literally what they're trying to do. And then now it's what's on your arm? the weird black ink on your arm, which, by the way, if they've been bumping uglies this entire time and he's been walking around shirtless, I'm sure, around her, they've already seen each other in their birthday suits. Why would she be asking about his tattoo like that out of nowhere? To me, that looks like sus. That sounds sus as hell. Then he does that to her, allegedly. Okay. And then she goes right into, it's right then that it turns into dramatics. Remember, in the very beginning, it was her just talking and just saying, yeah, we did this, and I did that and that. And, you know, I used to ride the bus because I didn't have a car, and we didn't have cell phones. We didn't have we didn't have iPhones at the time, so on and so forth. So, you know, I took the bus to get to auditions, and I would change sometimes in the back of the bus for these auditions. My rise to my personal version of success being in these movies, bigger roles in smaller films and smaller roles in bigger films, so on and so forth. Then I met him on the Rum Diaries. And then all of a sudden, and then everything goes great. Oh, it was like a whirlwind romance. I couldn't believe it. And then as soon as she goes into the Will Smith of her own version of Will Smith, she goes, and then looking down at that dirty carpet, and I'm thinking to myself, that's when she lost me. Instantly, I'm like, okay, now this is cap. No offense. I'm not knocking any person that is a survivor or a victim or is currently living through DV right now. But when you start going into random details that people don't really need to know, notice when she talked about this other stuff. Oh, I was just wearing this robe and he kicked his foot, and I was wearing these undergarments that were period 1950s undergarments. I just giggled a little bit and blah, blah, blah. And he said this thing and and we kissed and all that. There's no crazy details. It's not like she's sitting there going, I was walking across this hot gravel. I could feel the heat coming up through the gravel, through my sandals that I was wearing at the time on this hot, sunny Miami day. She didn't say any of that. She didn't go into crazy details. Didn't turn into a novel. Didn't turn into a play. She just said fact after fact after fact. Yes, she still has her emotions involved. You could tell right when she walked up there. She's like, trying to be strong. No offense. But she was giving off that vibe. I'm just trying to be strong. And then, right when they went to the slap, it turned into, like I said, it all went crashing down after that. I was asking him about the black ink on his arm. Okay, I'm sorry. Everybody and their mama knows about Wino Forever. I'm sorry. And I would expect if you are smashing the dude for a while, she says they were together for a while on the hush hush. What? He was smashing you with with his shirt on the entire time? Did he have one of those ruffled shirts that he had? Like Captain Jack Sparrow. You would just fly in to see him on set, but he'd just leave his Captain Jack Sparrow top on while he's smashing. Like, what? You don't think, huh? Y'all didn't, he never walked out of a shower? You ain't never seen him get out of the bed? What, you guys just meet up in a dark alley or in a dark closet and just start smashing? Please, somebody make this make sense to me. You ain't never seen the Wino Forever? Come on, man. This is the man that you're with, that you're falling in love with. You've never looked that up to see what the whole thing is all about. You ain't never seen a photo with his Wino Forever, with his cutoff shirts and stuff. He's a rock star. Of course, he's with his cutoff sleeveless shirts. He a rock star. It's part of everything. Exactly, Samantha Joe. It's part of pop culture. Everybody and their mama knows about Wino Forever. So don't tell me you don't know about it and go, what's up with that? Why do you have that on your why do you have that weird tattoo? What's that tattoo all about? You already know. Quit Stop the count. Just stop. Stop. You know for a fact, every person, if you've been in a physical relationship with somebody, you know at some point when you've seen their body, naked body enough times, I mean, literally you could describe it by closing your eyes. I would assume. You can't just suddenly not know why that tattoo exists. I'm sure you've had plenty of pillow talk. Don't look at my arm. Don't look at this. Don't look at this spot. Don't look at. No, I'm ashamed. What? Come on, y'all. It just doesn't. That part I don't believe. I don't believe. Okay, maybe there was an incident that happened between them where there was a slap, but I don't think the root of it is her talking about or asking him politely about wino forever. Maybe if there was an actual slap, okay, that he put onto her face, maybe, and it had to do with the tattoo, maybe she was making fun of the slap, fun of the tattoo. But how she's saying it right now on the stand is, I was just asking him why the origin of the tattoo. What is this? Is this funny? I don't know. To me, it just seems weird. To me, it just seems weird. As soon as she got slapped, and then she goes, I was looking at the ground, the dirty carpet, and I thought to myself, to be or not to be. Like, that's what it felt like a little bit. No offense. And that's where you lose me. But then again, maybe somebody else out there thinks otherwise. Maybe they think that she's saying everything that's the truth. But hey, I'm not in her shoes. I've never been in her shoes as far as growing up in a household that may have been violent, or be in a relationship that was violent. Whether she started the violence or he started the violence, there was still violence introduced into this relationship. That was part of their language, clearly. Now it's a matter of trying to figure out who we believe. So like I said, we just got started. She's going to be putting on some serious acting today. Or not. It's up to you guys to decide. But for me, I'm still trying to it's just, I don't know. Because, okay, I don't want to toot my own horn, okay? I like to think that I'm a good guy, right? I'm not just some ass out here just trying to be a jerk just for the hell of it. I am who I am. I is who I is. But instantly I go, well, this is a woman telling her part. A part of me does feel a little bit like, okay, I should be as understanding and as patient and as caring as I possibly can. But I can't stop looking at the other things that have been presented in front of me, which has basically been all Johnny Depp's perspective. And of course, see all the other things that I've seen as full-on lies. And then you see this woman saying these things, and a part of me wants to just go in. Like, I mean, I kind of did a little bit, but really go in. I mean, I only put a toe in. I could just take and throw my whole body in this biznae, and I'm not going to, because a part of me goes, I mean, there could be some part of it. Some part of this could be truth. Some part of it, not all of it, but some. But we're going to see what else happens here, and tomorrow too, because it all goes down on how she presents it. That's it. And maybe because Johnny Depp's demeanor was maybe Johnny Depp's demeanor was so different. He was so calculated. And yes, he took forever. Everything he said took so much time. So much time. So much time that, of course, you're sitting there going, is it at the end of the No, he's still talking. And no, he's not done. He's still talking. Okay. 7 days later. Oh, okay. The defense rests. Really? Damn. 7 days later. Mother lover. Because he talks so damn slow. Now we got somebody else who's speaking fast, but it's very like earnest. Like she's auditioning for something. I don't think she's a good actress. I'm not a fan of her, but at the same time, she still is an actress. But you can say the same thing about Johnny Depp. I don't know. He's playing a part, and he's played many, and he's a very talented actor. So, I don't know. There was fecal matter in my bed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's the carpet for me. Exactly. Couch. Couch. It's the carpet for me. It's the carpet for me. But we'll see what happens here. They're going to be coming back here in any minute now. And segue, nice necklace. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm a big fan of it too. Thank you. I appreciate it. But yes, Johnny Depp is a real human being, Patty Ann Thomas. Thank you so much for the comment on Facebook. And for those of y'all who are watching on Facebook, if you're enjoying the commentary, you're enjoying the feed and all that, please follow me on my Facebook page. I am just I'm this close to 10,000 followers over there. I'm really trying to get things moving over there on Facebook. So please hit that follow. And then, of course, please follow me on Twitter as well. It's the Pascal Show, one word. Hit that as well. That would really,
All right,
really
mean
yes, a lot. Okay. But it looks like they're all coming back from their break. They're going to be cracking off here soon because they're bringing in the jury as we speak. But yes, follow me on Twitter. We broke through 1,000 followers on on Twitter. But you can follow me on TikTok too. I'm on TikTok as well. It's the Pascal Show, one word as well. But anyway, Twitter, most importantly, follow me on Twitter. And of course, if you're watching on Facebook, hit that follow button on Facebook, okay? I'd really appreciate it. All right? And of course, those who are watching on YouTube, my main channel, please hit that subscribe button if you haven't done it yet, okay? I'd really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. I see a bunch of y'all watching. A bunch of y'all watching on Facebook. Come on now. Thank you. Hit that
Thank
follow
you.
button
Please be
on
seated.
Facebook, baby.
Your next question.
Let's
Thank you,
go.
Your Honor. Amber, I'm going to take you up to March of 2013. Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Depp during that month? And we'll start there.
I remember that was after a period of some peace, and then in sobriety. Johnny was sober, drinking Beck's, and my dad, who was struggling with alcohol and drug addiction at the time, had fallen off the wagon, and I remember he said, "Why don't we I want to send a picture to your dad of support," because my sister was upset with my dad. And so he poured a shot and kind of said, let's take a picture. I don't drink spirits, but I know that, you know, I kind of held up in that picture. It's kind of eerie because I just think it's bizarre. He had broken this long period of sobriety that I thought was going to be the end of him drinking forever.
I want to get to poop gate as well.
Sounds foolish now, but I,
her to
you know,
poop in the
held
bed,
up
you know
this
what I mean?
kind of glass with him, and we sent the picture to my dad because, you know, I didn't know what else to do. And I remember thinking it was weird that he was drinking. And then the month got really crazy from that point on. It was
Off the rails.
A bit of a revolving door of accusations. He was accusing me of having affairs with, well, frankly, just one person. I had an acquaintance with somebody, and he was accusing me of being with them. And then he was accusing me of being with my friend, the one I had seen in Spain. I'm, you know, in these kind of arguments, nothing I do is working. Walking out of the room is me leaving him, walking away from me, you know, hey, where are you going? I'm talking to you. That it went from that to pulling me in by my arm, still shouting about the accusations.
Oh, come on. Come back. Come on back. Baby, come back. Come on. Why?
Convinced him of one.
Jeez. As soon as I get comfortable.
It was a revolving door at that time. A painting I had hanging on the wall, done by my ex, who's an artist. That was one day he was convinced that was proof I was sleeping with her or having an affair with her.
Oh.
I didn't really love him. And all the while I'm madly in love with him and trying to convince him. So March started with this picture of him doing a shot, and he's kind of saying, let's send it to your dad to show support. And what I remember of March is just like it's almost like it was a never-ending fight. It was just, there were breaks in it. What kept me in it is because I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, you know, the sobriety shoe, if you will. I kept waiting for him to get
interesting.
To the point where it's not supportable or anymore, and he's done with it and he's ready to get clean and sober again, because there commences a period of
thank you, Blue Peach.
Pure joy.
I thought it was the only one.
And it was one fight after the other. March.
So let me start with the painting incident. Please tell the jury what happened on that particular incident with the painting.
As I mentioned, the painting, which had been hanging there for months, one day he kind of stayed up doing cocaine, just drinking, doing cocaine, music, which is not in and of itself that weird in my relationship with Johnny at this point. You know, like he stays up and keeps weird hours, and
you weren't doing the same thing?
Smokes and stuff. But he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine, and it was like, it became clear to me in that argument, if you will, that he wasn't making sense. He had effectively just taken, it seemed like, a turn and had decided that the painting was an offense that he could not forgive me for. It meant I was having an affair with my ex-partner, with whom I had already split, and it made no sense to me. So I'm trying to kind of quell the accusations by saying, you know, it's been there, and what are you talking about? And it's like, that doesn't mean anything. And, you know, he was demanding I take it down. He eventually takes it down and tries to burn it, but it was unsuccessful, luckily, because he wasn't with one of those normal, what do you call them, Bic lighters. He wasn't very successful at doing it while drinking, to the extent he was. But I remember it was this kind of ridiculous fight, like didn't feel like it needed to be an argument, but it seemed like nothing I could do, nothing I could say. I tried leaving. I left the room. I left the house. I eventually came back. It was like a whole night, an evening, a night, and then a morning of this. So this morning in particular, I think it was the like 22nd of March. There were several incidents in March though. But in this particular one, he had something to go to. He was filming with Keith Richards and
All right.
Tom Waits.
Rock and
Well,
roll.
let me, before you go into that part, let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 161, which is already admitted into evidence, I believe, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, 161 with redactions.
We got
Thank you.
exhibits. Yeah, I was
And
going
I'm
to say,
going
does that
to
make any sense? Sending a
show
photo
you
of holding a
Defendant's
shot
Exhibit
glass, even though you're a
161.
dad, sending a shot glass of
And
him holding
date
a
on
shot
this
glass
is
to the
3/12,
dad
2013,
who's trying to get-
and it's a text
trying to
exchange
kick
between you.
his alcohol
Mr.
problem?
Depp, do you
That
see
doesn't make
that?
any sense
I
to
do.
me.
Okay. And the first one is from you to Mr. Depp. Just thought you should know there exists a book. Is that to you? Is it to Mr. Depp from you, or it's vice versa? Isn't it?
It's Johnny texting me.
Just thought you should know there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. And then you say, we need that book. And you say, is this about last Friday night by any chance? And he says, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? And I'm not going to repeat the rest of it. Could you tell the jury what happened on that Friday
Oh my
night?
God. Wow. Yes, it is. Funny B. I effing love you, you C word.
There were,
Wow,
like I said, there was a few
those are some
different
terms of endearment right there.
incidents in March.
Never thought
I
I'd
believe
fall in
this
love
one
with Johnny
happened
too. Wow.
in
that's
the Eastern Columbia building, which was
powerful
one of
words.
Johnny's penthouses. They're in downtown, so a different part of Los Angeles. And we'd sometimes go there. I
Cocaine was a hell of a
remember
drug.
he was accusing me again of sleeping with this artist, this musician who I'd never slept with. I was denying it. I barely knew the person. And then he was accusing me of sleeping with my friend in Spain. And I remember nothing I could do. He like called this person on the phone and screamed at him. He didn't speak English, so he was really confused as to what he was being yelled at by Johnny. But I remember those were the accusations. That was the fight. But it was one to the next accusation. And I remember I was kind of doing that juggling act. I was in one of these fights, I believe it's this one, in his downtown ECB, we call it, loft. And we're in the kitchen living room area, and he backhands me. And, it was, he wears a lot of rings.
Thank you.
I
Address that,
remember
please.
kind of just feeling like my lip went into my teeth. And it got a little blood on the wall. Just
Did you document any
that
of this?
simple.
Are there
A
photos
little
of
bit of blood on the wall.
of that?
as
So
hard as it is,
So he pimp slapped you with his rings on.
as hard as it is
You
to
didn't take any
explain this,
photos? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come
I
on,
was so
bruh.
caught up in the
Come on, man.
relationship and also very occupied in defending what I only could assume he believed, these accusations, that, I didn't internalize, like I didn't make that big of a deal of it. I kind of pride myself on being tough, and, I don't make a big deal out of, smaller injuries. And I know that
Wouldn't it require stitches?
horrible because and hard maybe to understand, but my best way to cope with it is I kind of,
Is there a scar? Does she have a
minimize it,
scar?
make
Come on, man. She got
sure
a
no
scar?
one, make sure he knows that I'm tough and can't knock me down, and
What?
I make a joke of it, clearly.
What?
Light.
I'm
This
going
is a true
to,
G.
Michelle,
What?
if you can take this one down.
This is not gang
bring up
initiation. Like, what are you talking about?
170A.
This is not like trying to initiate into a gang.
Did there
Like,
come a time in March,
Man, come on, y'all.
Amber, where you sent a picture to your mom?
Yes, this is sometime in March 2013. I sent it to her because I'd been texting about some of the craziness, and
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain as to what she may have texted. All right, next question.
No photos, no nothing.
Without saying what you said in the text, explain why you were sending it to your mom.
I was reaching out. I was very lonely in what I was living in, and I wanted help. I wanted advice, help. I just wanted to
She's playing
talk to somebody and figure out how I could make this stop.
Okay.
And is this a picture that you took of yourself in March of 2013?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission
Okay.
of Defendant's Exhibit 178.
I was going to say, if there's the photo, let's see
Any
it.
objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 170A in evidence.
Come on, baby.
Thank
If
you,
there's
Your
an
Honor.
actual photo of the ring shot, never mind, it's not the ring shot.
And how did you sustain that bruise, Amber?
I had thrown Johnny slapped me. I walked away from him, and that made it worse. We got into like a shouting match. And he kind of did this thing with his body where I could tell he was going to hit me again. I picked up I remember it kind of like a little pot, not a pot, but like a vase.
Some say
And
vase.
I remember I got away from him enough as he reels back. I threw it in his direction and actually managed to get away before he got me. He grabbed me by the arm, and he kind of just held me on the floor, screaming at me. I don't know how many times he hit me in the face, but I remember being on the floor of my apartment, and I remember thinking, how could this happen to me again?
Can you bring up 170?
I've never seen that photo before. Personally, I didn't see it. Was that presented in court before? Because I've never seen that first photo of
323,
of the arm.
2013. If
That's
you can
new to me.
Scroll up.
So if they got more, let's see it.
This is a text message exchange with your mom, correct?
Oh, okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's go. Scroll down and then.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
All right, let's wait until we get to the spot. All right, and is this the picture that you sent to your mom on 3/23, 2013?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 170, just that picture that's on the text.
With
Along
no words?
Well, it says from 2 weeks ago on it.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
If we redact the from 2 weeks ago, can we admit it then? And then just have the showing that she sent it to her mom?
May we
for the
approach,
date?
Your Honor?
Okay, sure.
Okay. All right, guys. So it looks like she has some footage here that's never been seen before. I've never seen that photo of the arm, to be honest. I've never seen that. Maybe you guys have, but I haven't. Personally, I have not. That is news. That is new to me. But whatever was seen that she saw obviously triggered her, obviously moved her. She did that whole thing. Look. So obviously something's up. Okay. Oh, the arm bruise was shown in the UK trial. Thank you, Shelly. I appreciate you telling me that. Thank you, Shelly Tarbit. I've never seen that before, so that's news to me. Okay, and maybe there's some things in here that I have not fully seen yet, which
170 will be in evidence with redactions.
that may have been seen earlier on in this trial or in a previous trial. But I'm interested to see what footage, what photo they're about to show us, and they might be
May we
using
publish to the jury, please?
they might be using a lot of this footage from
And that's the picture you
the
sent to your
Sun
mom
as well.
Yes, it is.
on March 23rd, 2013.
So it's the same one.
Yes, it was from a previous fight,
Okay.
the bruise.
All right. Now, did you have any other altercations in March 2013 with Mr. Depp?
Yes, we had a couple of these fights in Orange that were around this time, one of which I started to tell you about the painting.
You know, and I know I've interrupted you now twice on that, but I realize the jury doesn't. Can you tell them what you mean by Orange, at Orange?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Orange County.
Orange was my apartment that I kept in Los Angeles at the time.
And it was an apartment. What type of an apartment?
I rented the top of a duplex. So it was a house with the landlord living on the bottom floor. I rented the top floor.
Okay.
I
Thank you.
agree.
Now, please continue.
Should be
with the
multiple
painting
colors,
info.
right? Just a little bit, right? But okay.
It seemed like nothing I could say to Johnny would convince him. He wanted me to remove the painting. And he wanted me to admit to this affair that I wasn't having. And I didn't want to admit to it because it's not true. So I held out.
It's not true.
And he just drank more and did more cocaine. And I woke up the next morning, I think it was on the 22nd or the 23rd. I woke up in the morning and the breakfast table was like cocaine and booze. And I realized that I wasn't going to be able to talk our situation down. I wasn't gonna be able to talk him out of it. And he was just so convinced that I was fighting with him or at the reason that he wouldn't leave the house, and he had something to go film that was important, and there were important people waiting for him. And I remember people were reaching out, his assistants, his manager sister, everyone was wondering where he was. And I kept feeling embarrassed and unable to move this person out of my house. I couldn't calm him down. I couldn't change. He was just so intent on me admitting the details of this affair that I wasn't having. And me pointing out that the cocaine wasn't making his situation any better made me the bad cop.
Maybe she misses the
Then
cocaine.
I'm the nag. So eventually I called my sister. He had a kind of a buddy-buddy relationship with her at the time. And at the time, she occasionally did cocaine. I didn't, but she did. So I was like, hey, come take over. Maybe you can buddy him and talk him into leaving the house, just getting out of the house. And she did. I remember his assistants trying to get him out. Eventually in the evening, I think early evening, he finally agrees to leave, but I can't tell our relationship status. I can't tell if he still is convinced of these things or if he's just going to sleep it off and it's going to go back to normal sobriety, sorry kind of phase. And he was still upset, but seemingly calming down. So I agreed to go with him. He wanted me to go to the shoot. I had planned, so I kind of reluctantly agreed, but didn't want to set anything off. I didn't want to engage anymore. I didn't want to do anything that could be perceived as antagonizing him or engaging more. So I went with him. We grabbed the dogs. We get in the car. We're on the way there. We're headed up. Sweetser is the street. It's a major street that leads up to Johnny's houses. He effectively owns the end of the street. It's like a cul-de-sac. So we're nowhere near his home, but we were driving up this street, and he has the window down. He's smoking. It wasn't all the way down, but he's constantly smoking. And at some point, he starts howling out of the window and then grabs two small dogs. Well, one was Johnny's dog and one was my dog, but he grabs, if I remember correctly, Boo, his dog, slightly chunkier teacup Yorkie, and he grabs this teacup Yorkie and holds Boo out of the window of the moving car. And he's howling like an animal while holding the dog out of the window. And everyone in the car, I'll never forget it, everyone just froze. No one did anything. And I too was like torn as to what I should do, because I didn't want to do anything to cause him to react, drop the dog. You know, it was just this eerie moment where he's howling and holding this animal outside of the car window. And more than that weird memory is more than that weird memory, I have a memory of everyone just kind of not really reacting to him. Like no one really kind of did anything. I eventually kind of pulled his arms gently back into the vehicle and kind of got the dog back on the seat, and we continued driving, but no one reacted. It just kind of avoided dealing with it. We get to the house where he was filming this thing that he was late for, I suppose, for the day. And we walk in. Meanwhile, I've been bombarded by text messages and calls and conversations with everyone seemingly so stressed.
Maybe
about
Objection, hearsay.
Maybe that's the reason why the dog shat the bed, because of this. How dare you take me and throw me out, hold me out the window of a car?
I understood everyone was stressed.
Wow.
It seemed stressed to me about the tardiness. Where is he? Let's get him there, so we get him there. And no one reacts when we get in. I mean, we walk into this house where everyone was waiting for him, and everyone smiles and says, hey, boss.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Let's, Michelle, can we pull up 167A?
Yeah, I thought he loved animals.
I think we.
Apparently he doesn't. Oh!
It's in 167.
Apparently he doesn't like dogs at all.
Oh, it's A. Okay, then go ahead and pull up A.
Wait, is
Your
Johnny
Honor,
Depp
show
crying?
that one to be in 167A.
I don't know if he's crying. I don't know if he's crying. It didn't look like he was crying to me.
Defendants.
It's,
Sorry.
well, this might be your 167A, but it's in evidence as a plaintiff's number, and I'm not sure which plaintiff's number it is. I don't need it in twice, so.
I would agree. Do we?
Your Honor, I don't think it's this version of the photograph that's
So it's-
been admitted. So
So
it's a
different version,
it's a
same
different-
photograph, but a little different. Is that what we're?
It's not the same photograph.
Okay, not the
All
same
right, well
photograph.
then-
Then we'll go with it. Then what
Okay.
number is it?
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please tell the jury what it is.
What?
It's a picture I took of my breakfast table that morning.
Your
That-
Honor, I'm going to move the admission.
He put the
of
dog in the
Defendant's Exhibit
microwave?
167A.
Oh my God.
167A. Any objection?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Hold up. Okay. So Shelley, thank you. Says this is all crap that was in the Sun article and that was in the UK trial. She also said he put the dog in a damn microwave. Okay, if the dog really was put in a microwave by Johnny Depp, and if he actually took the dog and stuck him out a window, move out of a window of a moving car, then I don't blame the dog ishing the
67A.
bed, dropping a
Evidence.
dookie.
You can publish.
Okay, then the dog did it.
May we publish that? Thank you, Your Honor.
He kept it all inside for as long as he could, and then he just let it rip right on the bed.
You said
That's
that
what
you
happened.
took this that
Absolutely.
morning. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Thanks for the comment, though.
Could you tell the jury
insane.
what the box is that has the property with the skull bones, property of JD?
That's
Cocaine.
Johnny's drug box. I've seen it used for pills, but at the time it was bags of coke,
Cocaine.
like bags of coke.
Okay. And what are these white lines on the table to the left of that box?
That is cocaine.
Okay.
Cocaine.
And do you know what is in these two glasses that have kind of a gold colored liquor?
Ooh,
Yes,
turquoise.
they're different, actually. It's confusing. They're different, different liquids. The one in the back in the larger glass
need, Charlie
is,
Miller.
I believe at the time I was doing these tabs, they're Barocca, that's what they're called. They're little tablets. And anyway, I remember at the time that that's what I was putting in my water because I had just come back from France where they sell them. And then the brown liquid in the shot glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer. At the time, it was at that time, March 2013, I hadn't, I still didn't have the, hard line. I won't even keep that, in my freezer sort of attitude or posture with him. I wasn't that bold at the time, I didn't like it, but I didn't have that strength. I kind of, at that time, I think was doing things like trying to pour it out when I could.
So what is the bag, the brown bag on the left side? What is that?
That's a DOP kit. It's his prescriptions and cigarette, tobacco, weed, things like that.
Okay, and then above it, there appears to be a CD of some sort, DVD, something. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the single, I believe is what it's called, the single he was making at the time. I think that's the song that they were filming a video for, if I'm correct.
Okay. All right. Now, did you end up sending a copy of this picture to Rocky Pennington that day?
I did. I sent it to my best friend at the time and, was like, look at my morning.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, you can't say what you said, but you sent it to your friend, correct?
I
Let's
sent
go
it
to
to my friend.
167, please.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense either, Lady Justice. This a drug user that doesn't like alcohol, that doesn't make sense to
And
me.
is
But okay.
that the email in which you sent
just gonna
this
go with it.
picture to Rocky Pennington on 3/22,
Yes.
2013? I'd like to move the admission of the picture with the redaction of the message on it, with the top with identifier redactions, and we take out the rest of it.
This is ridiculous. This whole trial is
all right.
ridiculous.
No objection.
All right, so I'm gonna do those redactions, 167 in evidence with redactions.
Yeah, she really likes talking about cocaine. The cocaine. She must miss it a lot right now. She's like, man. Oh,
All right.
boy. What a wild ride today
And may we
is.
publish, please? All right, and is this the text message, the email that you sent to Rocky with this picture?
There are two
Yes.
glasses there. You're right.
Okay.
So who was the other glass for?
Now I'm going to
Miss Zhang.
take you to, let's go to Hicksville. Let's tell the jury about Hicksville, May 2013.
You see her shift?
Can you tell the jury what transpired at Hicksville?
Did you see that shift?
It is
That was interesting.
it's a fancy trailer park, like a little hotel in the middle of nowhere, set up with these little trailers. And we had made a plan to go there with friends, and we were going to do, like laffy, as we said, laffy drugs, like mushrooms, eat mushrooms, sit by a campfire.
Laffy drugs.
There's really not a whole lot else to do out there. It's like a getaway. We had made this plan, and it was going fine. It was like a, kind of like a party out in the desert, with a few friends and campfire and music. And I don't know who somebody brought MDMA, was being passed around, and somebody who took it kind of was starting to feel the effects of it, I guess is the best way to describe. She kind of reacted in this way where when the MDMA hit her, she kind of, we were sitting around a campfire, all of us, and she kind of just leaned into me and put her, head on my shoulder and kind of grabbed my arm. I took it, to be the effects of the drug. And I think I had eaten a mushroom cap, but was not feeling anything at the time. I don't remember feeling anything because the night just kind of changed pretty dramatically.
Could that be the
before
shrooms
I
that
really
made
felt
the night
anything
change
of the
so
effects of that.
dramatically?
But that was the environment we were in, and as soon as she kind of did this thing where she leaned into me, Johnny gets really activated. He gets really upset, and he starts, well, at first she thought he was kidding too. She thought he was kind of making a joke. I think we all did. Everyone kind of responded at first, like it was a joke, but he was like, hey man, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? And she kind of giggled and kind of leaned into me more. And I knew in my body just instantly that it wasn't a joke. But she didn't. So she's kind of still attached to my arm when he says it again to her louder. He says, hey man, you think you're touching my fucking girl? You think you're touching my fucking girl? That's my fucking girl. And he gets louder and louder. And she kind of did this thing, half understanding what was going on. I think she kind of started to cry at this point, but she kind of threw up her hands, and Johnny grabbed her wrist and kind of twisted it and pulled her into him and said, do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human wrist? Huh? And he kind of held her, and she
remembers all this?
She just looked frozen.
She remembers all this,
And
even on shrooms.
She's crying, and
wow, on shrooms too. She's talented.
Denying understanding what was going
Wow.
on. I stepped in. I kind of take Johnny's arm around, kind of take Johnny's hand, and kind of we start communicating. I don't remember if he immediately was accusing me or if it was sometime after. I wish I remembered, but we agreed that we'd go and talk about it in the trailer. So we walked to the trailer, and when we're in the trailer, Johnny, by the time we get into the trailer, Johnny tells me that I had been instigating the, and asking for this, and that I had invited it, and that I hadn't been honest with him about my relationship with this woman. And I didn't really know her that well. I mean, I actually don't know her at all, but I had met her. And I remember in the trailer, he's accusing me of lying about it, and that that I had something with her. I'm trying to diffuse that. I'm trying to calm him down. And he just turned all that, it seemed like he turned all that rage onto the trailer itself. And he just started smashing things. He picked up something on the table and threw it right into the glass cabinet. He hit with his hand a wall sconce. He cleared the tabletop on the little fold down like kitchen dining room area in this trailer. I mean, it's a trailer, so there's only so much you can do. And he's screaming at me, screaming at me. And I eventually go back into the back, the bedroom area. He comes into the bedroom area. We had what I can only describe as it sounded like nonsense from him. It wasn't making sense. And I realized that he's just probably really high. Because it wasn't making sense anymore. It wasn't like a direct accusation. He wasn't hearing me when I was saying, I wasn't involved, wasn't cheating on him. I wasn't secretly trying to engage this woman
Interesting.
in some sort of sexual affair. And then it became clear to me he was like looking for something. He cleared things off the bed. I went into the bathroom, and as I come out, he asked me where it is and how long I've been hiding it. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he says, you know what I'm fucking talking about. You know what I'm fucking talking about. Be honest with me. Where are you hiding it? And he kind of like makes to look into the bathroom. And I gestured to the bathroom, which was to my right. I kind of like gestured to him and I said, like, what am I hiding and where am I going to hide it? And we're standing in this little hallway area outside of the bathroom, and he starts, you know, what it feels like patting me down or saying he's patting me down. I can't recall, but he ripped my dress, the strap top part of my dress. I had just dyed this thing myself pink, and it's just one of those things. I was like, you know, I just finished that dress. And he's like grabbing my breasts. He's touching my thighs. He rips my underwear off. And then he proceeds to do a cavity search. He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. I was wondering how somebody who didn't do cocaine and was against it, that was in and of itself causing problems in our relationship.
Wait a second. So now she says,
why would I hide his drugs from, like he was insinuating that I was doing it or something?
Wait a
it made
second.
no sense.
Now she says she doesn't do cocaine when
And
the RN said that in
telling
her
me
thing she did cocaine.
We're
All
going
right.
to conduct a cavity search, shall we?
Now she's lying again. During this time, I just don't do cocaine. I totally am against cocaine. Yet they said that she was doing cocaine. So what are you talking about?
Just stood there staring at the stupid light. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. While he did that, he twisted his fingers around.
Man.
I didn't say like stop or anything. I just.
So the next morning, what transpired?
I remember thinking that Johnny would change his mind. And it would be, I thought it would end differently. I kind of froze. I don't know how we went to bed that night. I don't know how I went to bed. I don't know how I slept. I don't know how we woke up. I don't remember having a conversation with him the next day. I don't remember talking to him about it or confronting him about it. I remember wanting it to be okay. I remember just wanting whatever fucking weird trip, whatever trip that was to end, just to be over and for it to just go back to normal. And I remember my friends were out by the pool. Like there was a pool in the center of the trailer park, and I remember putting on my, just putting on my face and going back into this like crap, and I remember seeing my friends by the pool thinking they were just having a great time, and no one knew what was, I felt so lonely, like no one knows everyone was just having a good time, like normal stuff. So I just smiled and made a joke about how trashed the trailer got. And we had to get the manager, who started off furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing. And then he had this like black mesh tank top, not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, you know, it just went away. You know, that just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, you know, vacation. We actually went to another location after that, and then eventually went home and went about our life.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 176?
Wow. This is that was wild. And apparently they used that same story in the Sun trial too. It's wild. I didn't know about this the Hicksville trailer park thing.
2013. Did there come a time that you
I would have been out the
wrote
door if
an
any of
email?
that stuff really went down.
Objection, leading, and hearsay, Your Honor.
They
Really
weren't
approach,
married
right?
yet, correct? They weren't married yet after during this time. She still stayed with him. And I'm not sitting here saying that, you know, there's plenty of people that are survivors and also still living in abusive homes right now that ended up marrying the person because they just thought they found the one, or they don't think they can do any better, or they feel trapped or something like that. But at the same time, this is just, I mean, if you got somebody who's doing those kind of things and they're going after you like that, full body, or like a cavity search type thing, for lack of a better term, all those things, lashing out, doing all this stuff, why wouldn't you why marry the dude? Let's just start there. Why marry the dude? Just saying.
In June 2013, how were you feeling about your relationship with Mr. Depp?
Again?
We have the exhibit taken away
Okay,
from,
sure.
thank you.
By June,
Okay, Nur,
I
thank you.
was so
I was just
torn.
helping you out.
I was so in love with this person because when it was good, it was so good. You've never felt love like that. At least that's how it felt. So much. I felt like he recognized me and I recognized him, and there was just something there that was the love of my life.
Where are the other people at that Hicksville?
And he was.
Can they attest to this freak out and
He
him
was,
doing any
but
of
he
these
was
things?
also this other thing.
That's what I'd like to know too.
He was also this other thing.
So are you.
And that
apparently.
other thing was awful, awful thing that would come out and take over. And it was, you couldn't see the Johnny I loved underneath it. It was this other thing. And no one told him. No one was honest with him. No one, you know, he'd pass out in his own vomit. He'd lose control of his body, he'd lose control, and everyone would clean up after him. I cleaned up after him. I mean, this man lost control of his bowels, and I cleaned up after him. His security cleaned up after him, changed his pants in front of me. He would pass out in his own sick. You know, and then he'd walk around saying he didn't have a problem. Until he did. Until he couldn't support it anymore, and he'd get clean and he'd get sober, and then he was this thing again.
this thing that made me feel so loved, that made me feel like
What happened? Again. There we go.
Like my soulmate, as cheesy as that sounds, I just felt like he knew me. And I recognized something in him, either some part of my makeup and my background or something, that I just got it. And I loved him and understood him. It just got so scary, the other part of him. And in June, I wanted to leave him. I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to leave him. I wanted him to get better. And he expressed to me so many times.
What happened? What happened here? Something happened here. Because I had to reboot everything, but we got everything back up and running here. Sorry, guys.
I was very against, obviously, the cocaine had been a problem. I was very much against him using cocaine. I was against the drinking, supportive of the sobriety, but I'm 26, maybe.
That was weird, guys.
ish.
Sorry about that.
And I wanted, I had never heard of anyone making MDMA like what I had done MDMA before. You know, I thought it's a lovey drug. It's a, you know, it's like
She's trying to make it seem
a
like she's
kind of-
never
I
done
never
any
knew anyone
drugs
to,
before in her life.
get violent
When
on
that's
it.
a full-on bold-faced lie.
And, you know, I thought, well, this is a relatively contained environment.
Facts.
Maybe this will be different. Maybe I can be a good cop and be part of the, you know, like I don't have to be the lesbian counselor all the time, as you would say. You know, I can maybe be the
You
fun
ain't wrong,
girlfriend.
Samantha Joe. There's proof.
And I learned the hard way that that was not happening.
So what happened?
Come
well,
on back in, guys. My computer just
we took
lost its mind.
we took MDMA. I took a capsule. It's like a powder in a capsule. I took a capsule, and Johnny took several. I didn't count, but you know, it's very different when you see someone take one versus a handful of something. But nothing that seemed to set any alarm bells off, and things were going fine until the flight attendant got involved. The flight attendant came by, was engaging with us. I don't think that they're really, it felt like it was before the effects of the drug took over. It was relatively quick, soon after we first took our dose, if you can say. And the flight attendant, Johnny offered her some, she of course said no. And then after some back and forth between them, Johnny convinced her that it would be fine. So she acquiesced and took MDMA with us. And within, you know, a few minutes go by, and the same thing happened that happened on the mushrooms at Hicksville with the woman, Kelly Sue, who I've told you about. Flight attendant got friendly with me, but just friendly, just like MDMA friendly, you know, was kind of, I'm a woman, he's a man, so she was naturally, I think, more comfortable with me physically. She kind of leaned into me and kind of sat on the arm of the chair I was sitting in. I mean, after all, she's on drugs, and Johnny grabs her hand and tells her not to touch me, and she kind of reacts in a way like, you know, like she's defending herself and was trying to clarify. And he grabbed her by the wrist and slammed it down on the table and told her he could break her wrist. And I remember thinking, I've heard this before. And that was a pattern that would repeat itself a few times. These things would happen in these kind of cycles where there'd be a certain element that would get filtered for a while, whether it's an accusation or a gesture, and that would be the thing that he looped on. I called it loops. And he grabs her wrist and he tells her he could break her wrist.
Okay.
She cries instantly, denies it, is so apologetic. Eventually he lets go. She goes to the front of the plane where the flight attendant, you know, normally hangs out, and the doors close, and I don't see her much of that whole flight. We land in Russia, and I don't really remember, you know, I don't recall any violence on the plane between Johnny and I, but I remember feeling this tension because I was wondering when it was gonna aim at me, because he had this particular thing about, well, at the time I understood he had a particular thing, a sensitivity about me and women, because I had a female partner. So I was feeling nervous, anxious, and I remember we had a very quiet ride, at least I didn't say anything, to the ride to the hotel. And almost as soon as we get into the hotel room, Johnny's accusing me of effectively having engaged that, caused that. I, of course, deny it, point out what I thought was obvious, that, you know, like we'd given her drugs, you know, wasn't an affair, wasn't, you know, and I'm trying to argue and defend myself at the same time. And at one point, Johnny just shoves me, like, I mean, just shoves me hard. I fall back onto this glass table. I catch myself on the table. I don't know how some furniture got knocked around. There was I'm trying to stand up for myself. I'm trying to stand up, literally. I'm not, at this point, I don't even try to hit back or try to run. I'm in this hotel room trying to do my best to fight mostly the verbal accusations, but also I try to stay on my feet, At some point, Johnny whacks me in the face, and I don't remember feeling pain or like awareness of my nose or anything. I don't remember thinking that. I remember kind of crying and feeling, I went into the bathroom and I wanted him to have I just remember wanting him to realize what had happened. I wanted him to kind of snap out of it. I wanted him to care. I wanted him to realize what was going on, because a big part of this, I felt like he wasn't aware. There was this sense that he didn't know what was going on. Again, I don't know how much of the drugs or alcohol is a part of this, but I remember crying. I came out at some point because I don't hear him in that room. I remember we had been arguing in the main room, but I went out to the hallway, which is where I presume he walked out, and his bodyguard, Jerry Judge, was in the hall. And I don't recall seeing Johnny in the hallway, but I remember seeing Jerry Judge, who gestured to my
Objection,
nose.
hearsay.
She's just saying gesture. He hasn't said anything yet.
All right, gesture's fine. I'll overrule the objection.
He gestures to my nose and holds out his handkerchief, like a cloth handkerchief. And I instantly felt really embarrassed. I felt ashamed. I don't know how else to describe it. I just felt like just really embarrassing. And I went inside the room.
What, if any, injury did you have?
I had a little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time until Jerry Jerry let me know.
Okay.
And I went inside the hotel room, and it is embarrassing as it is. I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. I wanted him to realize it. It's so stupid, but I like the emotional part. I just wanted him to acknowledge that this was that he could hurt me, and I wanted it to be okay. I didn't want him to think I was interested in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would capable of cheating on him. I was in love with him.
But you cheated on him, though.
I just wanted things to be okay.
Ooh, the Johnny Depp side is going to have
Let's
some
take
fun.
you to July 9, 2013. Did there come a time that you went for a ride you went to the Bahamas and went on a ride, the yacht with Johnny and his kids?
Well, it's less like we flew out to the Bahamas to his island. He was selling the yacht to J.K. Rowling, and he wanted to kind of have a goodbye trip on the yacht. So it was docked off the island, and I went with him and his kids, who I had quickly developed a bond with and loved. And we brought a friend along with us, I think, to kind of help. And yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened on that trip.
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat, and he was off the wagon again, but he didn't want to tell his kids, so he was hiding it from them. He was putting it in coffee cups and drinking, and the behavior just kind of like, he was upset, he was emotional, and he just that's how he dealt with it, just drink. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk. And Lily Rose, his daughter at the time, was young, just like maybe 14. And she started to get panicky and started to ask me questions about his drinking.
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what Lily Rose was saying, please continue on.
Sustain the objection.
So she was asking me questions about the drinking, and was very upset.
Sustain the objection.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't say what Lily Rose said,
Oh,
but
yeah.
you can tell gestures,
Sorry.
you can tell, and you can say what you and Mr. Depp said, okay?
Sorry. So she was upset, and Johnny we were with the kids, and he kind of threw himself off the boat in a half playful way, like a dead fish kind of way. I don't know how to describe it, almost like a belly flop. But we were on a skip, like a smaller boat parked next to the yacht, and he's jumping. Well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a face, chest forward way. Like it looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do if they're completely okay. You know, it was started off all of us kind of taking turns jumping off the edge of the yacht into the water. And then he, at one point, kind of throws himself over, and it looked a little scary. The way his body fell into the water. And Lily Rose started to cry and expressed to me that she
Objection here,
was
sir.
upset.
There we go.
You can't say what she said. You can say, you can
She say that she
tell
cried.
expressions or observations, but you can't say what Lily Rose said.
Precisely.
So Lily Rose is crying, and then the crying becomes like a panic, like almost like a panic attack, like rapid breathing, crying, lots of questions. And I'm holding her, kind of comforting her, and Johnny comes in, and within a few seconds, I realized that he, kind of shifted his attention on me, and then he seemed very angry. He asked Lily Rose to leave. Lily Rose leaves, looks at me, leaves, crying, and Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him and calling him, a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time, other than adults who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him, I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of we were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could fucking kill me. And that was an embarrassment. I was embarrassing. It was embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. It was all embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in me more than I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying, but
fair enough,
names
freelance.
that he was calling me.
Fair enough.
Well, kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck, hurt my feelings. It hurt. When I saw Lily Rose again, we get, I won't say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a helicopter to come and take us off of the boat or off of the island. So we leave the boat, go to the landing of a part of the island, or maybe it was a different, island we had to get to leave. And we We take off. I'm holding Lily Rose literally holding her under my arm while she's crying, and we're lifting off. And Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute. He stayed behind. And we were taking off, and I remember being really torn about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that had happened. I still felt awful leaving. I felt awful leaving him. I also felt like I had done something wrong. He was mad at me. I wasn't sure, what I had done, but I remember not being, I'm getting all these text messages from him calling me all these names, and it barely coherent, barely. And I'm holding his daughter crying.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 180?
Do you believe that's already in?
It is already into evidence, Your Honor, so
All
if
right,
we may publish it to the jury.
Kids, but the kid, I'm seeing you guys say this too. I
And Amber,
thought I
I'm gonna
heard the
ask you to
kids
take a
don't
look
like.
At 180. And
I thought the
this
kids don't
is
like her.
text messages from
as
Mr.
well.
Depp to you. Do you recall these?
Yes, I do.
And are these the text messages?
Yes, that's what he was sending me while I was taking care of his daughter.
What? Done. Huh. Done. Okay. That's new one for me. Done. Huh.
Your
Done.
Honor, I'm about to go into another event. Should I keep going?
I mean, that's fine if you think this is a good point
This
to
is
break for
probably-
the day.
I think it's probably good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and conclude for today. Again, do not read anything about this case. Do not do any outside research, and don't discuss it with anybody, okay? Have a good
Let's
evening.
us
We'll see you in the morning,
conclude for the
okay?
day.
Thank you.
Okay. So there it is, guys. That was day 14? Yeah, it was day 14. Amber Hurd finally takes the stand in her preacher outfit. I said, the Lord, works in mysterious ways. Let me mop my brow. Yes.
And again, ma'am, since you're still in the stand, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys,
You
okay?
know what she's doing?
All right.
She's-
Anything further before? All right, we'll see you in the morning.
She's in the middle of trying to audition for There Will Be Blood 2. That's what she's trying to take Daniel Day-Lewis's spot in the I drink your milkshake. I drink it up. Nobody? There will be blood? Nobody. Just saying. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up. All right, guys. There it is. Okay. So, so what do you guys think of this, y'all? That is today. That was today. Woo! Hamburger. Man, all I can say is this is so much. There's so much to unfold here. There's so much to unravel. There is just that it was wild because there were certain things in there that I'm still trying to wrap my mind around because there were things I'm like, wait, is that real? Is that actually true? What she's saying? I heard stories too because everybody's sitting there in the chat saying that, you know, I drink your milkshake. I drink it up. Okay. What I found very interesting here is that there was a lot of things that were being said that were just straight mother-loving cap. Or it just felt like it was cap. Now, or lies. Sorry, for those of you who don't know what I mean. Like, what do you mean by cap? I don't understand. What I mean is like she was lying, it seems like. Because I remember hearing that none of his kids liked her at all. But then again, never underestimate the power of perspective, the power of somebody's perspective. Maybe they were very kind to her face, but then behind her back, they're like, oh my God, I hate that man. You know what I'm saying? You never know. They may have been like, yo, I love that, oh my God, we love you, Amber. And then they're behind closed doors like, Dad, she sucks. We hate her. She's evil. She's mean. You never know. Never underestimate the power of perspective. Okay? Yeah, so sorry. Just so you know, for those of y'all in the nosebleed seats, cap means lie or to lie, lying. Okay, just so you know. I figured I had to say something. Okay. But Dory McNulty, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. She says, I need a Silkwood shower after all the lies. Man. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. It was bad. It wasn't that good. I'm gonna be honest. It wasn't that good. Okay. It wasn't. And the thing that makes it seem more like a lie is where you're saying ridiculous, you're going too deep in detail when the detail doesn't matter. Like the details of like I said earlier, the dirty floor and all that, the dirty carpet. And I rose to my feet and then I said, like, it doesn't need to be added. You just need to tell the story. You need to tell the important details, not the, it's a hot, sweaty summer day. You know what I mean? The heat burns like ice on a hot summer day. It doesn't matter. You don't need to do all that stuff. You don't need to go all poetic and all this stuff. So for me, when I see this, it's a lot to unravel. It's a lot to take in because she is saying whatever the hell she wants right now. And unfortunately, this is her truth. Oh, by the way, she doesn't like the cocaine. She don't like cocaine. Let's not forget, she don't like cocaine. And turquoise. Let's just say everything wrong during your testimony. You know what I mean? She didn't say cocaine. I'm just being stupid. But still, she says, oh, I don't like the booger sugar. That's what he was doing. Oh, and when we were all together hanging out doing MDMA and shrooms, I just did a little cap, tiny little cap of shrooms. Because I don't do the MDMA. Come on, man. The lady, the woman, the RN that you had said in all that stuff that you were doing stuff, that you were doing blow, you were doing wine, you were popping pills, you were doing all that ish. So why would you all of a sudden say, oh no, I don't do the cocaine. I just don't. It's not very becoming of me. Like what? Why would you say that when you know for a fact you do drugs? Drugs is drugs is drugs is drugs. Cocaine is in that line of drugs. You're popping everything else. You know for a fact you're doing cocaine. Quit lying. Quit acting like you're doing something, trying to be better than Johnny Depp when you're just as bad as he is with his drug abuse. You're just as bad. Okay? Yes. Robert Winsman, she's like, oh my God, what is drugs? I just don't know what is drugs. Like, come on, y'all. Come on. That part, I'm not with. When she starts adding these things of like, and I was a valedictorian, I was a scholar. Like, it's almost as if she was saying those things. Oh, just by the way, I don't do that. And I look both ways before I cross the street, and I help the young. I help the homeless. Did I tell you about this new foundation I put together? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you say all this other BS when no one cares? They just want to know the truths about what happened between you and Johnny, dear Johnny. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That is it. You don't need to do all this other crap. You don't. So this is what I have to ask you guys. How do you feel about it now? She started off before the break. She was sitting there going going into detail, throwing in the dramatics. Then she started to cool off a little bit. I think the lawyers probably were like, "Shut your ass up." You know what I mean? Just give us the information. Don't go too far. Don't bring in the dramatics. But then she still kind of did. She still revved up the engine a little bit. She still did her thing. But I say, what say you? Are you feeling this or no? And Jamarcus, I cannot wait for them to cross. Oh my God. I cannot wait for oh boy. When they get to her, it's going to be a bloodbath. I have a feeling. It's going to be a bloodbath. The other thing is too, did you see tears? When she was crying, did you see her? Did you see any tears whilst she was gently weeping? Did you see any tears stream down her face? I did not see one tear stream down her face. I did not see even her do this or do one of these. You know, the thing that, girls do, I don't know, they do this stuff because they don't want their mascara to run or something like that. None of that. I didn't see not one damn tear, though. Not one damn tear. Nothing but crocodile tears. So it's hard to believe her with that kind of performance. But she's got all night to figure her stuff out, what her approach is going to be for tomorrow. You know for a fact the lawyers are going to sit there and go, hopefully the lawyers are reading this. And God knows what's happening with the jury, because it all goes down with the jury. Is this winning the jury over? And if it's not, she's going to have to try a different tactic tomorrow. Because maybe the strong, I am woman, hear me roar type of approach, I don't know if that's going to work for her today or tomorrow. So she might have to change tactics. We're just going to have to see what's up. But I'm going to show you guys I'm going to end this poll. 811 of y'all voted. And you say 94% of y'all think that she was full on lying. And 5% of you think she's telling the truth. Very interesting. I do appreciate you guys, doing your thing on that, because honestly, it's a tough one. Like, because a part of me wants to, I feel a part of me always leans towards like, hey, the person that's, that's claiming to be a victim. A part of me does feel bad when I sit there and go, quit lying. You know what I'm saying? Because part of me feels like, because I'm a good guy, I'm a good human being, I instantly want to sit there and lean towards the person, or there's a part of me that wants to believe them to a certain extent. But right now, I'm not believing her right now at all. But then again, I said before, there are some truths in these matters. There's got to be. There's some. Like the Hicksville, USA. When they all went into that Hicksville spot, it's off the beaten path. They're doing MDMA and shrooms. If he really went up to this girl and grabbed her by the arm, where's that girl? Why hasn't she been brought in for questioning? Right? Why hasn't she been brought in to trial to be an eyewitness to say he did this thing to me and it was not cool? How about all the other people that were there kicking it, doing MDMA and doing shrooms? Was there anybody else in the room that saw it? Where is it? Or not in the room, but in the campfire when they're all doing this stuff together? Who was there? Who else saw this stuff? The dude that she said was in a mesh shirt that walked in to the trailer and goes, whoa, what happened in here? Hey, where's that guy? Where's the proof? Where are the witnesses that can back it up and say, hey, we know without a shadow of a doubt, Johnny Depp lost his mind in this trailer and he paid for all the damages. Just saying. Then, if you really think about it, the bruise that she had on her arm, she had a photo of the bruise on her arm. Not sitting here saying that that isn't real, but that could have been from anything. It really could have. Could have been something from something old. Could have been from an acting gig, a stunt that went wrong, anything. We don't know where that came from. Real talk, we don't. But that photo could be from anywhere, or it could be makeup too. It could very well be makeup too. Ivan Jr., thank you so much for the $5 super chat. No hard evidence, hearsay dramatics, tales of doom, downplayed the arguments to not admit guilt, but dramatics to make it seem it was bad for from JD. Absolutely. There was no hard evidence. It was all just story time. I'm going to sit you guys down, jury, and we're going to have a nice little story about my tumultuous relationship with Johnny Depp. Ready? That's exactly what happened. And Yang Lin, absolutely. We can get bruises from anything. Shoot. I moved a mattress the other day, got bruised on the side of my arm from just moving it into an elevator, trying to squeeze this queen size mattress into an elevator. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? It happens. But I'm not going to sit there and say, "Oh, my spouse or my friend did this," or use it as footage for later on. That's criminal. That's just criminal. It's diabolical, in my personal opinion. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here with all this, because she's just begun. This is only just the beginning. She's just getting warmed up. I'm sure there's going to be more information that comes out here very, very soon throughout this tomorrow. It's going to be nuts. It's going to be nuts. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. Get ready for it. It's going to get wild. It's going to get freaking wild. Anyway, guys, I appreciate all y'all for being on, watching with me for another 7 hours. To the mods, you guys are amazing. I really do appreciate it. You guys have been incredible. Thank you so much for holding it down. And for those of y'all who have been coming in and out and all that, I understand. It's 7 hours. It's a long time. So I appreciate the love and the focus. We got one more day of this craziness till we get a 10 days off of these kinds of streams, till we're back at it again for more stuff after the judge comes back. But anyway, if you enjoyed the show and you enjoyed the stream and you enjoyed my commentary, please hit that like button down below. Crush it. Make it scream out your damn name. And also, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button. All right? Be really great to have you a part of the Pascal Show family. I'm working my way towards 60,000 subscribers. But of course, my main goal is trying to get to 100,000. So I'm trying to get there. So please hit that subscribe button if you can. Okay? I'd really, really appreciate it. And of course, hit that join button down below. Support this channel. I got merch. So check out the link. The merch link for my merch is down below in the description box. And of course, I got my Patreon, which is that ticker right over there, tickering away. So go check it out. Patreon.com/The Pascal Show. And of course, please, got the CashApp too. So I'll just say that too. If you enjoy my commentary and want to support this channel, that'd be great. I'd really, really appreciate it as well. Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. I appreciate all y'all for being on. You guys have been incredible. I'll be back on a little bit, hopefully a little bit later on this evening. I'm not sure yet. I'm still trying to work some things out. But if I do, be sure to hit that notification bell so you know when I go live. And I'm looking forward to having that conversation with y'all, because this is a conversation we need to have. Okay? So anyway, guys, it is time to get going. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. And I'll see you guys very, very soon. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.